Four of action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championship. Shannon Hughes alongside Mark Cliff. It's been a great week of action so far. Have you been enjoying yourself?
Oh my God, what a time I've had. I can't believe it's been a week. It's 7 days. It feels like it's 2 weeks because there's just so much going on every day. You know, we've had a lot of surf time. Had waves every day. We've had 4 days of competition. Well, we're at day 4 of competition. A big day yesterday, 18 heats, and 4 heats we didn't run, so it's put us in a really good spot. But yes, to answer your question, I've had a great time. How could you not?
Well, it's been an incredible week here so far. We've had some really good waves for the first few days. The swell has dropped off a little bit throughout this morning, and so we're going to see maybe some easier contestable conditions. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I did a bit of research this morning. I took one for the team, Shannon. I paddled out early and got out there, and it definitely felt at least a foot smaller. It's breaking up on the corner. It's peeling nicely. It's highly manoeuvrable today, and I think it's taken out a bit of scare factor for a lot of the people. We've got a lot of repechage heats, etc. today, so I think it's coming together.
Well, let's take a look at some highlights from what we've seen so far.
Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more.
Well, it's been an incredible week of surfing so far. I mean, that footage speaks for itself. Some great maneuvers, some great barrels, some great turns, and we're going to see so much more of that throughout the week.
We certainly are, and the cameraman, geez, he's in such a good spot. The guy that's swimming out there, that's hard to do, so kudos to whoever that is, because you can see by the highlights package, he's in the box seat anytime someone gets barreled. It's just the drone footage, there's a lot to like, and the surfing is just getting better and better, and I think we're going to kick off with what this morning, Shannon?
That's right, so we've got our men's repechage round 2 that'll be starting out the morning, followed by our main round 1 on the girls under 18, so it'll be the very first time that we're seeing our junior girls hit the lineup, followed by repechage round 1 on the boys under 18, women's repechage round 1, and then the girls repechage for the end of the day. As we take a look now at our current heat in the water, so again, we're kicking off the morning with our men's repechage round 2. A lot of these surfers were surfing through yesterday afternoon, getting their spot, either dropping down from their main round 2 heats, or they already advanced through a repechage round. And so we've got 4 great surfers in the water.
Yep, the Maldivian surfer leads them out in the red there, Adam Ibrahim. The Bangladesh surfer will do it next in blue, Mohammed. We've got Natri Jari Atawan from, he's only 15 years of age, from Thailand, and also Mohammed, the Iranian, 35 years of age. And look at the lineup these guys have got this morning. 25-minute heats again. It's a pretty good deal. You know, having suggested that it is a little smaller than the last couple of days, the consistency is still there, Shannon. It seems to be breaking up a little further. I guess that's west, right of the orange tent that's on the boardwalk there. There's the overview. Everybody is well positioned. It's still a really fair playing field. The waves are just a little softer and a little smaller, but I think it's going to really suit a lot of the people that are in the repecharge round, and it's still quite high quality surf, so play on.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day of surfing. This heat has begun. We're about 2 minutes into it. We haven't seen anybody catch a wave yet. No scores to come through from the judging panel. And like you said, with that swell just decreasing in size, we have seen the positioning in the lineup change quite a lot, which really favors the fact that our judges' tower is placed smack dab in the middle of the lagoon, gives them the vantage point to be able to see a little farther around that corner, where I noticed this morning in walking up the beach on the way to the contest site that because the surfers were having to surf so much more in front of the island, that it was actually more challenging to see them from the shoreline.
All right, so, well, it's probably only really affects the teams and the other spectators we have on the shoreline, but I mean, as people stand up, it won't be long before they come into full view of the people on the beach. Judges, to their credit, that tower's been pushed out maybe, I don't know, 60 metres offshore. It is in prime position. There's some really good viewing that happens also out on the tip of the little island under the orange tent that you see over our drone footage. But that drone footage looks so cool. It made it look like it's about half a foot deep, but it's quite a nice tide at the moment. We've probably gone just past high tide. You can see these little waves rolling through. They're highly smashable. That's breaking at a pretty nice pace, although it's a smallish looking wave in comparison to what we've had the last few days. If you were on a beach break anywhere in the world and we had that contest and that size surf, you'd be thinking, it's fiery.
So true. It's been so fun to be able to see just every morning surfers getting in the lineup. This morning I know that you had a surf out there already and got to see a few of the other competitors, some of the women that are coming up later today that weren't so keen to be surfing on the really big days in the lead up, you know, kind of day 0, day 1, day 2 of competition, because that surf was pretty solid. They were out in the water this morning getting a better feel for how the conditions are more likely to stay trending through the rest of our waiting period. We've still got quite a long time within the waiting period as well, so we're going to be able to really pick out the best of the conditions, the best of those tides and those winds, as well as capitalizing on any swell that's left remaining after this big swell is kind of rolled through. And you can see that set just kind of washed through, nobody really in position for it so far.
Well, what that set did was that just moved over to the regular spot in the last few days when the bigger sets come through. So there's effectively 2 takeoff areas today. They are pretty deep right here now, so if a slightly bigger set does come through, they'll probably find themselves just a little too deep for that. But it wasn't so much a closeout set that came through just then. It just moved off to the regular spot where they break when they're a little bigger. So being the fact that predominantly smaller waves are breaking up the point, they've got to sit there to give themselves a higher percentage chance of getting 2 good waves. The waves are tapering quite nicely. It was pretty easy to surf this morning, Shannon, and you're correct. I did see a lot of the young ladies out there that haven't done a lot of surfing to this point. Were out there with their coaches. They were looking to shore, getting their lineup sussed, getting some waves, a bit of confidence under the belt. So there was a fair bit of research going on out there this morning. Look at that little wave. That is quite a good wave. You could have banged off a couple of moves on that. So I'm expecting we're going to see this heat really kick into gear shortly. These are the men's surfing. We have one 15-year-old out there in the lineup out of Thailand. We have a 35-year-old, the Iranian. They'll get their head around what's going on in a moment. It's always tricky being first heat of the day. I never really liked it, Shannon. I'd prefer to watch a heat or two. I imagine everyone's watching this first heat. Look at this little wave rolling through now.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It's always a challenge to be first out, having to find the, find that positioning when suddenly you've gone from having maybe 20, 30 other surfers in the water in those free surfs early on, and then the lineup goes completely empty. So it's always a bit of a challenge. We did see a paddle for that last set from our surfer in blue. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to quite get into it for Bangladesh. Now, the guy to really keep an eye on in this heat for positioning, I believe, is going to be Adam. Yeah. He's a local from Thulusdhoo, specifically from this island, so he's grown up surfing here at Cokes.
Yep, okay, so correct. So that's him. You can see him. Obviously, he's the deepest. He's holding it down. And it might be a wise tactic for one of the other 3 at this stage to break away and go and maybe sit a little wider and just see if they can pick up something to get their heat started there, because obviously Adam in red, he's the deepest. He's going to get the next good wave that breaks up on that spot, knowing the lineup a lot better than the others. So for the other three surfers, you are going to get the best wave taken off you. You've got nothing to lose by perhaps paddling in and down a little bit just to catch a couple of these ends here and get your heat rolling until we fall in that priority situation. It could be a good tactic just to not be all clumped up, four of you, especially when you've got a local in the lineup. That's my theory.
Be able to kick things off, just get a score on the board. Also starts to set that priority rotation, which is sometimes helpful. Once that priority rotation set, even if you're not at the top of the lineup, you know that you're able to just wait out that timing, wait for those sets, rather than maybe getting pushed as a pack slightly out of position, which is what we saw with that first set rolling through.
Yeah, they're all following red, and red knows what he's doing. And like I said, he knows there's going to be a wave break there sooner or later, but he's going to get it. So you other three, well, you're probably just, the clock is ticking off. We've already had how many minutes? Almost 8 minutes burn off the clock. So effectively, here we go. So this is the theory we were just talking about. Red's on the very first good wave, and this is Adam Ibrahim.
So great opening turn from Adam. Slots it up into the pocket, has to duck out of that next section, but this is going to kick things off. And I think from that moment, even just with him getting that single wave, it's going to start to trigger things for the other surfers. They're going to be able to start finding themselves in the lineup. And yeah, we'll take another look at this one. What are your thoughts?
All right, okay, well, he got the high line going early. He now puts the rail in. He got one little mini move in, so the judges won't get too carried away. They've probably got to give him something more than 2 points. He did get one manoeuvre in, so he has now kind of set the standard and set the scale here and effectively kicked off heat number 1 of the morning. So a wave's a wave. Let's see where he sits now, having 4th priority. He's probably going to, I reckon it would be a good idea right now to just break away from those other 3, leave them up there a little bit lost and let them figure that out. But he might try and just pick up something a little wider. That's a great overview. Look at this.
Absolutely incredible. There you can see the tower sitting right in the middle of the lagoon. Gives those judges that perspective, that slightly higher perspective, to be able to see just around where the island is. And that's an amazing spot for so many of the teams to be able to set up camp right there where those red tents are, right on the edge of the water. There's a wooden deck that's built out there. It's the perfect place for teams, you know, to be cheering on for their surfers that are specifically in the water. You could probably hear those shouts and, you know, even some help from the shoreline quite easily. So it's a really unique setup here on the island of Thulusdhoo in the Maldives, but it's a really incredible venue to be running a contest at.
It is, and even look in the background, just stretching right out off to the west. There's just waves rolling through. Not a lot of quality on that reef there, but the next atoll, you know, it's all about the ends of the atolls. You know, you've got waves that peel a certain way around one side, waves peel the other way around the other side of the island. So we're fortunate enough to have Cokes here as a right-hander. There is the little mini island. You can see the boardwalk behind that gives you access to that little island. That's where the camp's set up. There's a little bit of shade. It's quite a unusual setup, that little grove of trees. Shannon, who have we got?
That tree now up and riding for Team Thailand. Nice snap to start off. Pumping his way down the line. Sets himself up for another quick snap. Board looking a little bit loose underneath his feet, but gets 2 turns connected together, so he's going to have a score on the board. And, Mark, we're still waiting for that first score to come through from Adam. Judges now starting to set their scale.
Yep, so they'll be now having to compare those 2 waves. Out wide, this would have to be red. It is. Look at him go.
Red up and riding once again. So waiting for his first score. That's a lightning turn to start things off for Adam. Showing us that local knowledge here at Cokes. Into that second turn, so a much better 2-turn combination. And we'll have those replays through in a moment as those judges are getting ready to, you know, drop some scores down. That also starts to set that priority into place.
So let's have a look at Natri here, out of Thailand, the 15-year-old. He got one little mini move in. He's just eyeballing the end section. Didn't quite go above the lip line, but to his credit, 2 moves is better than 1. And this, though, for me, this first turn of the heat, bang. Nice quality committed move right in the pocket. He then recovers, gets his groove on again, adds to his scoring potential here. So the judges will deem that for sure best wave of the heat. It's the first proper top-to-bottom surfing we've seen. So as we were suggesting, Shannon, the surfer in red knows what he's doing. He got the first deep wave. He then got the best wide wave. He's playing it pretty well in the first half of this heat.
Yeah, that was very smart surfing. Just got things started off, and then it repositioned him to be able to find himself on that slightly wider wave away from the rest of the pack. Natri as well, great to just get that score on the board. Still waiting from the judging panel, and we do have a score to come through from the Iranian, from Mohammed Shamaradi in the white jersey, which means that our surfer in blue from Bangladesh, the national champion, now competing, is sitting with that first priority. He's the only surfer that hasn't caught a wave yet, but it does mean with priority he's going to have his pick of the lineup.
All right, so he'd be happy with that. How long have we got? Geez, you want to get a move on? 13 minutes. You still got to get two waves out there to give yourself a chance of advancing. And of course, being a repechage round, third and fourth will say goodbye from this year's event. So nobody really wants to dip out this early in the competition. I mean, it's day 4, but everybody wants to roll through and have as many surfs as possible out here. This is blue now in the deepest position. So Mohammed Manan, the Bangladesh surfer.
All right, with the paddle, nice positioning, sets his line. Nice style as he approaches this opening section. The 2022 national champion. He's also won multiple national titles on the junior side of the draw before entering into the opens division. 22 years old and gets his first wave going.
It looks like it knows what he's doing because he definitely had a good push off his inside rail here. This first grinding move, fairly confident. It looked pretty good. He really needed to stick that move to get himself right back into this heat. So effectively he's going to turn into a 1 manoeuvre wave. Pretty keen to see what the judges' thoughts are, but I think red for sure will have at least a 5 or a 6 on the scale.
There you go, a 5.5 for Red's second wave. Nailed it right on the money in the middle there. His opener for Adam was a 3.5. Backs it up or improves the situation with a 5.50. Natri for Team Thailand drops in a 2.67. Mohammed Shamaradi drops in just a 0.5 on the board. We can see him on the inside section, so he would have had a quick in and out as we take a look at some more live action now from Adam. Starting to really showcase his knowledge of this break. Looking really solid with that backhand performance as well. Tall, lanky surfer, great style coming through on that wave. Surfer in green now up and riding as well, Natri. So these two really controlling the situation at the moment. Natri just carving back that wave, looking a little bit more challenging, but he's doing well to handle the froth on the surface. As we can see, Mohammed from Team Iran on the inside there, just trying to get himself over.
This is what I really like from the local fella here. His backhand surfing, it's tight, it's in the pocket. He really looks convincing when he puts his rail in the water. I imagine his whole team's watching this. A lot of the Maldivian surfers will get a chance to surf here today. So their first team member is out there and he's doing it really well. His positioning in the lineup, you can just see he's comfortable out there. The waves he's caught have all been A-grade waves in today's conditions, so he's definitely picking the eyes out of the lineup. I think we've only had about 12 or so minutes chip off the clock. But the judges, you know, being a repechage round, Shannon, they probably relaxed their scale a smidge, going, okay, we've got to fit it still into 0 to 10. 4 to 6 is still average, the servers we're looking at. So the mid-range 5s are coming through here for Red because he's doing the best surfing, so he's getting the best scores. But the judges, I think, are being a little more generous today, given the fact that we are watching some repechage rounds. And, you know, it's a good thing for these guys to also hear some good numbers called out when they ride waves. It's good for their confidence. So Natri now, I think this is about his second or third wave. So you can see the difference in his surfing compared to Adam in the red. It's got he's getting some smaller, what I'm going to call B-grade waves on today's scale. And it's allowing just these little mini moves, not quite as convincing as red, but hey, he's going to be dropping into second place and holding that for sure.
All right, so current situation, a couple 5s on the board for Adam Ibrahim for the Maldives. Natri sitting with a 2.67 and a 3.03. Has him in second momentarily as Mohammed Manan of Bangladesh has dropped in a 4.33 for his opening wave. So that has him sitting in third at the moment because he only has that one score, but he's in a better position at the moment than Natri is to be taking the advancement should he get a second ride. Great looking setup here for Adam. Nice big roundhouse right back into the foam. He's starting to look really loose and comfortable out there as he connects maneuver after maneuver.
And once again, he's finding the A-grade waves. And, you know, when I commentate or when I coach, I always talk about these things because you want the better waves. He's on them. He's had 4 waves now. They've all been really good-looking waves. In today's conditions, I haven't seen a whole lot better than what he's riding. So he's doing it really well, definitely showing his local knowledge, confidence building wave after wave. sitting on a 5-5 and a 5, starting to push a little harder now on wave 4. So I think the judges might even open their scale up a little bit more here, and I think he might add to his 2-wave total.
All right, so down to 8 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Not a lot of time remaining. We started out with 25 minutes. I love that call from the officials to be able to keep those 25-minute heats running all the way through repecharge rounds as well. Often in events that include a repecharge round, your main rounds end up with maybe 5 minutes more on the clock than the repecharge does. But this week, we've just got so much time. We've got 10 days at this break here at Cokes. That's a long time to run really maybe a 4-day contest. If we were running, you know, sunrise to sundown, we could probably finish it out that quickly, but we don't need to do days like that. We can pick out the best of the conditions, and so it's great to see that, as well as allotting a little bit more time on the clock for each of our surfers. Now there on the inside mark, we can see Mohammed Shamaradi goes by Russell from Team Iran. He's been stuck on the inside after he took off on that first wave, you know, committed to that first drop. Unfortunately, afterward has just been kind of taking some waves on the head. He actually lives in Genoa in Italy, and he's a former professional basketball player in the Iranian league. He loves sports and positive vibes and works as a software engineer.
So he's a bit of a brainiac as well. So good on him. Here we go. Hey, here we go. Some live action, Shannon.
Adam now setting that line once again. Just a quick kick out.
Probably his worst wave that he's caught out of his 5, but that'll be a throwaway number. So he does improve his total with that last wave, a 5.10. So a 5.1. This is his throwaway wave, so we'll forget about that one. But he's now packing a 5.5, a 5.1. He's also got a 5, which we're not even including in his total. The 3 highest scores. The local is really showing everybody how it's done here this morning. So if you're a coach or a wise competitor, you'd be looking at this going, I'm going to do exactly what he's done. If we flash back, it took him about 5 or 6 minutes to catch a wave. And since that point, Shannon, he's done it really well. To catch 5 waves in that short time and have 3 of them as scorers, he's done a really good job. Even Mohammed there in the blue, like that one strong turn he did and used his rails and convincingly put in, you know, one sort of strong power move, top to bottom move. That's what the judges are looking for in this repecharge round, because they're probably effectively going to see a lot of mid-face surfing and some reasonably unconvincing surfing. So as soon as somebody does put the rail in today, Shannon, perhaps push off the bottom hard and push off the top hard, they'll go, okay, we're going to reward that today.
Scores will be rolling through.
Look at that wave.
Amazing. So beautiful. Great conditions here this morning. We've got a big day of competition. If you are just tuning in, we are in day 4 of competition for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We've got about 5 minutes left in our first heat of the day. And if we're able to run all the way through without having to go on hold like we did yesterday due to those low tide, rippy conditions, we should be finishing competition around 2:15 this afternoon. Once we finish out our men's repecharge round 2 that we're currently in, we've got 6 heats in that. We're going to be heading into our main round on the girls under 18s division for the opening round. That'll just have 3 heats in it. I'm so excited to be able to see those young women hitting the lineup and showing us, you know, their skills, everything they've been working on back at home, and also just as the future for female surfers coming out of their regions of the world. So we're going to see them hitting the lineup shortly. Yeah,
and they'll be that stoked to get out there, Shannon, because they've had probably 2 or 3 days warm up, then the event started and it's pretty big and bossy and lots of guys free surfing, hard for them to get waves. They were all pretty much out there this morning when I was finishing up. Coaches alongside them, it was like just this really cool practice session going on, which is why I got out. I went, right, I'm out of here. I've had my fun. Over to you guys. Let me get out of your way. And they were, you know, really soaking it up. And a couple of them asked me on my way in. I came in up on the little island. How was it? Where are we sitting? What's going on? And I'm like, well, listen, it's way smaller. They're like, whew. You could almost see that one go on. They're like, it's a fair bit smaller, girls. The waves are pretty lightweight. There's nothing to fear. You can afford to sit up a little further quite comfortably today. And they're like, oh, unreal. So they went out there and soaked up their free surf, and pulling the jerseys on for the first time is a good thing. How's these customers on the beach here, this tourists? Just having a good look at what's going on there, up bright and early, soaking up the surfing action.
Yeah, it's a great location to be able to just come down, watch a few heats, get in the water, have a swim. It's so inviting. And the way that the lagoon is here, the way these coral reefs strip out around the islands, it creates these really calm inside sections in the lagoons here where you can have a swim. Whether you're a strong swimmer or not, it's a really inviting place to just go have a float around. Most of the areas, you know, don't get much more than waist to maybe chest deep. And so you're able to just even touch those feet down if necessary. So it's a really great environment for those that are newer to the ocean as well as those that pretty much live inside of it.
And a bit like those people that we just saw there, just dead set tourists. Let's have a look at Blue here now. You might want to stay with this.
All right, driving down the line. Hard off the bottom, goes so hard off the top as well that he just flies, that board flies away from his feet.
His eyes lit up and he overcooked it. He really needed to capitalise on that wave. It's only his second score. He's got a pretty good wave before this. So this wave here was just a golden opportunity to put a second score down, and he's just gone a little too flat out. He just nurses that around. He gets to the next open face and he can string together 2 or 3 turns. He's going to get a number. Back to what I was saying about the crew on the beach, our well-dressed tourists down there this morning watching the surfing action. Due to the fact that we don't have any of those big, 5 and 6 star luxury resorts on this island, Shannon, people kind of get out of their guest houses and out of their hotels and come and sit on the beach because the shoreline is well treed, all right? There's shade everywhere right from the morning, word go in the morning. So these people get up, they come down, they hang out, they get their spot all day, have a little swim, have some lunch on the beach, and it's really cool because, when you do have those big resorts and that, people tend to get a bit homey and they stay in their resorts and they don't sort of wander around and explore as much. So that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's a really great location, specifically on this island, which is hosting the Asian Surfing Championships of Thulusdhoo. It is, like you said, no major resorts, but plenty of guest houses. There's about 30 guest houses on the island, about 430 beds in capacity for those traveling through, looking for a place to stay. It's an affordable location. There's so much good food. There's great, access to getting to the other islands as well, to be able to catch boats, whether it's to go fishing, to go snorkeling, diving, or surfing, even just to go out for a little sunset cruise. There's plenty of opportunity, so it's an incredible place to be able to spend some time. But now the time is ticking down out in the water. We've only got 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
Mohammed did move into second place. He only got a 1-5 for that last effort of Blues, that manoeuvre he overcooked, but it's enough to just give himself a minor breathing space by 0.13 over Natri in the green. So Mohammed, he's got a shaky second placing here. Red's comfortable. He's throwing away, he's got the 3 highest scores of the heat effectively. Blue did have a 4.33. He's only added a 1.5, so nervous moments now. Natri wouldn't need much. What does he need, Shannon, to get back up into?
He's only looking for a 2.81 as we see Mohammed now up and riding once again. That's going to be the game changer within this heat. So great opening turn. Sets himself up for another now. Really engages the entire rail. Hard off the bottom into the pocket as well, and looks for that finishing section. Now that's going to make a massive difference and really solidify himself in that second place position unless Natri can get something explosive on the finish.
He could even fuss Red out of first spot here. Should this turn into the high? If this turns into the highest wave of the heat, he could. There's just a few little stumbles. He looked good when he did his turns like that. Some of the in-between stuff was just a little, perhaps not as convincing as Red, but he's definitely his best wave. I reckon it's going to be really, really close for first once this score drops.
Scores are in. It's a 6.33. Quick from the panel. Takes away the highest score of the heat so far. Well structured. I mean, it took him a while to get his first wave. He waited more than half the heat to be able to take off on that 4.33 that he opened with. But it was good wave selection. He got in that first good turn, patiently waited it out for that third wave as well. And that surfing was so smooth. Yep. Some wobbles in between. You could see that the wave itself was kind of lacking that clean section all the way through. Some of those little ribs rolling through it and that backwash.
So by 0.6.
Incredible performance. A 6.33 for Mohammed. Manan takes him through with the lead. Adam Ibrahim, the local Maldivian, through in second, unfortunately out of the event. Natri from Thailand and Mohammed from Team Iran. But so excited to see them in the mix here, and we're going to see so much more of them in the future of surfing. We're going to go to a quick recap, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
Blue up and riding. This is our opening ride for a Maldivian surfer, Ahmed. Time call, just over 21 minutes. Waiting on the first of blue. Score on Ani. Green up and riding. First wave for our team Lebanon's Christopher Dirani. Fourth priority goes to blue. Waiting on the first wave of blue, and now the first wave of green. White up and riding. High priority situation, first priority red, second priority blue. Waiting on scores for blue, green, and white. Blue, your first wave is a 1.60. Green's first wave, 1.07.
The red is Arjeesh Ali, the Indian surfer. In the blue, it is the Maldives local Ahmed Agil. And the Lebanese surfer, Christopher Durrani, is in green, and Arash, our Iranian surfer, in white. We'd like to welcome into the booth Mel Caithness, first of all. Mel, good morning.
Yeah, Mark, how are you today? I tell you what, it's happening again, isn't it? The stars have just been shining all night over this joint. We turn up this morning and waves in the 3-foot range, I guess. Really good for the competition today. And, oh, well, smack me, you know, it's like really happening again.
Yep. It's Groundhog Day in a good way, indeed. I'd also like to welcome into the booth Sam, our Palestine surfer, Sam. So good morning and welcome in here.
Thank you.
Maybe you could tell us your full name and a little bit about yourself.
Samar Al-Habash. I am Palestinian. I lived in so many countries, but I would say I started surfing in Indonesia for on and off for the last few years. So I'm still not that level for competition or anything like that. But I'm so glad to be here to represent my country.
Okay, let's have a look here at Arjeesh Ali. It's a great looking wave. It's one of the best moves I've seen this morning in competition. He's winding up again. He kind of repeats it. So some strong rail work going on here. He's really found himself a great looking wave. Arjeesh Ali. He is, let me see, he's an Indian surfer, a well-surfed wave right there, really cool. I'll be looking forward to seeing the replay of that. Here we go, Mal.
All right, let's have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. He's done really well here with that little bit of a stall to eye off the critical section. Now look at this. That is a damn fine forehand cut back there. Now gets it up in the lip, just keeps the flow going here through that second major manoeuvre. Third turn here just gets a little bit stuck there, but at the very end of this right here, right now, puts that thing, oh, here it is, right here, right now, puts that up into the lip and down. So yeah, that's not going to go up into the stellar heights of the latter end of the scale, but having said that, that's a really, really good opening ride to have for him, and
sure was.
That's going to put him in the books, Mark.
All right, so we'll get back to the scoreline in a moment, but I think Kayla Moore has the winner of the last heat on the beach. Maybe we'll just have a quick look at White's wave here. A quick up and down. Okay, let's throw down to Kayla and let's hear from the winner of the last heat.
I'm here with winner of the last heat, Manan from Bangladesh. What was your strategy out there?
That was I'm so waiting too long, like I'm waiting too long and then I didn't get it any wave. And my first waves were not okay. But the third one, that was a really nice one because I saw it's really clean fish, but I don't have opportunity for take this one. But unfortunately, I'm so far with far from the other competitor. So I took the opportunities and I made it.
Well, yes, it's all about seizing opportunities out there in a heat and just trying your best. What is it like representing Bangladesh in this competition and moving forward in the repechage?
Um I don't know yet, so I'm gonna try my best to do it and representing my country. So yeah, I'm gonna try my best to do it
Amazing.
next round.
Amazing. Well, good luck in the next round, and as you move forward in the event, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kayla. Ahmed Agil, this is him, wave number 2, the local fella. Back here having a chat with Sam from Palestine. Sam, a few more stats about yourself. Let's just have a quick look at this wave first of all, Sam.
Yeah, Ahmed on this one here gets that good first turn set up, but then just bogs the rail there, more or less 1/3 of the way through that turn. So the judges aren't going to really light themselves up on this. This one will come down in the lower end of the scale, and yeah, pretty much Ahmed's going to paddle back out there and say, don't want to know about that. Let's see if we can improve on that effort.
All right, so sitting here with us again, Sam, out of Palestine. There you are, bro.
Me.
That's what he looks like. And he's a cool-looking fella and a great ambassador for surfing. Tell us about your experience so far here in the Maldives.
It's been amazing, to be honest. It's it's been always my dream to come to the Maldives, and now it happened. So I'm really thrilled to be here. And the people and the culture here and the waves, everything is amazing. I would say it's heaven on earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great way to describe it.
Yeah.
I got to tell you something funny, Mel. I paddled out kind of in the dark this morning, and as I was getting into the lineup, there's one person ahead of me. I'm like, damn, someone's beating me out here. Hello.
That was me.
That was him.
Because I made a decision yesterday night. I said, I'm going to go again to the wave, and I'm going to take at least one wave just to try it. And it happened at last.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to that I've been there this morning.
The surf being a little smaller today, Sam.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
waves are still
exactly.
pretty consistent.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we had a go at trying to work you into a couple, and you missed a
Exact-
couple by that much.
Yeah, I know. So.
But listen, on that point, Sam, we spoke the other day and you told me about your journey to get here. So, Mark, you got no hope of getting out before this guy because you reiterate what we spoke about the other day. You had to go through border crossings and et cetera, et cetera.
exactly.
Tell us about your journey to get to
So
the Maldives.
the thing in Gaza, there's no airport there. So you gotta cross the land to Egypt to get to Cairo and fly from there. And the thing with the Egyptian border control, they're very, very strict. So you might spend about 5 to 6 hours just waiting for your passport to be stamped with your visa to just across the border. Another 6 hours to get to Egypt, to Cairo. And you spend the night there, or maybe if you're young, if you're below 40 years old, you get transferred to the airport straight away, and you spend the night there until you fly.
Wow.
So you could, like my teammate, he had to spend the night there before. So he's been traveling for almost 72 hours, non-stop, to get here. So it's not a very easy way for people from Gaza. And this is a struggle people in Gaza they face every day. I mean, it's been going like this for years. And I don't know, we had an airport before that, but the Israeli, they just destroyed it in 2000, about over 10 years ago. They operated for only 2 years, and it's been destroyed since. And we cannot rebuild an airport because Israel, as a state, they don't allow it for us, because they say it's for security reason and things like that. It's just not fair for Palestinian and for people from Gaza. They struggle already every day with their life, but there's I would say there's no hope at the moment for them, because everything is against them. but even and yet they try to enjoy their life and surf and do fun things. One of them surfing. So I'm glad that they trying to live and I mean make the most of their life, even though it's very hard for them. So I mean, my teammate is really happy to be here. It's his first time
Awesome.
ever outside of Gaza, and he finds it very overwhelming to him. I've been traveling my whole life for me, so I've been out. But
So the determination to surf was your driving factor to get you here to the Maldives. And
yes,
that's what I thought of.
absolutely.
But Mark, how are you going to compete against that?
Well, listen, what we're going to talk about on a high, let's talk about the wave you got this morning, Sam. Tell me, because I came in from the surf, Mel, and then I'm just fluffing around down there on the beach. I'm about to walk out to work here, and Sam comes up and goes, Mark, I got a wave. And we're like, we had a hug, and I'm like, oh, tell me about it. How did it go? Come on, tell us about
it
your
was
wave.
exactly where you told me to wait for the wave. That point. And just wait it inside, a little bit inside, because every time I was always outside, so I wouldn't make it. I would see the wave always passing before my eyes. So I was in the right spot at the right time, and I made it. I made it all the way to the end, a few turns, a few maneuvers, and it was really fun, actually. After 2.5 years, almost no surf at all. Actually, no surf at all for 2.5 years.
So, ladies and
it's
gentlemen,
been
that was his first wave in 2.5 years. Look
almost.
at the look at the stoke on his head.
Of course.
When I was in the water with him, he missed 2 waves by about
really good ones,
by
though.
about this
They
much.
were super
wasn't it?
good.
So
Yeah,
we had a
yeah.
little debrief on perhaps why you missed them, and it took a little while for your brain to engage that you've got it. Jump now, and you did it on a couple of them. I'm like, dude, you had it. And you're like, I know.
I know. When you miss a really good wave, it's like, it's not the best feeling, of course.
I'm going
not.
to shake your hand again.
Yes, thank you.
So that's what pure stoke looks like, and you know, after the story you told us about getting here and what goes on in your country, and it's not a feel good story. It's kind of a lot of hard words there and that, but here you are in this blue water, my man. You've caught a wave. You're living the dream, and as you said, it's heaven on a stick, and
Yeah, exactly.
it's so good, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So would you like to, have you got some friends in that at home that you might want to just, tell them about and say, do your best to get on a holiday and come here, or would you like some wise words to somebody at home that might be watching?
Well, I don't have really friends out home, but I have my family, and I want to say hi to my family, my mom's, my brother, my sister out there, all my nephews and nieces. It's a big family. My cousins, we have big families back in Palestine. They make a lot of babies, so I would like to say hi to them. And actually, my brother was asking about Maldives, and I said, man, you definitely have to come here. It's one of the best spots in the world to enjoy the nature, the blue, clear water, and the people. It's just, as I said, it's heaven on earth.
Yeah, and
You gotta come to the Maldives at least once in your lifetime. Otherwise, what are you gonna do?
you got to live your life,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah,
You gotta
so
do it.
good on you for making the effort and being here, and we'll talk about the opening ceremony in a moment, but I'll just update here. The wave of Red, his last wave, his opening score of 5.17, that's the highlight of the heat so far. There's been a couple of hits and misses by all other 3 surfers. The live action now, so this is Red scooping up his second wave. Arjish Ali, good use of his rails, slapping right in the pocket. He's got a good turn of speed about what he's doing. That was a little funky, but it was a completion, so probably a 4-ish manoeuvre wave there. Arjish Ali's second wave. Replay, Mel.
Okay, Arjish Ali is doing what I thought you needed to have to do today, Mark. Stick up the reef a little bit further than yesterday, and then take those waves that have got the good tempo, the good pace on them. And Arjish has got himself a 5 with that first one, and even if you only get 2 waves in the heat, you're going to get yourself through to progressive position here. So Arjish on that one, that's probably not going to factor in as high as his first one, but definitely going to be up there within half a point more or less. And he's doing the right thing. You've got to be on the better waves today with that tempo that, the wave has got the speed for you to be able to not just get shut down, but be able to do some turns on. Judges aren't looking at barrels today, Mark.
If we do see a barrel, it's going to go high because there are limited opportunities for that today. It's more of a turn day.
Yes.
So Arjish, the surfer who is about to extend the lead, 22 years of age out of India, He is the national champ, 2022 champ, so the reigning champion.
Oh, yeah.
All right, the score's in, Mel. It's a 4.50, so just under his first, as you predicted. So good stuff. So he's got the 2 highest scores of the heat. In second place right now is Ahmed Argil, the Maldivian surfer. Got a little bit of work to do. He needs a 7 to win or improve on a 1.6 as his second number. Arish is the surfer in white. He's in third. His best wave is just under 2 points. He needs just over 2 points, make it a 2.5, and he'll move into second. And Christopher Durrani out of Lebanon, the surfer in green, a 3.2 is what he needs to advance into a qualifying position. And Mel, as we were saying the last couple of days, and we'll talk about this again while the man's here, you must have been pretty impressed with the opening ceremony when they called your name out. You stood up with the flag. Tell us about that moment.
To be honest, did that reaction surprise you?
Sorry?
Did that reaction surprise you?
Yeah, actually did. I got really emotional. I almost cried, to be honest. It was very... I mean, to see how representing Palestine, or just the name of Palestine, means a lot to a lot of people around here. It was overwhelming, to be honest. So I wasn't expecting that at all, and I'm happy I made it to the Maldives, because I wasn't sure about coming to here, because I had some difficulty, traveling and passport issues. I had to issue a new Palestinian passport, and I wasn't sure it will come on time. So I made it, and I'm glad I did. Wow. So it's so nice. It
was just a really good wave. This is the back end, Mal, of the last wave for green. So we were just talking about Christopher, the fact that he was in fourth. He needed a 3.2. I reckon he gets it.
You reckon he's got it?
I reckon he did, because while we were chatting, he rode his whole wave. The replay went there, and we didn't see a whole lot of it live. So apologies, Christopher. But I liked it, Mal. I think he goes out of fourth into second.
Leapfrogging here, third to get to second with that. That's a great effort
I
then
think
from
so,
Christopher.
Because in a low-scoring heat, and the judges have adjusted their scale with the repechage surfers being out. Here's the replay again, Mal.
All right, let's have a look. I know I can't comment on this because I was getting eye contact with the best guy we've interviewed so far at the event. So, he's doing a great job here on this wave here. As you say, scale having been adjusted somewhat for this. And that's the manoeuvre. That's what he's got to do. He's got to sit up the reef and get these slower pace runners, and then at least do turns like that. You're going to get a 4. And that's going to show that you're probably going to get through 70% of heats with waves like that. Over to you, Mark.
Whoa, the Iranian surfer.
The big fella.
The big fella, how is he? All right, so that is, his name is Arash Sazadani.
Sagari?
Yep, 31 years of age, out of Tehran. He's a fashion designer, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, I saw him here having a few free surfs on the bigger days, and it didn't end well. It didn't start well, and it didn't end well. He got a little bit washed around because it's pretty tough coming from those sort of countries, Mel. Almost a barrel. We're calling that a tube today.
Yeah, we'll have that one.
And ladies and gentlemen, while we're talking about Sam and the opening ceremony, what we didn't explain was that the whole tent, there must have been 200 people in there. Everybody started clapping for Sam right here. As you said, you got a little bit overwhelmed. I got chicken skin. I didn't know anything about you. That was the first time I'd ever seen you. And as you stood up, 200 people clapped and cheered, and it was the real feel-good moment of the event so far.
Absolutely. I totally
agree. It was the real feel-good moment of the event so far. I'm 100% behind you there, because you could feel that in the room, and that's just real when that's going on.
The energy, the positivity, and that's just
real, that stuff.
It was so nice.
I bet that's something you'll never forget, yeah?
Yeah, no, never. And even if I forget it, it's there on YouTube. So.
Okay, just quietly, Christopher goes to second.
Wow,
all right, his requirement was a 3.2. He gets a 3.4.
You called it.
Yep. So by 0.2, the narrowest of margins, but he did throw a bit of quality going on, even though his moves were still a little funky and a little wobbly. Mal, use of the rail was pretty good to get those 3 moves done. The judges didn't get carried away, but they rewarded him with a 3.4. So. Right on cue with about 3 minutes remaining. Red, the Indian surfer, in the lead. The Lebanese surfer second. The Maldivian now, he's got a bit of work to do. The surfer in blue needs only a 1.81, so he's got to find a wave in the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And Arish, the Iranian, the fashion designer, needs a 2.65 to get out of trouble into second.
Wow, all those scores are just so attainable, aren't they? You know,
they're mini scores, really.
Mini scores. So this is going to be one of those logjam heats that's going to come down to the wire. I'm really stoked to see where we go with this.
And a quick question for you, Sam, while you're here with us. We've only got 2 minutes 20, but this event, have you been in surf contests before?
No.
Never?
I never thought ever that I would compete ever. I always surfed just for fun, just because I liked it. That's it. So competing, that was out of the way for me.
So this event, though, it has a lot of people a little bit like yourself that are inexperienced around contests. So we're not packing a whole lot of egos, and there's not a whole lot of sponsors.
Yeah,
surfers
exactly.
Going on.
That's
It's
what I
kind
like
of
about it.
grassroots, and everybody is super stoked to support other people and other teams, because a lot of people are doing it for their first time, like yourself.
Exactly.
It's definitely got a whole
So
different
it's
vibe about it. There's
just for the fun of it. So,
Team
yeah.
Maldives right there, probably cheering their boy on. He's in third, so he's got to do something. But for me, this event, I haven't been to a contest, Mal, that's had a vibe like this.
Oh, I'm with you. In fact, I feel honoured to be part of it.
Oh, man, Agil. So right on cue, the Maldivian, he needs a 181. He's got to make this. He does. He gets the number. He's powering on down the line. He really confidently smashes the end bowl. He's still in the wash. He's got to hang on here to make it count. So he won't get any credit for that end move. So the big floater, though, needing only a 181, Mal, for sure he gets the number.
Oh,
but
for sure. Here we go. Look at him. Takes off deep here. Nice little sort of setup turn here. Here's the 181 coming up, folks. Roofline float, coping grind, crash down into the flats, and he was like 3/4 of the way with landing this thing. Pats the puppy there a few times in the white water, but look, just can't quite get back on board. But all the work's been done.
Yeah.
That's a 181 all day, every
boy,
day.
oh boy, he had to make the floater, and he
Yes.
did. All right, so he does move up. Let's have a little look at his number. It came in at a 357.
Sick.
So a little over Christopher's wave. So Christopher now moves into third. We're talking about Green, the Lebanese surfer. To answer back, he needs a 285. He's only got 25 seconds. The ocean's gone a little flat. So for me, it's looking like a red victory with a nice comeback from behind from the Maldivian surfer in blue. I think Christopher's in green's going to cop a third, and the Iranian, the fashion designer there, is going to cop a fourth. So what else would you like to say before we boost out of here, Samir? Sam?
I'm stoked to be here.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's the right answer.
That's my last words.
And you can see our little workplace here. It's pretty cool. So we're glad you came in and had a crack.
I'm glad to be here.
Because you did look a little nervous. I'm like, dude, it's
No,
us
not
having
nervous.
a chat, and here we are in a nice AC room. It's been pretty cool. So thanks for coming in.
Thank you for inviting me.
That is the end of Heat 2. We'll probably have a recap shortly on this. Okay, we'll have a recap on this heat, and we'll be right back shortly with Heat 3.
Back to the action here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We have just had Sam from Team Palestine in the booth alongside Mark and Mel, and that was great to be able to hear some insights from what it's really like back at home for that crew. As we now take a look at our Repicharge heat number 3 for men's round 2, and we've got 4 surfers in the water. One that we become quite familiar with in yesterday's commentary, Afridun Amu from Afghanistan, will be wearing the blue jersey. Sanjay Selvomani from India will be wearing the red jersey. Our surfer from Mongolia will be wearing the green jersey. Tumen Delgar Orgel, and from Iran in the white it will be Sean Barr. So 4 great surfers with an opportunity to keep themselves moving through, but of course this is the Repicharge rounds, so unfortunately we will be losing our bottom 2 competitors. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Malcolm Caithness. And Mal, it's been so fun to be able to hear your insights. You've got such a long history within the surfing world as a competitor, as well as just behind the scenes, an eye from the judging panel as well. So it'll be great to be calling some of the action with you today.
Yeah, no, so welcome back to the booth, Shannon, but I stand humble in your presence, and even more so humbled with our last guest that was in here before. That was another highlight moment of the event for me, and frankly, Surfer Sam, as he's now been nicknamed by Mark and myself, if he could bottle that smile and he could bottle that mojo that he carries with him the whole time, this world is going to be a better place, and he'll become a millionaire on that. That is just so beautiful to see. Over to you.
Well, we've got some live action. Afri with a great high line drawn through, didn't get any major maneuvers, but he's got that first wave on the board, and we've got a 1-point ride on for Sean Barr as well. So this heat is underway.
Yeah, nice. And just sort of thinking back, I love sitting here, and yeah, you're right, I started surfing in 1966 and I made it to 2018, so 52 years there as a semi-professional career surfer was my lifestyle. I moved to Margaret River to live that lifestyle, and without my wife Terry, who stuck with me along the way, it would never have happened. So yeah, I'm just a gifted man. I've managed to probably spend the life of 7 men, Shannon, in my time, and I'm just absolutely over the moon to be invited to the most good vibe event I've probably ever done, apart from maybe some of those Super Junior events that I've done so many over the time. So this one's just up there in the top 2 by far and away. But I just love this, you know, being able to sit here, be able to analyse the surfing, and I'm hoping that some sort of legacy gets left behind for the juniors and the local Maldivians with this as well, because we know that this is going to send this place pretty well much stellar. I believe that this is sort of getting back to the dream tour a little bit, which is what the fans want to see now, and that's seeing surfing in a more core type of thing that this event will no doubt bring, whilst at the same time nurturing all the surfers in the Asia region. It's just got the right mix.
That's so true.
Simple.
Some great insight from you, Mal. As we take a look at this first wave from Sean Barr, just a quick takeoff. Gets caught behind the section, and then Afri with a 217.
Afri, here we go. So he's got this thing. I had a little bit of a chat with him. I said, you need to get those better pace runners. He's picked up on that. And look at this. If you can just keep doing this, this is sort of going to give you scores in the average range. And as a strategy, all you need is 2 of them. So if you get your 2 scores, you get 2 of them, you're in the books, you're on board. Stats will show that you'll probably progress through 70% of the heats at the moment, and then it gives you the opportunity, as it were, towards the end of the heat to sit there, and then you can let the handbrake off and have a real crack at it.
Great bit of advice coming from an all-time surfer. Absolute core lord yourself, Mal. And I like that hint, you know, to wanting to see surfers surfing some of the world's best waves. As we take a look at live action now with Sanjay for Team India. Nice wrap to start things off. That wave fizzles out. We've noticed that with the conditions that there hasn't been too many of those stand-up walls, but some great pockets to start.
Yeah, I'm liking the pedigree in this turn here. So if you have a look at this, folks, and he really does get that board off axis, as it were, for the start of that major manoeuvre. It pretty well much then allows him an acute angle, and I spoke to you about this the other day. That's what I term a hairpin bend turn, that one, where he really sends that board right around the curve, back into the whitewater, times it nicely, and unfortunately for him, probably not much left going on that, but the judges are going to dine out on that. That's actually a good quality first turn, and he will get some sort of reasonable score that will allow him to build a house from here on in.
Now, he's used to surfing beach breaks back at home, so I think he's probably frothing to be surfing this great right-hander off the reef here at Cokes and have some real solid opportunity to be getting himself, you know, into the conversation to become maybe an Asian regional champion for the Asian Surfing Championships. In his you know, his personal career as a competitive surfer, he's a 5-time national runner-up, so he hasn't quite gotten that coveted national title in India, but he has been right there, and that's great consistency overall to get second place that many times.
So that's a really good stat. I'm pleased that you told me about that, because that's the dog that's running in the pack, that's a little bit behind the one in front of it, and oft at times that dog there just gets a hunger that finally, when things go a little bit right for you, it will then boost his ego, it will boost his confidence, and let's see, the Indians have been a surprise package for me, frankly. I've been rating them highly. Got a surfer up and riding, Shannon. Who is it?
There it is, Sanjay, once again, the 5-time runner-up to the Indian national title. An incredible surf community and culture that there is in India. So they're, you know, long-standing community of surfers. As we see our surfer from Mongolia, Orgil, just with that quick in and out. Can see him there wearing the Simba helmet. And it's been great to see those competitors that are not as familiar surfing with a reef under them opting to wear the helmet, but let's take a look at this one.
Yeah, just a quick wave there. Not going to worry the judges too much. The intent was there, Shannon, but unfortunately the delivery on that one didn't quite match the intent. But it's good to see that he's having a crack and going for it. I'm liking the next replay if we get to see it from the Mongolian surfer. How do we get Genghis Khan's descendants turn up down here in the Maldives and then surf at a surfing championship? This is such a good story with so many little mini stories in the cauldron bubbling behind the scenes.
Very incredible as we take a look now at Afri. So he's currently sitting in second. This is just his second wave. Great wave selection, beautiful style as well. Carves back into that next turn. Now setting himself up here, really wanting to capitalize on this in section. Draws that high line, decides to kick out rather than going for that closeout. But getting a bit of work done. Let's take another look at it here.
Oh my goodness, here we go, Afri. You go to number 1 on my coaching program. He's sitting up the reef, he's getting these good little pace runners, and he's doing what needs to be done here. Nice couple of searing turns. Let's face it, there's no stratosphere stuff with this, but this is about progression in this round. You can save your best act for a little bit later down the track, and Afri's there on board. He's going to be holding down, I think, second spot with this score.
All right, scores to drop as we take another look here at this wave from Sean Barr for Iran.
There we go. So Sean there just getting, you know, a wave underneath his belt. He's had a couple of ditches on that beforehand, but that's a completed ride, so that'll be his best wave thus far.
So in this heat, out of our 4 competitors, 3 of them not living in the country and spending so much time as, you know, having been born in Afghanistan, in Iran, and in Mongolia, but representing those countries. So Afri actually lives now in the Azores in Portugal, but spent a lot of his life living in Germany with his family. For Sean Barr out of Iran, he spends most of his time living in California. And I was talking to him the other day. He's been competing at the ISA World Surfing Games for the last few years, and he's been really just stoked to be here this week. Results not so important for him, but really the important thing for him and his goals coming into this is just to get a couple of good waves in his heat and to feel satisfied with his performance regardless of the results that come along with that. But with, you know, the waves that he's typically surfing back at home, lots of beach breaks, looking a little bit different than this, he is just really excited to be continuing to push his own personal limits when it comes to putting a jersey on and hopeful to get a couple of solid waves.
Oh, that's a bread and butter call, Shannon. I like that. Personal bests for me are often a really good milestone and a good marking point to start with. So, you know, you're better off sometimes getting out there and not even worrying about who else is in your heat, what are they doing. You stop, you focus. You say to yourself, make the wave, don't fall off. For me in big waves, the last part of my chant is don't get caught inside. So if you can keep it simple, then that sort of thing then augurs well to being able to then move forward and then start your performance going with the bases all covered.
Yeah, that's such good insight and a way to approach competition. We've got a lot of surfers that we've got a lot of surfers that are, I mean, they've been competing, you know, for years. Surfers like Sanjay, who's got that 5-time runner-up to the title. But a few surfers in the draw this week that are competing for the very first time ever, so it's great to see them kind of finding those building blocks, or they're at least newer to competition. But as we wait for more of that conversation and more sets to roll through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Kayla Moore, the surfer from that last heat.
Hi, I'm here with Team Lebanon's Chris Duraney, and he unfortunately is not advancing through, but we are going to talk about him representing his country here, Lebanon, at the Asian Surfing Championships.
Hey Kayla, thank you so much for accepting me here, talking to you. It was a tough heat. I didn't read the waves correctly. It was a bit small. I had a lot of good competition, and I tried my best. I took off on a couple of close ones. Yeah, it wasn't a good heat for me, but like I'm glad I'm representing Lebanon in this. I want to talk a bit about my government, because it's not giving us the right funding, and it's not the right support actually for the sport. And hopefully in the near future they can give us a bit of support so we can go on surf trips and have some good fun on those waves, because we've never ridden waves like these before, and it's our first time actually feeling that kind of power in the ocean. So hopefully next time I'll do better, and yeah, that's it.
That's a really good point that you bring up. It's getting comfortable and feeling, like you know what you're doing out in the ocean, and that comes with experience, that comes with traveling to spots such as this here in the Maldives. I have a question about how people in Lebanon can get involved with surfing. It seems like you guys are such a tight-knit team, and you're all super close. It's very welcoming. So tell me a bit more about that.
Yeah, so we have a school actually run that Ali Amin runs it, the president of the federation. And they can start learning from scratch. We have good waves for beginners as well, and we have in winter big waves for good riding actually. But like it's not very consistent in our country. But at the same time, if I'm here representing the country and I learned all my life in Lebanon, then everyone can do it.
Absolutely. Well, it's so special to have you and your team here. Like I said, you guys are just the good vibes all around the contest site. It's awesome to meet you, and thank you for sharing your message.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Great to hear from Chris. Unfortunate to see him knocked out of the event. I think he is the most energetic surfer that I have seen running around the contest site. But it has been really interesting chatting to more of the team from Lebanon. As we take a look at some replays here, let's look at this last wave for Sanjay. What are your thoughts?
Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, during that one, yes, Sanjay's got himself a nice looking wave here. So the first wave, look at this, smooth carving on a small inside runner. This is all good. I'm liking this. And then he does get that was his third turn there, so lacking a little bit of variety, but that sort of doesn't matter at this point, to be able to then get that flow going, to be able to get that score that's going to come in around about the average range, and, well, there it is. I'm not quite sure even if it's in yet.
We've got a 4.17 as the high score for Sanjay, improving on his 2.73. So current situation for our audience back at home. 10 minutes left on the clock. Sanjay from India currently sitting in the lead. Afri from Afghanistan is holding on to second with a couple of twos. His high score, that 2.53 for that second wave. Now if he's able to just really engage that rail, get another second turn in, he's going to be looking well into the 3s to 4s. Sean Barr from Iran sitting with a couple of 1s on the board, and Orgil from representing Mongolia, born and raised in Mongolia, but now spends his time living in Sydney. Maroubra Beach being his home break, but loves surfing at freshwater as well. As we take a look at some live action here from Sanjay, just a quick kick in and out. You can tell that he's starting to get more and more comfortable out here, and especially just when it comes to controlling the lineup. When you're competing, how dangerous does it feel, or kind of intimidating when you notice that one of the other competitors in the lineup just starts getting that rhythm?
Absolutely, 100%. You are right there with that. So the confidence is brimming on this. What I liked about that one then, Shannon, was it was a bit of a steep and deep takeoff, so that could have easily he could have easily fluffed that, but his confidence is that high now that that one's pretty well much locked into his brain. I can make this, and then he's looking for that next section. In that instance, the wave quickly tapered off. That wasn't there for him, but the fact that he just is now starting to sort of go, you know what, I'm on board with this, I'm on point. And as you say, when you're a competitor and you start seeing that happening, Kelly shows us that better than perhaps any other human being. He almost sometimes summons waves that come to him with this vibe that he has. And I know I'm good. I wasn't good friends, but I was friends with Andy Irons, and I know it used to rattle Andy's cage where Kelly would be just getting into sync with that thing, and away we go. Over to you. Who have we got?
All right, Afri up and riding. Great opening turn. Really committed to that section. Now setting his line here for the second, and just comes unstuck, unfortunately. You can see that pace really starting to turn on for him.
So no, I'm liking this one from Afri. It was what I spoke to him about. Once you got your two keepers in, now let's open up and let's release the handbrake. So he's burned a little bit of rubber on that one, that first turn there. I can see the intent. He's trying here, and ooh, just probably had a little bit too far forward weight on his front foot. Needed to just slow that down a dice, put some more weight on that back foot, and then swing blade that board through that carving turn. So look out, Afri has been fired up, I think, Shannon.
He has been absolutely eating up the sessions here at Cokes as well. We've been talking about it in the lead up to the event, and he was just so excited to know that this is where the event would be held. Of course, the Maldives being very special in themselves. As we see Sean Barr up and riding on a solid wave, unfortunately gets clipped behind the section, but I think those are the moments that he's been looking for that personal best out here.
Absolutely. Here we go. Look at this. This was a decent sized wave, and Sean, they're just sort of wobbling a little bit at the bottom. Can't quite connect the dots from that point A to point B. But look, it doesn't matter on that one there, Sean. Well done, son. He's sort of back in there. But getting back to Afri, I'm really liking what he's doing. He's such a cool guy, you know, like I've been able to sort of work as part of the team with him. And he's just, like, if he didn't make some sort of fist of surfing and or administration, the guy's got to be a Paris catwalk model, yeah?
Yeah. So funny. Now, he's got so much going on behind the scenes, right? I mean, for him, he's one of those that's out here competing. He's got those, you know, those goals within the competitive side of things. But he's also been helping organize for the Asian Surfing Federation. And when we, you know, introduce at the beginning of the heat that this is the ASF Asian Surfing Championships, it's being hosted by the Asian Surfing Federation. It's only the second time that they've hosted a regional championships like this, so it's kind of new, and everybody on the ground is learning what they want to be doing with the future of the Asian Surfing Federation. And I think it's been really exciting to be able to see all the moving parts, all the pieces behind the scenes, Afri included within that conversation from an organizational perspective, sitting on the board for that, and the voices that they have chipping into that, with the likes of Kimifumi Imoto from Japan, who's working as our contest director this week, who has a wealth of knowledge behind the scenes from his competitive experience and from his organizational experience working with the ISA as well, and so many others that are chipping into that conversation in the lead up to these events. And it's really showing a lot of promise for the future of the Asian region for competitive surfing like this, for hosting events, and then as well getting them more into that conversation for the Olympics. As our surfer from Lebanon was saying in that posty interview with Kayla, Chris, that, you know, we want to be able to see a lot of these nations that wouldn't have necessarily thought their national Olympic committees should be throwing money towards surfing ever. Now they're starting to see the investment opportunities, and the Asian Surfing Federation specifically in hosting an event like this and putting everything in behind the scenes to organize it and run it in these beautiful locations. These are the sorts of things that national Olympic committees are going to pick up on. They're going to recognize that this is happening and that there is potential for their surfers to become Olympic athletes.
Oh, ditto everything that you said then, to a point, period. However, what I really like too is associated with them is the Maldivian Surf Foundation that are acting like a sponge in the beach here at the moment, and they're soaking up all this knowledge, everything that the Asian surfing crew are bringing to it, and they're learning. And I can see that the pathway there between the elders and those that's going to channel its way down to the base core grassroots part of this place. And Thulusdhoo Island has delivered in spades, and the community has delivered in spades, and I really love it. Look at this, on point. Here's the community here getting behind the event, and this is what we are about. I don't know about you, but this is what we are about. Look at that vision there, ladies and gentlemen.
This is amazing. So we got a group of local school kids down here with their teachers. That's Che Soba, who is he's the head of the Maldivian
is
Surfing
the
Association.
man.
He's the guy down here.
He is the man.
You got any questions? He's the one that you want to be asking them to, as far as how to get a boat to your, what surf spot you should be surfing to connecting to that local community. So that's really exciting to see for the next generation of Maldivian surfers. Little Groms like that are going to school just around the corner, down here on their field trip for the day, being able to see some incredible surfing. And you can only imagine the impact and the memories that small kids like that will have from being down here. And, maybe they've got some siblings that are competing, maybe their parents competing out here as well, because we've got a large contingency of Maldivian surfers in the draw this week.
And look, I'm going to throw in then 2 also, comets that are involved with this. One is Mambo, who is the Sri Lankan manager, I think he is, at this event, but I got told yesterday that he pretty much helped set up the Maldivian Surf Foundation. He's been around for 30 odd years. So we want to get him in here and have a chat with him later on, but also special mention and honourable mention to Perry Hatchett, head judge, who has pretty well much put the last 3 years in here and has been highly instrumental in seeing this event happen here. Like looking around us, this is the plan for the G-Land Tower on the reef, the Chopu Tower on the reef. It's now in the Maldives as well. So Perry and his team of judges up there, well done, mate. And of course, a little bit there also to Sir Jed with Water Patrol Australia, who are bringing that to the event as well. So Shannon, this is not going anywhere. It's not going away. This thing here is, I'm just stoked to be part of this inaugural event almost in a way.
Yeah, it's been really exciting to be a part of the action. Now we're down to 2 minutes on the clock. Heat number 3 for our Repicharge round 2. We've got a big day of competition ahead of us. Once we wrap up this round, which has 6 heats in it, we'll be heading into the main round for our girls under 18s division. We've got 3 heats that will be running through for that one, with 11 surfers in the draw on the girls' side. So that's going to be really exciting to see the next generation of female competitors that'll be hitting the lineup. We haven't seen them in the event yet so far, so that's going to be exciting to see. Followed by a lot of Repicharge rounds for our under 18 boys and our women's through the afternoon. So some great surfing to come if you're just tuning in. We are here in the Maldives on Thulusdhoo Island, and our surfers are competing at a break called Cokes. One of the waves with more consequence to the rest of the waves in and around the Maldives. It's got a really great opening section. We saw some really solid barrels in our first couple days of competition as well. Now the swell's dropping off. It's changed just slightly, and it's become a little bit more friendly, a little more fun, and inviting to so many of the surfers. Just to be getting out there and getting a few fun waves with only 4 people is pretty special any day of the week.
That segues really well to what I was going to say next, Shannon. And look, a big respectful shout out to all the recreational surfers on the island here at the moment. Thanks for allowing us use of your break. Thanks for being part of it. I hope that you guys get a chance to have a late afternoon surf or an early morning surf. But we mean that on behalf of the competitors and the organisers. Thanks you guys for allowing us use of your fantastic wave here.
The best thing to be invited into a place like this, and to know that the locals are giving up some decent swell right in the middle of the the high season here. July, absolutely all time. Well, down to 5 seconds on the clock. Sanjay for Team India stitching up the win with a 4.17 as his high score. A 2.73 that he opened up with will stay through in his counting scores. Afridun Amu for Team Afghanistan holds on to an advancing position as well with a 2.53 and a 2.70. Unfortunately, Sean Barr of Iran and Tumangdul Orgil from Mongolia, living in Sydney, he will be out of the event, but it has been so awesome to see Mongolia in the conversation this week, and we're going to see so much more of them in the future. We're going to go to a quick recap for the event so far, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
Hood up and riding. Opening wave for Team Maldives. Hood.
Yep.
Welcome back to the action here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We are into heat number 4 for repechage round 2, and out in the lineup from the Maldives we have Hood Ahmad, from India Ramesh Budhal, from Malaysia Maud Hassan, and from Sri Lanka Kailash Mason. So 4 surfers battling it out for the opportunity to be advancing through into the next rounds, and we've already seen a couple of waves ridden. Just small scores on the board so far. Opening turn from Ramesh goes incomplete, unfortunately, and we've got a score on the board as well for Hood Ahmad, and this will just be a small one as we take another look at it right here, and unfortunately unable to just ride out complete, but that's going to set up that priority rotation, and this heat is now underway. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Mark Clift, fellow commentator, and Ibu from the local Maldivian team. Mate, you have been on fire. You're still in the main round. How's it been going?
Been going good so far. Thank you.
Three serves for 3 advances. You're in the mix with the top 6 guys. We'll just have a look at this one.
Kailash now up and riding for Team Sri Lanka. Great couple turns on his backhand. I've been really loving his style that we've seen coming through in his surfing the last couple of days. Looking like he is hungry out there this morning. Now Hood up and riding on his backhand. Nice quick hit after that opening section, racing down the line. And he's going to have a couple scores on the board, Mark.
White, so he's picked up a really good wave, all right. We talked about this today. There's some A-grade waves, some B-grade waves, and below that. But this is a good-looking wave. His rail work, it's non-stop. He's looking a little bit like my man next to me, Hussein Arif. We'll get back to you in a minute, champion. But some good surfing there. He'll be happy with that wave because it wasn't a fail. He's off and racing, and he's going to get a respectable number on the scoreboard. So we do have another goofy footer here. But Shannon, who have we got in the hood?
All right, up and riding now. Maud from Malaysia. Take off so deep on that one, Ibu. Are you ever going to make it around a section like that?
No way. That thing just clamped on him. So there are some ways that needs to be, you have to really selective today because, some of them are just too racing down the line. So those ones you don't want to catch. So you want to catch the ones so it's just tapping down on the reef. Nice and
so on a day like this, where we're probably calling this the smaller day of competition, and for the people that are watching, it's still pretty damn good. But the smaller day of competition, does the takeoff point move further up?
It really moves around with the tide. Really, the takeoff spots are kind of fixed, and with the tide and the swell direction, it can move around a little bit. But there are particular ways it comes to certain spots. Yeah.
So the replay here of blue. So we're looking at Ramesh, the Indian surfer. So we've got a number of scores to catch up and just see what's going on the leaderboard. But we do have our current bronze medalist from the last Asian Surfing Championship sitting here with us, Hussein. You can see yourself right here now. You got some friends that are probably watching. Would you like to say hello to anybody or shout outs to anybody in your gang?
Just want to say to all of fellow Maldivian surfers to support our team. Yeah, so I want to say, and we need a lot of support. We're in a good spot at the moment. Yeah, and we've been advancing through repechage round as well. So far, so good.
Yeah, you guys have been putting together a pretty amazing performance. It's been great to be able to see that local knowledge. Anywhere in the world that we show up and there's local surfers, you kind of want to pay close attention to where you're sitting on the reef. All of us that are coming from different parts of the world are really eyeing out those things. But I would love to hear about your run to that bronze medal. The last time that the Asian Surfing Championships ran back in 2019 What was it like for you on the journey to make it into the finals?
Being in China, it was my first time, and it was really nice experience. And we are not used to surfing beach breaks, and we have to surf on beach breaks as well. And it was quite challenging, but yeah, we did our best, and I'm happy that I won bronze.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredibly impressive given that you don't have many beach break opportunities around. What were you doing to train? Were you in the Maldives in the lead up to that event, and what waves specifically were you looking to surf to get ready for it?
The closest beach break we can go to is Sri Lanka. So about a month before, me and my trainer, physical trainer at that time, Yusri, me and him went to Sri Lanka for a week, and we just went there and just all we did was just surf on the beach break. So we know that we have to get used to the beach break. So that's what I did. I trained in Sri Lanka for that comp.
That's incredible, and it's a pretty short flight. We had a layover there overnight, my husband and I, on the way in, and it was about an hour flight in the morning when we woke up. Really easy and accessible.
Yeah.
It's been pretty incredible to note that from this region, that so many of the surfers have been going to Sri Lanka from different parts of Asia to get their training in, even in preparation for this event. Though the waves are so different, it seems to be like a real hotbed. Is that something that you guys are working towards as well, as getting some of the Groms that are coming up to try and maybe take them on trips?
Yeah, it's definitely in our plan, and we are trying to negotiate with. We're gonna have a good talk with Sri Lankans and Indians, and because we're gonna do some training programs, because we need to get used to beach breaks. If you go abroad to surf on most of the places we go, we have to surf on beach breaks, right? And for Sri Lankans and Indians, they don't have many reef breaks, so it'd be good those guys come over here to train in reef breaks and a little bit heavier waves like this. And for us, we have to go there and surf those softer and beach break. I think it's going to be a good program. I hope it works out. Yeah.
So coming from really good reef break surf and surfing beach breaks, did you find it a little bit annoying the way waves don't break in the same spot all the time? What was the hardest part for you?
Yeah, lucky for us, the break we normally surf in Male it behaves like a beach break, but it's a reef. But some days it's all over the place. So we have lefts and rights, and we got soft waves, we got some heavy waves. It depends on the swell direction. So in a way, it's we have some sense of beach break, but when we actually go to the beach break, the energy is different. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, showing up there, you realize how different it completely is.
Yeah, and it's softer than what we.
Yeah, you got to make your own speed, and that can be a bit tricky, if you're not used to it. Okay. So tell us, you're also a 6-time national champion. So I guess back in the day when you were, are you 46? Is that the story? Is that your age?
Yeah,
46. You don't look it. I might. Let me just throw that in. But where I'm going with the question is, you've won a lot of national titles. Obviously, since that point, you're probably, the main man a long time ago, and you still are. But I mean, do you find that there's a lot of? Is it harder now to keep winning national titles because there's a lot more surfers snapping at your heels? Are the next crop of surfers really strong in the Maldives?
It's always been hard. There's always new younger generation always pushing your limit. So I'll do my best to keep it in that level. And now it's getting harder and harder because the guys are coming up is younger and more energetic. So it's like those guys coming up, I'm decreasing with the age, but I'm trying to keep up with those guys. Yeah.
Keep the young kids honest.
Yeah, try to surf younger than my age. So
you do such a good job of that so far. I mean, we know that a lot of the Maldivians in the draw have been advancing through, but quite a few of them have found themselves in the repechage rounds like Hood, where you've been able to hold yourself through. You're really showing the reason, that you've got those multiple national titles behind you. Let's just have a quick catch up for our audience back at home for what's happening in the water and for ourselves as well. We got about 15 minutes left on the clock, and it's Kailash from Sri Lanka who is currently sitting in that leading position. His couple scores so far in that 4-point range, he's got a 4.33 and a 4.23 on the board. So that's held him through in that leading position. We are waiting for 2 scores to come through, one for Ramesh of India and one for Hood from the Maldives. And that's really going to show us who's going to sit into that second place position, because at the moment it's so close, it's like splitting hairs between the two of them. Neither of them with any scores greater than that 2-point range, haven't quite reached into the 3s. But that last exchange, we saw a decent turn from each of them, so it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with scores.
Well, and I'm going to ask you as well, because I know Hood Ahmed, here he is on the screen right now. No, it's not. Yes, it is. So this is Hood, and I surfed the other day when it was bigger. We'll just watch these turns he does here. I know he's a really good surfer, and I know he's a crazy good barrel rider, because I saw him lock into a couple of big old tubes the other day. What are your impressions, and is his strength his tube riding?
His strength is bigger and a little bit more powerful waves. When the waves get smaller, basically in this heat he really needs to choose his waves. But if you get a good wave, he's got a vicious backhand and he got strong. He's a strong surfer. The last competition, the local competition we have, I was with him in the final. He surfed really good.
All right, well, so much interesting conversation to continue catching up with here with Ibu from Team Maldives. We got a couple scores that are dropping as well. Ramesh has dropped in a 5.5 and has him now solidified in second, with Hood in a 3.67, sitting in third place position, and the Sri Lankan still holding on to the lead. We'll watch some live action quickly here with Maud of Malaysia. Just gets caught behind the section after that opening maneuver. And with a closeout, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Kayla Moore and hear from the surfer she's found down on the shoreline.
Here with Team Iran, Sean and Ashar from there. I wanted to catch up with them and talk about surfing in their country. How did you guys get involved with surfing in Iran?
چجوری شروع کرد تو ایران. So I got started with my brother. We both reached out to the federation, and there was an opportunity for us to represent our home country. And since then, we've been in contact and going to these competitions. So it's been great to meet people from Iran and helping them out and also learning from them as well.
من اولین بار در یکی از زیباترین و جنوبی ترین شهرهای ایران به نام چابهار موج سواری شروع کردم.
Someone reached out from the city of Chabahar when they started on one of his friends, and from then on he just kept on going south to the Persian Gulf to surf there and make friends of the people of Chabahar, which is the surfing forefront in Iran.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing. Can you tell me more about surfing in the Persian Gulf?
میپرسه چجوری موج سواری تو چابهار.
Yes, Persian Gulf in my country and we love it. بز بقیه‌اش فارسی بگم. چابهار واقعا قسمتیه که امکانات خیلی خوبی نداره، با اینکه منابع مالی بسیار خوبی داره، ولی ورزشکاران از طرف مسئولین اونجا حمایت نمیشن، با اینکه انجمن موج سواری بارها تلاش کرده تا بتونه اسپانسر بگیره برای بچه‌ها، ولی این امکانات نبوده. منطقه‌ای که از نظر موج بسیار خوبه، اما از نظر حمایت‌های مالی با اینکه میتونن کمک کنن، اما اصلا حمایت‌های مالی اونجا نیست.
So surfing in Chabahar in the Persian Gulf, it's a very seasonal surf. It's summertime and it gets a little choppy, so there's a lot of heart involved with everyone who does this sport there. It's all about like just a love for surfing. And we don't have a lot of surfboards there, so we're hoping to get sponsorships, and we just love to be out there in the water and learning what we can with what we have. And we're just hoping to advance it more as we get more well known in the world, and also just in Iran as well.
Well, I think it's beautiful that you guys are sharing this message with people, because not a lot of people know, especially in the surf world, what kind of surfing goes on there in Iran, in the Persian Gulf, and the lack of surfboards and resources there. And I think this is a great opportunity for you guys to speak on behalf of other surfers in your country as well. Can you also tell us a bit on how to get involved if there are, surfers in your country, women, other surfers, to join your surf team or join in with the federation?
Yeah, we're definitely all open arms to anyone who is coming. We have the Iranian Federation of Surfing, which is, you can contact through Instagram. We'll definitely share it out. It's also part of the Asian Surfing Instagram channel as well. So it's IR Surfing. And then from there, we'll tell you all about what we have down there, and we're just hoping to bring as many people to Chabahar, and then also a new place that we just discovered for surfing, actually, which is probably going to be now the forefront. It will be Makaron Beach. So we're super excited for anyone else who just wants to learn as well, because we're growing the sport for ourselves and then also Iranians as well.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing. Oh, yes, of course.
ما همچنین برای مسابقات جهانی اولین بانوی ایرانی رو داشتیم که به اونجا اعزام شدن و مسابقه دادن. بارها و بارها هم خانم‌ها در مسابقات آسیایی شرکت کردن و همینطور دخترای ایران برای موج سواری دارن تمرین میکنن با شرایط سختی که حالا وابسته به گرما و اون لباس خاصش هست، ولی میدونم که بهتر و بهتر میشن. همینطور میخواستم تشکر کنم هم از خانم ستاره مظهری روابط بین‌الملل، آقای مهدی تشیعی که رئیس کمیته موج سواری کل کشور هستن و آقای علیرضا رستمی نایب رئیس فدراسیون موج سواری آسیا و رئیس انجمن موج سواری ایران که خیلی تلاش کردن تا ما اینجا برسیم. همینطور شان که از کانادا اومده خیلی هم زحمت میکشه و راسل از ایتالیا به عنوان عضو دیگر تیم ملی. خواستم که و همینطور از بچه‌های باشگاه موج سواری رمین خواستم تشکر کنم و بگم که به یادشون هستم. Sorry for
No, all good. It's really important. So it's something that we're always doing in our culture is very thankful. So we're super thankful for our Rostam, which is our Federation President of Asia, Vice President, and then the Federation of Iran. We're really thankful for the first surfer of Iranian woman, Satara, and then all the other frontiers alongside with her who are just surfing in hard conditions, having to wear like hijab and full clothes in really hot waters. So we know that even with that condition, we're still practicing and just going to get better no matter what comes our way. And then also the other surfers of Iran as well. And then چیزی دیگه گفتی اولینش؟
هم گفتم که I'm just talking about women and surfing and
when I گفتم. Yeah, and then also the teammates of Iran as well for the national team. Russell, we have Arash here, and then myself, and then many others couldn't make it, but we hope the next time we could have them out here.
I promise you we're coming back much better and more powerful because we love surfing. Thank you, and we have a very kind people.
Amazing. Yes, you guys have been really great to have around the competition. I love the message that you're sharing, and I look forward to hearing from you guys in the next couple championships that we have.
Thank you so much, Kayla.
Thanks so much, Kayla. That was so insightful. I think it's been one of my favorite things throughout this event is just to learn more and more about surfers from different parts of the world and to hear what's happening with the Iranian surf community. Ramesh now up and riding. He's boosting down the line. He's looking for some air, takes to it, and unfortunately can't ride out, but a great attempt, Ibu.
Yeah. And yeah.
Well, he got some good speed. Now, this is a question I'm going to ask you. Does this wave lend itself to the aerial side of surfing? Is it friendly for that?
Yeah, good people, good surfers do as on this wave. We've seen some footage of Italo Ferrer doing crazy as on these waves, and even Amade does good as too. On good days.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, we know today is a little smaller. Looking ahead, you'll be surfing your qualifying round maybe tomorrow or the next day. What is the forecast looking like in the immediate future?
Forecast is looking promising. Next couple of days looks a little bit small, but different people checks different forecasts. Yeah, it's sometimes it works, sometimes doesn't.
What's your feel? What's your feel? We're looking at your site.
I think a little bit later in the week might pick up because when I went out in the afternoon yesterday, I felt some energy. So yeah, there's some double ups coming through. So it's always a good indication of this new swells arriving.
Well, we're down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Kailash is currently sitting in the lead for Sri Lanka. He's been holding on to that with just those 2 waves caught. So nice wave selection on those, capitalizing on a couple good maneuvers. Ramesh was able to get himself into that second place position. Hasn't been able to increase it with a couple more opportunities just in the 1-point range as far as scores go. And the Maldivian Hood, unfortunately, sitting in a knockout position at the moment. He is chasing a 4.64 to get himself out of third and into second. As it is the repecharge rounds, our bottom 2 surfers will be falling out of competition. And Maud Hassan from Malaysia, sitting with a requirement now of a 6.17, has had a few different waves, a 2.13 being his high score at the moment. So we'll see with the last 5 minutes if we're able to get any kind of exchange in the mix that will change up those 3rd and 4th place positions. Back.
Right.
Go ahead, Mark.
Righto, Hussein Arif sitting here next to me. You've got one of your teammates out there in the lineup in the ready. He's kind of on the ropes here a little bit. He doesn't need a big score. If you could get in his ear right now and give him some advice, what would it be?
Just take a good take the ones with a good shape on it that he can do turns. He only needs like 2-3 turns, because he got really good powerful turns, so he will get the score.
Here he goes.
Yeah, there we go.
Hood now up and riding. He only needs a 4.64, so 2 good turns. First turn on point, second turn on point, looking favorable to be getting that score, and did exactly what you said to do, mate. That was incredible coaching here from the booth.
He might want to check. He might have a headset on out there. He's heard you.
That was good. I think he's gonna. I hope he gets the score.
All right.
Oh, for sure he gets the score.
Yeah,
That's
that
more
was
like a
it.
6
Yeah.
or a 7 in today's scale.
Well, we've got another opportunity now. Ramesh could be increasing his score line, which means the requirement will be higher if he's successful on this wave. First 2 maneuvers complete into that third closeout section as well, right in front of Hood. So he's going to be improving his situation because a 2.80 is the backup score for our surfer in blue. This is going to factor into his top 2 mark.
Well, it will, and he did some really good work on this, so for sure I can see that his best wave. So the important thing is how high does that score go to what requirement Hood was chasing. I reckon Hood's number, given what I've seen on the scale today, is somewhere between a 7 and an 8. I think it's one of the best waves we've seen. Although it was only a smaller wave, that turn was pretty good, and then he really starts to lay into it. Blues was quite good as well. All right, probably got his better turn going there at the end. Maybe not quite brutal enough at the start, having another look at this on the replay. So, yeah, for me, I think Blue's still going to actually get the nod and qualify out of this heat.
Yeah, I reckon the judges are taking a look at the replays. They were able to make use of that yesterday with the broadcast and working, and they had a few heats where they kind of took their time to pull through their decisions with moments like this that are really critical, especially when it comes to who's going to be advancing through, really analyzing those scores in comparison to the other waves within the heat. So scores to come through now for our 2 surfers that have just caught waves. An entire situation change. So Hood Ahmad of the Maldives drops into 6.33. He jumps into second place position, while Ramesh from India drops in a 7.0 for his last wave. He ends up taking the leading position at the moment, 1 minute 45 seconds to go, and our situation has completely changed for those of you watching back home. We've got Ramesh in the lead, Hood in second, and Kailash from Sri Lanka, who was really controlling this heat throughout with those couple of 4s. He's fallen down into that third place position and is now chasing a 5.68 to get the advancing.
What a turnaround, I knew they were both good waves. Blues better than Reds, yes, I could see that for sure, but enough to hold on to a qualifying spot, so that's really good news for your team. How are you feeling after that, watching your buddy go into second?
Oh, I feel really good. I feel really good. Now he needs one more wave, just like that.
Yeah, what did you think of this wave from him? Last of Hood, the 6
this
point.
is exactly what I want him to do, to get jump one more spot up.
Really smooth top to bottom surfing as well. Seamless between those maneuvers, Mark.
Yeah, what would he need now to win? He's running out of time, we know
So
that.
he's going to need a 6.18 for one more opportunity in order
Under
to
1
take the
minute.
leading position.
All
Our
right.
surfer in
Ooh.
white has first priority, Kailash now. He's got a bit of work to do. Chasing a 5.68. First 2 turns complete. Rolls through into that second one. Flicks it up for the finish as well. Through a bit of spray, and he'll be, getting that combination surfing together, Mark. Let's take another look at it here.
What I think here is the judges will see this. These first 2 turns were a bit light on. You could see the board didn't go above the lip. They were a little flicky. He got better as he went. All right, that was his best turn. He did finish it, so that was cool. But for me, I think the judges will take note of the softer surfing on his first 2 moves. So I think he's going to maintain third.
Well, up and riding with one more opportunity. He just took the lead. Ramesh on one of the bigger sets of the heat so far, flying down the line, looking for any section. That was deadly.
I read there.
So fast. I mean, not much opportunity for him up until that moment.
That was a nasty finish, yeah, like a lot of speed. You could see he was anxious to get some sort of scoring going on, but just about landed on the nose of his board. That could have been...
Ibu, how shallow is it in those sections?
Oh, man. On a low tide, he probably he will hit the reef. If he, you could get hurt there,
For sure.
I got hurt there pretty
Now,
bad,
What was the number Kailash needed, the surfer in white?
Our surfer in white was chasing down a 5.14 in order to get himself that advancing position, and the scores are in. It's a 4.87.
Just short.
Just short, which secures Ramesh in the lead and Hood in second. So India and the Maldives advancing through. Congratulations to your
thank
teammate.
you. I'm so happy.
Awesome. Well, Ibu, it's been so fun to have you in the booth.
Yeah.
We're going to get more from you, and we're going to get to see you performing. He's still in the main round, so he's got that chance at the grand final. Mark, thanks again, and we're going to go to a quick recap of this last heat. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Right up and riding, opening wave for Team Palestine. Blue up and riding, first wave for Team Maldives. Red up and riding, first wave for Chinese Taipei. First star to green. We'll have some opening scores in just a moment. So we have an announcement. We will be holding our Aloha Cup. So team managers, today we're opening our entries for the ASF Aloha Cup. That is a tag team event. Tag team. The entry forms are now available at the Beach Marshal tent. Please fill it in and hand it over to the Beach Marshal before the end of today. Any teams that would like to participate. Any teams that fail, if you hand over the sheet to the Beach Marshal today, you can hand it over to the representative who will come for the ASF Annual General Meeting tonight. So please have those filled out by today. If not, bring them to the meeting tonight. Each team must have 4 surfers
now of the second repechage round for the men's. So in the red, representing Chinese Taipei, it is John Chan. Out of the Maldives, it is Abdullah Arif. He's surfing in blue. John's in the red. We have Mode Nazrin bin Nazrud Malaysian surfer in the green, and Muhammad Abu Ghanem, Palestinian surfer in the white. So Mel Caithness is back in the booth. I'll just welcome Mel in. So g'day, Mel.
Yeah, Mark, how are you, mate? It's pretty much firing out there again today. So really good conditions for competitors in the rep rounds today, and it's just another beautiful day in paradise, mate.
All right, and we've got another special guest out of the Maldives sitting next to us. Goes by the tag of AJ. AJ, tell us your full name.
Oh, my name's Thulusdhoo.
Okay, and where do you fit into the event? What are you up to here?
I don't know. Like I've been doing everything.
He's gone from being unemployed to the busiest man in the world, Mel.
He has, hasn't he?
Because he's caddying for Team Japan. Is that right?
Yep. It's been pretty busy yesterday. Even like, I was gutted, you know, the whole day. Like I started caddying around. I was in the water around 7:15 in the morning and got out around 4:30.
You're a hard worker.
I was just done, you know, like 10:30 I was just dead, dropped dead, and it was fun, you know.
All right, well here you are here. Obviously you might have some friends watching. Would you like to look down the camera and give any of your mates a bit of a rev up or a shout out to anybody in the Maldives?
Yeah, I mean, like, go Team Maldives, you know. I'm really excited to see all of you guys competing with all these amazing surfers across the Asia, and it's been I think it's been too long that we haven't had one of these events in the Maldives, and I can actually see the change and the transition. Like in this little time we had, like it's only
4
about
days, yeah.
4 days, and I can already see the Maldivians and not only Maldivians, all the surfers are just like changing the game, and you know they're surfing probably much better than 4 days ago.
They've been inspired.
Good point. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah, we got together on day one, had a little bit of a chat over the microphone. So he's introduced us and invited us and welcomed us via the mic on the very first call in the morning, Mark. And yeah, I've just come from, God, the highlights package in my brain is starting to overload at the moment. I've just come from the school kids tour with Che, and I've got some amazing stuff to show you later, Mark.
Right,
That is as good as it gets. So I get where you're at, you know, I get it, you get it, that's what this is about. So what do we got happening there, buddy?
What do you like about this wave, Mel?
I didn't get a chance to see it. I was actually getting eye
Okay, well, let's
contact
have a
with
look.
AJ on that
All
one,
right,
mate,
so
so
this is
I'll pass on that.
Mod Nazrin, the Malaysian surfer, so some nice little backhand swacks going on. It's
Sorry.
early in the piece, okay, we've still got 18 minutes to go in this heat. It is heat 5. So you said you had some school kid stuff going on with Che. What's
Yeah,
that all
well,
about?
didn't have it on. I saw Che doing the school kids tour of
right,
the
bring
event
them through.
site, and then out of respect with all the local women, the kids there, they're probably only about 8 years old. Is it about the age group? With Six. There you go, even better then. There's just some cute, there's one cute little girl's got like a little pair of heart star sort of sunglasses on. And I just sort of thought, oh, this is an opportunity to go. So I went and asked Che, is it cool? Can I come and have a look and then just take a video? And yeah, there's a special moment there. One of you, which surfer of yours? Oops, here we go.
Oh,
Maybe
that's
we'll have a look at the live action. So this would be Abdullah Arif.
Arif. Yeah,
Alright.
that's one of his signature moves, you know. Like I used to grow up with him, and he's just like, look at that. Kind of got stuck back on the form, but yeah, regained himself, and boom, it's just yeah, one maneuver, but yeah.
So that would be Ibu, who we were just speaking with. That's his brother?
Yeah, his older brother.
His
Yeah.
older brother, wow. So Ibu's 46. So how old's this fella? How old's Abdullah?
Abdullah must be like 30, must be turning 40 now. Yeah.
Okay, so it'd be his younger brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Red, doing a pretty good job, John Chan out of Chinese Taipei. So we'll get some numbers up shortly from these displays, but he's got a good bottom turn on him, this guy, Mel.
Yeah, no, I'll go through this one. So John Chan's signature move, you can pretty well much pick it every time. Get out on the wall, get that smooth, powerful, flowing arc turn going. For me, looking at this critically, I just think his board's a little bit big, and it can be excused for that because I don't think his board's made it here, Mark. And in fact, Mikey had to organise to get a board from Mali for him just to compete at the event.
Oh.
So he's not riding his normal equipment.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking it just looks a tad big. What do you reckon, AJ?
Yeah, I think he was just making those turns pretty well, but it's amazing, you know. Like I never knew how. Like I watched every heat of the Chinese surfing, and the level they've turned this surfing into is just, I don't know.
They've come a long way in a short period of time,
Yeah.
haven't they?
Yeah, even India, you know, it's just amazes me. You know how all these there are some countries you don't even think that they're a surfer, but now there's just like so many people just coming out from all these countries and
That's
just
cool.
ripping it. You
Okay,
know?
I've got a question for you, AJ. We just talked about local grommets on the island and school kids and blah blah blah. Are there a lot of grommet surfers in the Maldives? Is it, or how hard is it for them to learn and get into surfing?
Not much, but
Not much hard, or not many
but
grommets?
very recently, I think it was Kudaise who started Ralveduru. It was like a youth development program, which was a national tour. So he was moving around from one island or from one atoll to the other and just teaching all these young little grommets. And
Oh, let's have a look at green. Green and white are both on the same wave, so there must be a little mix-up here with priority. We haven't seen white on a wave this heat, so maybe he must have. He's waving to the crowd. He's got thumbs up. He must have been confident he had priority right then. So
Correct.
a little situation, but I imagine Mohammed there, he was, pretty confident that this wave was his. Green for me did not interfere anyway, not to this point, and probably still hasn't. So maybe there won't be a call on any interferences there, but White's pretty happy with that. So we'll get some. Yep. So we've got some scores about to drop through. We'll get back to those scores in a minute. But Kayla Moore is down there about to have a chat with somebody from the last heat. Who have you got, Kayla?
Team Malaysia, and I wanted to talk to Sammy a bit about growing up surfing in his country.
Yeah, I'm going. Malaysia, we have a left-hander. It's point break like this, like Maldives, but it's a little bit smaller and no reef. Yeah.
Oh, no reef. So it's a bit different from the Maldives. Tell me about how you got into surfing, how long you've been surfing.
For how long? How long? I been surfing since I was 18 years old. 8 years old, sorry. So I learned from my brother. So all my brothers surfing, actually. So yeah, I grew from that. So I got chance to come here.
Amazing. And you're here with your entire team. What have you and your teammates been doing to prepare for this event? What have you and your teammates been doing to prepare for this event?
Yeah, we just practice some small wave in Thailand before we came here. We had in the one contest in Thailand. So yeah, that's only the prepare for us, smaller wave. So we came here, so big, so powerful, yeah.
It is. It is definitely big and powerful. The waves are absolutely pumping for competition today and all week. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, back into the booth. Let's see. Oh, there has been an interference call, Mel. So, unfortunately, Mohammed, the surfer in green, who was behind the surfer in white, has been deemed to have actually got in his way. So here it is again. This is the incident. So White was totally confident this wave was his. All right, you can see him just burning down the line, getting some little moves going out there on the face for Mohammed, the Palestinian surfer. And the surfer in green, who probably should have backed off and given him a little bit more space. Well, actually, the interference goes on White.
Oh, so they did.
Yes, so he didn't have priority. All right, he must have thought he did, Mel. So the Palestinian surfer, to correct myself, in the white is the surfer that has copped the interference. It was a blatant drop in, I guess, so he's going to lose a full wave. and the surfer in green actually had right away there. So a little bit of inexperience on perhaps how the whole system works and what's going on. But
yeah, and obviously looks cut and dried too. They pretty well much got to that decision fairly quickly. So yeah, priority interference there.
Yep. So the highest scoring wave of this heat sits with John Chan, the surfer in red. He's in second. It's only a 383, so it's a fairly low scoring heat at this stage. Abdullah Arif, your boy, is in the lead, the Maldivian surfer. His best number is only a 293. So AJ, if you could get into Abdullah's ear right now, what would you say to him? What does he need to do?
I would say like he's a powerhouse on his backhand. So I would say get.
All right, Mode,
look at that.
the Malaysian surfer now. So
Beautiful
this is
wave.
his bounce back after the interference. Nice little slash in the pocket. He's got another scoring section here, so helps himself to another manoeuvre. Wave dies out, out he goes. So Mod is in third. He needs only a 207 out of this wave. Mel, what do you reckon?
Oh, I think he's got his 207 here in spades, Mark. Nice takeoff there. This is a smooth carving backhand roundhouse cutback. Just goes a little wobbly there. Will the judges look at that and say loss of control somewhat? Not sure, but 207 isn't a huge requirement.
He gets it for sure.
And he'll get that for sure.
Whoa, here goes the Palestine surfer again. He's got an interference. He doesn't care. He's got his leggy on his front leg. It's all going on. Trimming away. Woohoo! Shuckers.
Go, brother.
Oh, my God. That's what we're talking about, the stoke of this event. He's on his way in. He's had enough.
Yeah. He just said,
9 minutes to go. He's caught his waves. But how was that, Mel, having a little shucker time mid-ride?
That was to his mates on the hill. They would have been hooting him for sure, and away he goes.
Oh, that was pretty cool. That was a moment. And, you know, that's what this event brings, AJ. This is a different vibe, that the level of sort of inexperience and newness to events and surfing for your country and your teammates. It's pretty different, yeah?
Yeah, it's very different. Yeah, it gives everybody a benchmark, you know, with all these great surfers, the level of surfers who are on the top and who are on the bottom, you know, like it gives them this chance to excel themselves to another level. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a big gap between the best and the least experienced surfers here, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So the time remaining now, everybody, 9 minutes. It was his best wave, turned into a 147 for Mohammed, the Palestinian surfer. He's come in. He might be in to sign a few autographs, Mel, and just high-five the boys. Either way, a 15-minute heat, he said, that's enough. Job done. Caught a few waves, got a drop in. He's caught 3 waves. An interference was a little unfortunate, but looking at his skill level, I'd say he's more just happy to be here participating and having a holiday in the Maldives.
But like what I like now, Mark, is look at this. First, second and third are super close, super tight. So you can throw a blanket over them, as it were. And now, here we go. Look at this for the right. I'll comment on this. Look at his style here. Look at this. Now, he's from Palestine. He's in a landlocked, more or less, place in the world. Look at that little bit of trim action. Look where his front foot is. It's on the rail there. If I was coaching him, I'd say, dude, get that thing across on the street. And then he says, oh, my.
That's the scoring move.
That's the
Pure
style.
stock right there.
That's the style. Well done. Hats off there. Palestinian surfer. Look at him. This is so cool.
Well, he caught 3 waves in 15 minutes, so you've got to say he was in pretty good rhythm.
Oh, yeah. I reckon maybe the judges had ripped him off.
147. That was just for the shucker. What about his moves?
Oh, mate. Here we go. What do we got, Mark?
Okay, so let me have a look at this. Blue. So this is your man, Abdullah Arif. He's in second place. He's only packing a couple of 2-somethings on his scoreline, so he knows he hasn't shown his best stuff. Frothy wave is a little tricky to ride, but he's got non-stop motion of the board. Throws it up again. That's a tiny little board. I think it's a 5.6 by memory when I was chatting with him the other day. It's the Mayhem model.
Yeah, I think the wave was pretty good size wave, you know, like look at the bottom turn. Like I think he needs to get himself more closer to the pocket and just put some big scores in judges' score sheets.
You know what? This takes him to first, you watch.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
In a low-scoring heat. You know, lucky the other guys haven't really blown up either, so dodging a little bit of a bullet in this one is your boy. So he has gone into first place. There we go. So that wave of 4.4, so not a huge number, but it is quite easily and clearly the best wave of the heat now. You happy with that?
I'm very, very stoked, yeah, but I think he can still do better. you know.
Oh,
I know. I saw him free surfing.
But I
out.
think he actually like trying to like sometimes you have to play safe a little bit.
Good point.
Hang on. No time for John to play safe. He's got to get it together here. He's in third position. Oh, this is good. He only needed just over 2 points. He's got it. And a little tuck in. Has a bit of vision. And out he goes. Easily the 217. He probably goes into first.
Here we go. Let's have a look. He does the little bit of a speed pump here, goes up into the lip, and then just really doesn't get it around that far. However, doesn't need to, because this little section, he's just going to get a little bit of a helmet shampoo here. He's going to get a car wash in the car wash tent there, get spat out at the end, and then just kicks out through the back. So can I just circle back quickly on the previous wave there for Red? I love his style, Mark. He's just so quiet and casual with the style. There's no loud noise with his surfing. He's got that front hand so coolly down beside his knee. He's not...
So we're talking Abdullah?
Yes. Okay. He's not winding up the windows. He's not throwing tomatoes out of the apple cart. He really has got a good style, which is a good basis for
So
good
what
surfing.
we've also got to remember about John Chan, the surfer we just saw, he's got the second highest scoring wave in this heat.
Yes.
He's only half a point behind Abdullah's wave. That ride was pretty good. He needed only a 217 for second. He probably didn't need a whole lot more to go into the first. Probably a 3.5 or just over 3.5 points will get him into first. So I think he's probably going to get there.
I reckon he'll get second. I'm a little bit dubious on first. We'll see where they go with this one.
All right. Well, I'll say he does, and you say he's not. So
I like that.
Let's see how we go. We're
I like
hedging
that.
our bets under 5 minutes. So either way, if he does go into the lead, it'll just put Abdullah into second, which is first or second, same. They both advance through. Judges taking their time on this one for John Chan. What do you reckon, AJ?
I think, I'm assuming that it's going to be a little lower than Abdullah's wave, because like Mel said, like that little turn he did and kind of like didn't go into the re-entry, but he just like did that really nice turn on the top on a really nice
Good
section, but there was nothing else, like the little tuck in, but
There's
yeah,
your
it's
boys
a tough
out there,
ball.
mate. There's the brother, Ibu. Here's the replay of the wave we've missed. We must have missed this wave of green. So he's got a 3-1 in his scoreline. It's going to be pretty close, actually, for these top three spots, because you could see on the replays, everybody's kind of starting to find their rails now and starting to do some decent moves.
I'm liking that.
Now, I'll tell you guys something.
Go.
John just scored a 517
There you
for that
go.
wave. So that turns into the best wave of
The
heat. He
heat.
goes to first. All right, so he's now got a 9.2 wave total, which is more than a 1.5 over Abdullah, who's sitting in second, and he's only 0.13 ahead of Mode in the green. So second place, there's this much in it, brother. You feeling a little nervous?
My goodness.
Yes.
I don't know if that was my coffee that's giving me a shake. So this heat's just.
Hey, here goes Red. So this was the 517.
Yeah, this is a replay of it. See, for me, I'll just let that one go to the experts.
But he does get another turn in before the car wash, and that was his best turn.
That was
a
his
proper
best
slash.
turn, so you're right there. I'll give that. But yeah.
All right.
Average surfing. Let's agree
Average,
to
and
disagree
that's where it
on
is, a
that.
517.
So, yeah,
Average,
agree to
517.
on that.
Yeah, so anyway, tough stuff has really tightened up. John now with the best wave. It's probably the point of difference in this heat, the 517. Without that, it will be just about neck and neck, all surfers in the 7-point range. So Abdullah with the 733 total, Mod in green with a 720 total, Muhammad, the Palestinian, on the beach, shuckers and high fives and all sorts of goodness going on there after his 15-minute heat. One little interference, but he won't care about that. He's like, forget that. I got 3 waves.
I'm good.
He's good, yeah. He's happy to
I'm
just
sorted up.
happy to call it a 15-minute heat. All right, so this is really, really close. We're down to 2 minutes, and we're almost out of here. So what I'm going to ask you is this. You've gone from not having a job to going, Mark, I'm caddying for Team Japan, and you're all puffing your chest out, going, they're paying me to do this. And today you're going, weep, weep. I've spent 10 hours out in the water because you didn't realise the Japanese were that freaking good that you're caddying every second heat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're not getting knocked out of any heat.
So you're just the busiest guy in the world now.
Yeah.
It's gone from being unemployed to the busiest man in the world.
Now, I'm just going to interject there. We've got another uh-oh moment going on here. Two surfers taking off on that wave there, Mark. So
Was that white again?
That was white and red on that one. So this is going to be interesting. We can't see the disc at the moment, the priority disc at the moment, but we do have an uh-oh moment going on here.
So the Palestinian surfer must have paddled back out.
Must have. White and red.
Could he get 2 drop-ins in one heat?
And then get ordered to go in.
Anyway, maybe we could get a replay on that.
Yeah,
Here it is now.
Here
So
we go,
okay, so red and white.
Yeah.
So red, he knows the rules. All right, he knows what's going on. White's just saw an opportunity to ride another wave. He doesn't care about this interference rule.
The only thing about that was
He's got another interference.
no, red actually didn't, just actually like faded. So maybe white did have priority. We speculate, obviously.
Maybe yes.
at this
Maybe he
point.
did. Maybe red had to straight.
Yeah.
No, but what happened is he didn't have priority because he's got a second interference.
Okay, there you go. So, yeah,
He's got to come in with 0-0. He.
Best 2 scores gone.
Yeah, 2 scores
Scores gone, buddy.
Straight
And
up.
then you've got to paddle in.
Your best scores are two interference.
2 interferences. You know, we've had 0 in the contest. He's gone down and nailed 2 of them. Yep. Okay.
Nice
So the heat is out in 1 second. 2 interferences have gone down. The highlight of the heat, the 5.17 for John Chan. So it is going to be red first. It's going to be Abdullah second. So I'll just write that down. Your boy is through. That is the viewing platform from right in front of the wave where people start their paddle out if they decide to walk out. One last opportunity to just look down the chute and say hello to anybody out there that might be listening, your friends.
Yeah, show your colors, guys. Even though I'm caddying for Japan, my heart is with you guys. So go, guys. Go the Maldives. Show your colors.
And this guy, he's an absolute beauty, Mark. So well done, AJ. I really rate you highly. And thanks for coming in and having a chat with us.
Thank you for having me.
Hardest working man on site here.
Yes.
Team Japan's caddy.
Ask for double time and a half.
Pay raise.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Geez, that was really good there to have a little bit of a chat with the locals. We did manage to see an early ride happen here in the first, or the last, if you like, of these heats. And that looks like our surfer from Singapore, Julian Mark Spacaratella, is out there in the red jersey. So he's out there doing it for Singapore. Also in this heat we have in blue Jalam Nazar from the Maldives. So Jalam, he'll be in the blue. In the green is our surfer hailing all the way from the Bangladeshi region, and in fact from Bangladesh, that's Rashid Alam. So welcome to day 3 for Rashid. And look, backing it up is our mate from Lebanon. This guy's a legend, and it's Alfred there. Alfred's going to be out there. As we see now, a replay of Alfred's first wave. So I confess I missed that live coverage on that, so I'll go through this replay as if it were live. Now Alfred's going to be happy with this. We had a little bit of a chat with him earlier on today and said, mate, you need to build a house, sit up the reef a little bit, get that first wave, get that first score under your belt. And I see his contest savvy is just getting better and better every heat that he's surfing. Now our Singapore surfer here is also in the mix here with the opening exchange. One turn there for a Singapore surfer. So a quick start, Shannon, for both red and white, and all blue also up and riding.
That's right. Great to see some quick waves right off the buzzer. Still more than 20 minutes left on the heat. Jalam from the Maldives with a quick couple of turns to start things off. We got a 3.5 on the board for Alfred for his opening ride for the Lebanese team, and a 0.93 for Rashid of Bangladesh. So scores to come through now for Julian of Singapore, and a score to come through for Jailam of the Maldives as well. And this will be our last heat for our men's Repicharge round 2, heat number 6. After this, we are heading into the very first round for our under 18 girls junior division. It'll be main round 3, and we'll have 3 heats of that action to call. Very excited to be able to see that get underway. And beyond that, we'll go back into our under 18s boys Repicharge rounds, followed by women's Repicharge round, and under 18 boys again for their second Repicharge to round out the day. So we've got a big day of surfing ahead of us. It's been exciting to see things kick off. Of course, with those tides being more favorable as well, we've been able to kick off nice and early once again, as we see Rashid with a takeoff deep behind the section. And I'm going to guess by the fact that we've lost sight of him that he has not been able to make it past that drop.
Yeah, no, I'll actually preempt the replay on this one. He's pretty well much pulled the eject button on that one. He's out of there. Back home, we would say he's doing the cray dive at the moment and checking out the reef there. But no, that's our surfer in green. There won't be much in that. For the benefit of the spectators at home, that will be a scoring ride, because what happens there is that the judges will look at that eject, as it were, and the fact that his hands leave the rail, Shannon, designates that as a scoring ride. So there won't be much in it. And it looks like our surfer in blue, which I confess I have missed this, so let's have a look at this. Nice, swooping, flowing, more or less 70s style carving going on there for our surfer in blue. That's Jalim Nazar. And he's got his feet in the wax. He's got a score on the board, which is priority at this point. And I like the fact that those all surfers did bust out of the gates early and get a start. And it means now that they can languish, they can sit back a little bit somewhat, and then try and pick the best waves then to be able to do their best surfing on.
Yeah, great insight there. Being able to just get things going early on. It's a 2.83 on the board for the Maldivian in Jailam. He is from the island of Gantu and loves surfing at Tiger Stripes, which is one of his local breaks. So many great waves in and around the atolls here in the Maldives. And we've got another couple surfers down on the beach ready to go with Kayla Moore, so let's check in with her now.
Hi guys, I'm here with Team Palestine's Mohammed from the last heat. Mohammed, how was it being out there at Cokes for, maybe your second time?
كيف كان شعورك أول لما رحت على الموجة هذه بسموها كوكس هذه ثاني مرة صح اليوم هذه ثاني مرة كيف كان شعورك؟
كان شعور عن جد فخم لا يوصف لاني انا كمان في المالديف وقاعد بشط في بحر المالديف مع وبنافس قاعد كمان انا كفلسطيني بنافس كل الدول الاجنبيه او العربيه.
It was a great feeling being out there, and I'm so excited about being here as a Palestinian, competing with all these amazing surfers, and it's just amazing.
It's amazing to have you here. And I've heard a bit about your travel to the Maldives. Can you tell me what it's like traveling from Palestine?
سعيدة بوجودك هان يعني وحابة سمعت عن رحلتك من غزة رحلة العذاب من غزة لهان فحابة تعرف بالضبط كيف إذا بتقدر تحكي عن الرحلة كيف وصلت هان.
طبعا بعد معاناه وصلنا لهان وصلت هان امبارح تعبان طبعا قعدت بيجي 3 ايام واحنا بالطريق من معبر لمطار لكذا بالعافيه لما وصلنا هنا وكنت منهي يعني امبارح نزلت السباق تعبان على الاخر ما ضلش فيها حيل.
It was very exhausting trip. It took about 3 days. He had to travel by land through the Rafah getaway. It's between Gaza and Egypt, and then go to Cairo, spend the night in the airport there, and travel to the Maldives. It took him, and it's been exhausting, and he's been so tired since then. So he needs a couple of days to recharge, I guess.
Very understandable for the long travel here to the Maldives and for you to come and still put on that jersey and be out there in the water representing your country is very, very special. Is there anything else that you would like to share?
ايش حابب بتقول لك يعني وصولك لهان كان يعني شيء عظيم وانه تحط التيشيرت هذا وتمثل فلسطين في المسابقة يعني حاجة عظيمة جدا فإذا حابب تضيف أي شيء تاني تفضل.
طبعا انا فخور كثير عن جد اني وصلت للمالديف هنا لانه كان فلسطين من غزه يعني صعب انه لحد يدور علينا في هذا الرياض لولا عندنا اتحاد الشرع والتجديف استاذ خضير بن ابو سليم هو المسك هذا الرياضه في غزه طبعا فسجلنا في هذه البطوله عشان نسجل فيها ونمثل فلسطين برا الحمد لله انا فخور كثير اني قدرت امثل فلسطين هنا حتى لو ما فزتش برضه انا فخور كثير اني انا شاركت في هذه الفعاليه هذه البطوله على مستوى العالم.
He's so proud of. I'm so proud to be here in the Maldives, and thanks to the efforts of the Federation of Rowing and Sailing, the Palestinian Federation of Rowing and Sailing, they organized all the trip and made it possible for him to be here and to take part of this competition and representing his country as a Palestinian. Especially, it's kind of an unknown country in the world right now because and the sport itself it's in its infancy so we are so proud to be here.
Well, it is such an honor for you guys to be here and to share this message with the rest of the world watching, so thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Great to hear from Team Palestine once again as we take a look at some replays here for the action in the water. Julian has found himself in a leading position off the strength of this wave of 483.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity here, Shannon. Like, I really have been following this small group of surfers, and Julian, you rock. This is the best wave I have seen him surf, including free surfing, and in the event here since he's been here. Small team, mum and a brother and a sister are travelling here from Singapore, representing their country. Right from day one, struggled with the paddle out. I tried to help them with that, where to go, how to do, what to do it. And now I'm seeing a personal best moment after this, 4 to 5, 6 days that we've been here. So, Julian, that's going to get him into first place. What did he get for that one?
That's right. It was a 4.83. Takes him up into the lead. Sitting in first now. Alfred sitting behind in a requirement for a 3.94 to take the lead again. But Jailam, this is going to be the opportunity that he can really set himself apart as the local competitor. Great couple cutbacks so far. He was originally a fisherman and then took to surfing and discovered he could start making a bit of a living out of it. As we take another look at this wave here, what are your thoughts?
Okay, so let's look at the compact style of Jailam, and it's really a Maldivian style. Look at this, head down, hand in the water, carving with smooth fluidity, and then gets to the end of that wave there, doesn't like what's left over and wisely elects to pull out as we see green going over to you, Shannon.
All right, live action. Rashad from Bangladesh. A lot of speed in this wave, trimming it off as he changes direction. Now setting himself up here for this re-entry on the finish and capitalizes on it. So he's going to have his best score so far, just a couple of knot point rides on the board before that.
Oh my goodness, look at this, folks. Shades of Gary Kong Elkerton at sunset. Look at the hand drive right there. That is Kong all over at sunset. So having to work his way now down through this inside section. Yeah, got a couple of neat, you know, meat and potato type turns there earlier on. Nothing super rad, but boy, oh boy, the style just, I had a flashback there back to the early 80s on that one, Shannon.
Yeah, some really awesome surfing coming through. So scores to drop for a couple of our surfers. Our local Maldivian is not from this island. He's from Kaafu on Thulusdhoo Island. And like I was saying, he used to be a fisherman before he got into surfing, but now he's able to work as a surf guide on surf charters and in the resorts. So pretty incredible that he's not only able to be competing at this level, finished off with a 3rd place finish at Nationals last year, ranked number 3 for the 2022 season here in the Maldives, which is a highly contested event. We can see the strength of their surfers and the number of competitors for those Nationals really pushing. But to see him now sitting here representing and to be working behind the scenes as well as a surf guide, one of the guys you want to be in contact with if you're coming on a trip here. As we saw a quick paddle there from Julian, was unable to really find a piece of that wave. And we're going to take a look now at some replays.
Yeah,
the finish for this last of Rashawn.
Yeah, that's the last finishing manoeuvre there for the surfer in green, Rashawn. So he's well and truly happy with his performance, I'm pretty sure. But here we go. This is...
The replay for Alfred from Lebanon. So just taking a look at the end of that wave.
We didn't get to see up the line a little bit there, so I prefer to pass like a judge. If I don't see it, I can't comment on it, and I love the virtue that what the technical team are bringing by benefit of replays for you at home. So let's have a look. Rashad here, eyes off the prize. Nice turn, mate. I like this one. And here he goes. Oh, he just overcooked. He knew it too. The body language said it all. He just overcooked that a little bit. Needed to get his centre of gravity, his weight down low, and then just get that tilt a little bit better. Get that board off axis on the toe side rail to get that penetrating back down the face.
So 2 scores to come through for Alfred from Lebanon in the white. We've got a score to drop for Rashid as well in the green jersey for Bangladesh. Score to come through for Julian, but that was just a quick in and out for him, so that shouldn't factor into his top 2 scores. He is still holding on to that leading position. Like you said, he's been traveling here with his mom and his sister Camille, and they've been really excited to, you know, hit the road, start competing at a slightly bigger international sized event. They have been competing a lot back at home or in the Asian region when they're able to get themselves into those different events that are running through. And Camille, his little sister, will be competing in heat number 2 for our main round on the under 18 girls. She also was competing in the open rounds yesterday. As we take another look at this one from Alfred.
Yeah, this is Alfred's, like, as I say, he's just at this section here, looking the goods. Well, this actually might be his second wave. They might have replayed that first one. That's where I missed out on that. So, yeah, my apologies there, ladies and gentlemen. And Alfred, he's got rid of that glitch with this wave. So I'm liking that. That's going to be an improvement. It's going to be his best wave, and in fact, it takes him to 3rd place.
All right, so scores rolling through now for Alfred. A 2-2-3 on the board for his last wave, and a 2-5-7 has him sitting in 3rd place. And Jailam holds on to 2nd out of that last exchange, but a 2-4-7 on the board for Rashid. So requirements being a little bit smaller. Jailam now with an opportunity to kind of close the door on that 2nd place position or even take the lead. Nice snap under the section for those first 2 maneuvers. Just absolutely drifts that tail around, but can't hold on to control to the finish.
Let's have a look at this, folks. Nice takeoff. He's almost standing tall there, you know, like a god. This one here just jams it, doesn't carve it. It'll be a 2nd jam. Now, this section here, oh, just everything comes unstuck there. Fins unglue, out of the face, board swivel, so he manages to pull that one off. Couple of turns there on that one. Will he improve? What has he got to improve on there?
For our surfer in blue, he's looking to improve on a 2.83.
2.83, I reckon he's going to be on the mark.
Needs a 3.21 to take himself into lead, and he gets it, a 3.27,
Nice.
just ahead. He's now into first for our local competitor.
That's so cool.
Singapore down into second, holding on to priority, chasing a 2.67 to get himself back into the lead. It does mean those requirements are just slightly higher on both third and fourth place position, a 3.94 for our third place surfer from Lebanon, and a 4.96 on the board for the requirement of our Bangladesh surfer. As we are counting down to about 7 minutes remaining in this heat. Great, clean waves rolling through. We've had a little bit of those ripples rolling up the face, but now we're starting to see some beautiful waves like this coming through. Although I have noticed quite a few of them are turning into closeouts, Mal.
You know, that was my observation this morning, is I just thought today you want to probably be up the reef a little bit further than what you have been over the previous ensuing days, and just then sit back, wait, let those wider ones run off, the ones with a little bit more speed on them, and then try and pick the best waves, the ones that travel a little bit slower, which give you the opportunity to be able to do the major manoeuvres. Now look, for the benefit of those spectators and those people at home in web world, while we've got a break, a manoeuvre is classified as anything probably more than greater than a 180-degree turn. So by being able to get that board to go either forehand or backhand at 180 degrees designates a manoeuvre. There are generic manoeuvres that the judges are aware of and that all surfers are aware of, and for example a cutback, for example a tube ride, for example a re-entry, etc. et al. What the judges then look at is how are those manoeuvres performed? Are they performed with a high degree of difficulty? And if they are, that starts boosting the scale. Are they performed with speed, power and flow? The judges hang their hats on those things and the completion. And the judges are strict on this. If you partially complete a manoeuvre, it doesn't score. Over to you, Shannon.
Rashad now up and riding, looking for the barrel, dives straight through it, and you'll have to wash that one off, but looking for that point of difference within this heat in his surfing as we take another look at what could he have done differently here.
I think what he could have done differently here is just stayed the high line a little bit more and then look for one turn on this wave. One good big turn on that wave then would have perhaps given him a 3 or 3.5. Downtown, as it were, he's just had to hail the bus and see it go goodbye. So yeah, reverting back to Rashid's wave, if he had just sort of gone speed pump, off the bottom one turn, because it was obvious that that wave was going to close out, that's what you've sort of got to get your mindset on at this point. And by sitting down the bottom part of the wave, that is below the fall line of the wave, so therefore the power source has been tempered somewhat down in the base of the wave. As you get up the wave face, the power source manages to become much more high voltage. Over to you.
Julian now up and riding, nice backhand whip for that second turn, sets himself up, drives off the bottom. Smaller sized wave, but it's got that little corner to it, allows him to get a couple maneuvers connected together. He's trying to build on a 2.60 as his backup score to put more pressure on Alfred for Team Lebanon. Alfred at the moment chasing a 3.94 as we take another look here.
All right, so here we go. Here's that little mate from Singapore. Well done, little guy. And look, you raised a good point during your commentary on this. The judges aren't looking at the biggest waves. The criteria states it's the best waves, and sometimes the best waves are the smaller or mid-sized waves. And this is where, is it Joseph? I think it is.
Julian.
Julian, sorry. He's managed to pick the eyes out of the lineup a little bit by getting a good little runner. So it is sort of the better waves. Obviously, if a big wave comes through and it's bigger than that and it does get the run on it, judges go, well, that's a bigger, better wave. So it will score higher because the degree of difficulty to perform those manoeuvres on the wave, Shannon, is much harder. I hope that helps everyone sitting at home at Web World trying to work out how we work with a surfing contest.
Yeah, it definitely does. Down to 3 minutes on the clock. Scores to come through for Julian. A small score drops in as a 0.93, so another attempt for Alfred of Lebanon. Now, Alfred's got an amazing story behind him. Lebanese family. He was actually born and raised on the Ivory Coast, but due to civil war that erupted there, when he was 18 years old, his family moved back to Lebanon. He, growing up in the Ivory Coast, became an artist and loves graffiti. He's actually been able to make a full-time living as a graffiti artist now at home in Lebanon, and has been one of the pioneers not only of surfing for Lebanese surfers, but also for bringing graffiti there, and he's had his work published in magazines all over the place. As we take a look at Rashid here now with an opportunity for Team Bangladesh, that was an important moment for him to be able to get another score on the board.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, what's the requirement there for him?
He's chasing down a 4.96. Let's take another look here.
All right, so he needs a reasonable wave here. Does he get this? I'm finding that could be the spot where it does have the error drawn there by bogging that inside rail a little bit. So for me, yeah, but nah. I can't sort of see that happening there on that, and kind of just got a little bit stuck there on that. So he's going to need to go out and get another wave. Look at this great wave for Blue, Shannon.
All right, cruising around the section, setting himself up. Nice drive off the bottom. Gets a bit of torque out of that first turn. Now really engages the rail on the second. Nice finish here as that wave starts to taper off. And some great surfing from Jailam, keeping himself in that leading position still.
All right.
And we're still waiting for that last score of Julian. I will just mark that as we take a look at this one.
Good stuff. So all those enthusiasts sitting at home, this is our heat leader at the moment there. He gets a really good start on this wave. Does start to run out of PSI towards the end of it, and that abbreviation is pound per square inch, which normally means force, which normally means power. So that wave sort of peters off somewhat into the channel, but all the work got done on the outside there. So got a feeling he may even go back into second place with this wave.
Well, scores are through for last of Julian
first
for red that we've been waiting on, a 3.37. So
Yep.
he's now jumped into first. Jailam down into second, but we're now waiting for the score for his last wave. If it's better than a 3.98, which would have to be a second highest, it will take him back into the lead. And there it is, a 4.0 for Jailam, just higher than the requirement. Gets him back into the lead. Julian down into second. Alfred now up and riding, the graffiti artist from Lebanon, flying through on his backhand, a pioneer of surfing and a pioneer of graffiti as well, back at home.
Get out of here, Alfred. That is hands down the best turn you have done at the whole event right here, right now. Look at this, and he's going to finish it off. Look at that. This guy has never surfed in an event before. He's a character. Oh, wow, that's so cool.
That was such an impressive opening turn. So we've got scores to roll through for last of Alfred. Rashan with a 2.80 for our Bangladesh surfer. Now, Rashid has done an incredible amount in pouring back into his home community, especially in developing surfing for women there. He's running and assisting in a women's surf club and really helping to get women into the lineup back in his home area, which is awesome to see. Thank you, Rashid. And we're waiting for that last score for Alfred to drop through for Lebanon. And we'll see how it comes through. But we're going to go to a recap now. We'll have Mark and Afri back into the booth, and they'll give you the official results from Heat number 6, Men's Repechage Round 2. We're going to have our girls under 18s division heading out next.
Hot stuff, Shannon.
Live action again, ladies and gentlemen. It is almost 11 o'clock Wednesday morning down here in Thulusdhoo. We can see our heat that's in the lineup ready to rip in. It is Rika Soji representing Japan in the red. It is Jingxuan Zhang in the blue, representing, let me see, China. It is Isabel Faye Giggs representing Thailand in the green, and Harin Lee representing Korea in the white. This is the first heat of our junior girls. It's the first time we've seen them, and I'm going to welcome into the booth with me, Afri. G'day, mate.
Hey, mate. How you doing?
I'm fine, and what an epic experience is going on down here. The young ladies now, they've been waiting quite a while to get their opportunity to get to this point and pull the rash fest on.
And there we can see the last wave of Julian from the heat before.
All right, and it wasn't enough of a score, so we're going to have a look at those results just for the people online that saw that heat. Those official results were that blue took it out, Jalam Nazir.
Exactly, from Maldives.
Yep. Julian got second, so the surfer in red got up, got enough, got himself second,
Singapore.
the Singapore surfer. So congratulations, Julian and Jalam. They'll move through to the next round. But right now it's all about the young ladies, our juniors in the lineup.
Exactly. Already the first wave from Surfer in blue. And I love that the gods of the ocean knew that we wanted to run the girls sub 18 today and gave us the right conditions. So
just dropped a little, huh?
Exactly. I think that's a perfect start for the girls. Not saying that they can't surf the big ones, but definitely to gain some confidence in these waves, it's better to start your heats like this.
And, you know, they've sat on the sidelines and watched some pretty big surf, 3 days of competition prior to today. The free surfing before the start of competition was still pretty big and bossy, so they may not have got a whole lot of wave time out here prior to today. But I'll tell you what did happen. I had an early surf here this morning, Afri, and most of the young girls came out with their coaches to get their lineup sorted and to build a little bit of confidence before this point.
There you go. Luckily today we have sort of mid to high tide the whole day. The tides here are a little bit different. Is it because of the atolls, or what is the reason why it's not like the classical 6 hours on and off?
Yeah, geez, I don't know. That's a good point. I'm not from here. I spend most of my time Indonesia or Western Australia. So I'm not sure, but yep, the water looks like it's maintained a pretty even level most of the day.
There we go. First wave from surfer from China. A little bit of a struggle on the first top turn, but nice finish, can stand it, and that will be a good first score for her.
All right, it did lock in at a 4-point ride. This wave here for Reds is a 2.83. So the replays now, the young ladies are off and racing. This is pretty confident it's an under 18 division. Would that be right, Afri?
Yep, absolutely. And the surfers from Japan and China are not only surfing the sub-18 division, but also for the women. So they have probably surfed the spot more often than the others. But yeah, as you can see, the Chinese surfer already got the first place with the 4-point ride, and that's not even 7 minutes after the start of their heat. So it's going to be an interesting one. Definitely Chinese, the Chinese team is one of the surprising team since at least 1 or 2 years. It's incredible how you can almost start from zero and get to this level within less than a couple of years, isn't it?
Well, it didn't happen when I was at Grom. I tell you, surfboards have changed. Everybody seems to get on a board that suits them pretty early in their life now. It makes a big difference. And here goes Green's first wave. So this is Isabel Faye Giggs. I met her last year in Thailand. She's very cool. We're going to have an interview with her at some time because she speaks really well.
All right. What did you do in Thailand, mate?
We had kind of an exhibition event in Phuket last August, organised by Tippy and the crew out of the ASC, the Asian Surfing Cooperative. So good on you, Tippy and Tim Hain, pulling that one together for us. Super welcoming to us up there. They were. It was really cool. So I think Thailand want in on some bigger events as well. That was like a little version of what we can do. I think they want to add some QS points to it at some stage and get into that realm.
Did you get some of those good wind swells they're getting there?
It surprised me. It was better than I thought. Like it was, you know, Phuket Beach, Carter Beach, I think it was called. Sort of 2 to 3 foot for the whole week during the event. We had some longboarding involved in that as well, but that's where I met Isabel. She's cool as. We'll have a chat with her a little later on.
All right. Foil surfing is quite big over there, right?
What?
Foil surfing, foil
okay.
surfboards.
Not sure. Didn't see a whole lot of it.
Yeah, and what is surprising in Thailand is once the wind swell comes, since you only have like 6-7 seconds per period, you'll have wave after wave after wave.
Is that what the period is today? Is that
Yep,
low?
yep.
Wow, okay. It's still holding really good shape though. I mean, look at these things rolling on down the reef.
Right, and that's probably the smallest day we'll have for the event. The forecast is saying that the swell will increase during the day, and for tomorrow we're actually looking for 6+ feet waves. So
Again, back to 6 foot.
yeah, man, this place is pumping, hey.
Wow. So I'm being told at this stage it's kind of that we've lucked into what they're calling the swell of the season so far.
Mate,
We've been here 1 week. We had pretty good surf every day.
I would say it was more than good. I have to say, you and I, we had some of the best sessions I can remember for a long, long time. Surfing coke, surfing chickens, being able to surf Pasta Point. You guys also went to Sultan, so man, how good can surfing get?
Well, it got a little better too because there was a couple of days in a row I had surfs out in front here with jet ski assist, thanks to my good friend out of
Shall we tell them out there?
Ted Madison, and we did. I got to admit it. I kind of cheated, and for 2 hours one day, we were getting, you and me, we're getting lift out after the lift out from the jet ski, so we didn't have to worry about the current, and that was a good thing. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Harim Lee now.
From Korea, surfer in white, starting with her first wave. A little bit of a slow wave there. She's trying to generate some speed. There she goes.
Yeah, she was in the water with us this morning. She looked a little nervous still, but, you know, finding her feet now, so this is a good thing.
Mm.
So the best wave so far in this heat is a 4-point ride. It goes to blue. She's, we have all 4 surfers now that will be locking in a single number.
Going for the bottom turn. It could have been a little bit deeper. Does a little bit of a check turn there, but then just tries to find the groove in this one. Goes for a roundhouse cutback. But then again, needs to put a little bit more power on her front foot so that she really goes down and generate the speed. Is looking for the end section, and then loses the wave at the end.
You know what I liked about that wave, though? It was a completion. It's a first wave. She's only, well, it took her about 8 or 9 minutes to find the wave, but she completed it. It was non-stop movement of the surfboard, so just feeling things out. And a better wave now there for blue as well. Quite a committed end manoeuvre. While we're waiting, we'll just stay with red here, the live action. Rika Soji
from Team Japan, trying to go a little bit more critical on these challenging waves, because you can see it's wide all over. Couldn't finish it. That was her first wave. And then also surfer in green from Thailand, Isabel. Has got a cleaner wave there, goes down on her roundhouse cutback,
Whoops.
and then does a little bit of a ballet there.
I'd say her leg rope was stuck around her front leg, which is probably what happened there. So this is everybody's first rides. We'll get to some numbers and get to the leaderboard in a moment. But meanwhile, let's see who Kayla's tracked down for the boardwalk interview. Over to you. Thanks, Kayla.
I've tracked down Team Bangladesh, Rashid, who is here with me. Tell me about surfing in your country and what it is like being here in the Maldives.
So surfing in my back home in Bangladesh, we have the longest beach in the world, but the very small amount of the surfers surfing out there, and really small amount of the girls surfing out there. So I started the girls teaching surfing in 2013 in our country back home, and they're doing great every day and every day. A little bit challenging over there because of the Muslim country as well. So also the girls really come from the family, the background, really poor as well. So we've been like try to taking care of them, reaching out to their dreams, help them to follow that as well. And also I'm over here in the Maldives representing my country. One day I hope I can bring here some of my students here to compete Asian Championship, the contest of this wave. That's my dream as well. It's always my dream to bring some girls in like anywhere in world, so they can see outside of the home, outside of the country. And surfing is a big thing. Surfing is great. So the Maldives is amazing. They're hosting us really well. And the people's here really friendly, welcoming. We love being here. We love to come back bring some of the over here to compete.
Yes, it's very special. What you said just gave me chicken skin, because for me as a woman, I want to empower other women to get into the water and to enjoy the ocean, because not only is it a beautiful sport, but it allows you to chase your dreams and to expand your mind to new things. How many women do you teach back at home?
We have plus 15 girls surfer over there in this country, entire country, but actively surfing like 8 to 10 girls, but a couple of them really good. So we could not make it this time because the passport we didn't making them, so I hope we can bring them soon.
Yes, well, I do as well. I hope that we see the women from Bangladesh here come and surf in the competition, hopefully the next Asian Surfing Championships 2024, and we look forward to that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Unreal. Thanks very much, Kayla. And geez, didn't Rashid speak well out of Bangladesh? And it's really cool that we're not just grabbing winners for every interview, giving some other lesser known countries a bit of airplay. It's really cool.
Absolutely. This is what the ASF is all about, the Asian Surfing Federation, and this Asian Surfing Championship. You know, Asia as a country where surfing hasn't got a rich history like it has in the US or Australia, with maybe Japan and Indonesia and the Maldives being the only exceptions. But this is a huge continent with a lot of countries, and what we really want to do is have the opportunity to tell the story from all the countries. For example, like the story of the Chinese surfers that you can see right now in the replay, unfortunately missing the wave. Wasn't fast enough for that wave, but there you go with the Thai surfer.
Yep, and while we're on a break, Isabel really strung together some strong moves. You can see that snap in the pocket. That's quality. Really good use of the rails, and really in the critical part of a smaller wave, but good surfing. The judges threw a 5.17 at that, and then she backed it up here with the 3.67. So strong lead now for the young surfer out of Thailand.
Right.
I'll tell you something you may not be familiar with as well. When I did meet her, she told me that she'd competed in the New South Wales state rounds back in the day, and she made the state team. So New South Wales is a really strong state in Australia. Puts up some of the best surfers. For her to do that, I went, wow, you must be a shredder. Here
there
we
you
go.
go.
She knows how to use the rails, and she knows what needs to be done in a contest. So
you can see that, absolutely. I was lucky enough to spend 2 years in New South Wales, in Sydney mainly, but I traveled around, and man, this place is blessed with waves. So for sure, you learn how to surf properly when you spend some time there. And if I'm not mistaken, her dad is from Australia.
Yeah.
So probably that is one reason why
Yep.
she had the chance to spend so much time in
and
NSW.
And Mum's travelling here with her again at this event. So hence the Thailand heritage. That's crossed with a nice blend of Australian as well. So Isabella Faye Giggs is probably going to go a fair way through this draw, I'm tipping. She's looking pretty strong. How's that wave goes unridden?
Yeah, true. You know, the thing is, if you surf a spot like this, you see so many beautiful waves that you sort of stop surfing those beauty ones. I guess for most of the participants here, a wave like this would be the wave of the day, if not the wave of the month in their home spots. But Coke's surf break here in Thulusdhoo, Maldives, is producing these waves in less than 5-minute rhythm. So you really get spoiled surfing this spot.
The next team just making their way out. Let's have a look at this. It's Surfer in White featuring next out of Singapore.
The siblings.
Yep, Camille Marie right there and a brother.
These two are being in the water for quite some heats because they are the caddies of each other's. They are surfing the adults and they are surfing for the sub-18, so it's a lot of water time for these two.
Now, speaking of water time, and something you just touched on as well, is the Japanese outfit here have brought juniors that are surfing in their open, so they didn't bring any open surfers at all. Their junior girls are their open team as well. Their junior boys are their open team, and they're killing it.
Absolutely. I mean, we know that the Japanese have a flawless technique, but now they are even focusing more for the next generation. I mean, they have already some of the best surfers, thinking of Kanoa surfing in the CT, but that doesn't mean that the Japanese team is stopping. No, it's the contrary. They're really looking to produce some of the best surfers for the future. They're right now working with Chris Moore as a trainer for the sub-18s, the trainer and father of Carissa Moore. So they have some of the best people working with them to produce some of the best surfers with flawless technique.
All right, speaking of techniques, Isabel gets one tidy hit in. It was still a strong manoeuvre. The wave choice wasn't ideal, but the manoeuvre was pretty sick. Dropping into this wave out the back looks like Ricky Soji. Once again, speaking of wave choice, they both got that one a little bit wrong.
Yeah, today wave choice, wave selection is as important as ever because there's a big difference between the wide ones and the more peaky ones. You do see her doing a nice little turn there with the lip, but couldn't do more than one maneuver. Let's see how the judges will score that.
All right, well, she's trying to improve on a 3.67. I'm not sure the one manoeuvre will do that. It was still a pretty strong turn. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Isabel. You can see she's confident over some of the other junior girls. You know, her experience in events, doing well in the New South State titles and all that sort of stuff. She's showing her experience right here. She's got a strong lead, doing some of the best manoeuvres, so that's going to hold her in good stead throughout the week.
Right.
6 and a bit minutes to go in this heat. Does it improve on a 3.67? It was one strong manoeuvre. It may do, but if it does, it won't be by much. Meanwhile, let's have a look at this wave. Blue in the chute, the Chinese surfer.
Again, too fast. Right now, they're all going for the fast waves, for the wide breaking waves. They are more inside. If they would paddle a little bit further outside, they could go for the more peaky ones, the slower ones, that actually allows you to do more maneuvers, because it's a difficult day to really get barreled, so might be a better strategy to avoid those fast ones.
Yeah, maneuvers. And one thing I've noticed out of my limited experience out the front is when you're paddling for a wave or a wave's coming at you and you look at it, my theory is if it looks like there's a little bit too much on it, then there more than likely is, and I just leave those ones alone. So all three, those last waves just raced off a bit too much for the girls. This is looking better.
Exactly.
So
it's one of the slower ones that allows you actually to do something.
Rikasoji.
Right, she's using the speed, but doesn't commit too much on the maneuvers because she doesn't want to lose the wave. Was able to do a couple of maneuvers there and finish the wave. Wasn't the most critical wave, but at least finished one, and she only needs to
3.81.
Exactly.
All she needs. Yep.
Let's see if that was enough. Mark, tell me, what is the difference that you see between those kids right now? Well, they're not kids, but sub-18 surfers compared to your time when you were at that age. Because if I'm not mistaken, you were quite a competitive surfer too, no?
Yeah, I did for a long, long time. The biggest difference these days that I see, kids get really good really quick. The main reasons is the surfboards. They all get surfboards that suit them at a young age, all right? So the manoeuvrability comes pretty quick. The coaching and the use of video players and all that sort of stuff helps fast-track people enormously. And if you've got half a brain on them and some skill, they can improve pretty quick. And that's what we're seeing a lot these days. Some people here have been surfing, 1 or 2 years, and they're out there doing manoeuvres and riding some pretty strong waves. And there's no way that was going on when I was young. And another big difference, there was hardly any female surfers when I was young, man. There was almost none.
Right.
So huge differences these days.
And it's a great difference. The sport is for everyone. Everyone should enjoy it, have that, just that joy that you get surfing out there. So it's great to see that female surfing is on a rise everywhere, and also here in Asia and the Asian Surfing Championships.
Okay, we've got a goofy footer up. We'll zoom in on that and find out exactly who it is. It could be blue. Either way, it was a short-lived ride.
Right.
Isabella did not improve on that last, on a two-wave total with that last one-hit wave. It was a 2.93. So a throwaway score for Isabella, but holding its pretty steady lead here. The surfer in red, the Japanese surfer, needs a 3.85 to advance into first. More importantly, the Chinese surfer in the blue needs a 3.84 to advance into second. The Korean surfer with just one wave needs her next wave to be a minimum of a 5.66 to challenge for that all-important second spot. Down to 3 and a bit minutes. Either way, it's been a pretty entertaining way to kick things off, because we can see there's at least 3 surfers in this heat that are showing some pretty good skill level.
Absolutely, and that's the first heat of the first round sub-18 female surfers. We will see some more action in this division. The next heats will both be from the girls sub-18. So yeah, as we said, it's great to see that female surfing is on a rise. We heard it before in the interview with Kayla Moore from the surfer from South Asia, from Bangladesh, saying that they are actually working on building up the female surf scene in Bangladesh. And we've seen surfers, female surfers in this event from Saudi Arabia, from Lebanon. So it's great, man. We're really going towards that 50-50 that we are all aiming for.
50-50, enlighten me.
50-50 means 50% male surfers, 50% female surfers.
I thought that's where you were going. But
we had it in the ISA's World Games up until, I believe it was France 2016. There you see surfer in blue, Chinese surfer, trying it in one of those fast waves, but unfortunately that wave was too fast.
I think we've seen all these waves. So these are second replays actually. So the state of play is that the surfer in red here put together a 5-point ride and consolidated second position. So that would have been her 5 right there. Just some nice, smooth, steady surfing. Got the job done. That would be the 5.
Yeah, and what you can see with the Japanese surfers is they're not going for the very last bit of the wave, which is something most of the other surfers do, but they can't finish it. So I think there's great coaching work done there by the Japanese team to say, hey, the last bit is not really sort of a wave where you can do a lot of maneuvers, and it's difficult to finish it, so just leave it. If you
flick out and get back out the back, do the work early. The judges always as well, Afri, you know, a big part of coaching and trying to be a good contest surfer is the first half of a wave is where most of the points can come from. So if you haven't done the work early, you might as well just get off that thing anyway and get back out the back and try again, because or a la, in a positive mind frame, do the work early and you don't have to hit the end section. You can flick out and get back out, because if you've done the work early, you're going to get a big number or a good number anyway. So yeah, attack the first opportunities. Here goes Isabella now, the heat leader. So as I've said before, she does have good use of the rails, mate. You can see the way she really tilts the board over and manufactures her own speed by doing that. Boom, there's another little swack in the pocket. So a 5th manoeuvre now here for Isabella. My goodness, still a little bit of something here. She might try and sign off with you know, a 6th manoeuvre, dare I say. That's an amazing ride there from Isabella. 25 seconds to go. What a well-paced heat from Isabella.
Yeah, there you go, going for the high line, speed it up, and then boom, as you said, first maneuver, a lot of spray there, gives it a push in the tail. Second one, roundhouse cutback, finds her line again. Nice third maneuver with the lip, finishes it. And then she says, okay, let's go for quantity. I have the quality already, and goes for maneuver after maneuver, even the last little bit. She pumps her way through. And you can see the heat just finished there, and she finishes that wave.
Well,
nice
surely that's going to be the wave of the heat. Surely that was a really well-paced wave there from Isabella. So the reason she milked that thing all the way down the line was the heat was about to finish. So she went, all right, well, I've got to go in anyway. I might as well just stick with this thing. So it's going to be green first. Red, the Japanese surfer, will finish in second position. A nice swing of the blade there from blue, unfortunately coming a little short of the mark, but we'll get an opportunity. We'll get the opportunity in a repecharge heat. Meanwhile, Afri, we're going to throw to a recap of that heat, which will give us a little bit of time off. We'll be right back shortly with heat 2 of the under-18 women's. So for the people online, I think we're teed up to do the recap.
Enjoy.
Right on. Live action, everybody. Heat 2 of the main round for the junior girls has just started. 1 minute off the clock, these 25-minute matchups. It's a high-powered heat as well. We can see Kanon Takahashi representing Japan in the red. CG Young, the Chinese surfer, in blue. Another China surfer in Jinjiang Zhang in green. And Camille Marie, the Singapore surfer, will serve in white. You're telling me on paper this is a really strong matchup, Afri?
This is a stacked round. All of them are surfing the women's division too, so wow, this is going to be an interesting one. I can't tell you who will win this. There are no favorites. All of them are favorites in here. So let's see what the ocean does, and then we'll see who in this round will proceed. But man, it's going to be an interesting one. And I already feel sorry for the ones in the rapid charge who are going to surf against the third and the fourth from this heat, because that will be a tough one for them.
Well, I'm excited then, mate. We've got 23 minutes to sort out exactly who can avoid the rapid charge round. 4-person heat going on here. This is effectively heat 2 on the junior women's side of the draw. There's only 3 of these heats before we kick over to some more rapid charge heats a little later on. So after these 3 heats, we will be seeing rapid charge junior boys. There'll be 2 heats of those. Rapid charge of the women's, 2 heats of those. And then we are going to see these young ladies that dip out in this, 3rd and 4th places here in these 3 heats. We'll have 2 heats of rapid charge heats this afternoon to finish our day's format. That'll be 15 heats in the bank. That's what we're calling day 4.
Plenty of surfing today, as we already saw. Some good surfing in the last days, and we'll see in the next days. And talking about all the surfing, Mark, where are you going to surf today?
I've already surfed.
You did already?
Yeah.
This is why I didn't tell you for your stretch, for early morning stretch.
No, I wasn't up there stretching this morning because I decided, because I went out yesterday afternoon and so did you, and we had so many surfers come out and invade, and oh my God, it would have been 30 Maldivian surfers came out, and within a short space of time, I hadn't had a wave. I looked to my right, my inside, there's 15 Maldivian surfers. I looked to my left, there's 15 Maldivian surfers.
So you went straight.
And I said to Bruno, who paddled out, the Saudi Arabian coach, I said, Bruno, we're not going to get a wave, dude. I did. I think I might have burnt someone to get it.
You did, I saw you.
I didn't look over my shoulder. I kept on going and I paddled all the way home and went.
You were closing your eyes.
I had a one-wave surf and I went, you know what, I'm going to get up in the morning and continue that surf. So I just went straight out in the dark.
Talking about burning people, did I tell you that I think I met you? I'm actually quite sure. I met you like 11 years ago in Nias. And, that was this beautiful day, probably the biggest day of my trip. And I was really looking to get barreled in Nias. So that was the day. And I was waiting. And finally that big set came. I was positioned perfectly. Oh, as you can see, surfer in blue pumping her way through, surfer from China, Siki Yang. Wow.
What the?
Look at the speed. Doesn't lose anything. Nice little floater there. Roundhouse cutback. Not losing speed whatsoever.
Wow.
Doing her turn. What is going on?
Oh,
5th
my
maneuver.
goodness.
Woo!
Man, huge number coming for blue. CG Young.
If I'm not mistaken, she is the one that I surfed with in the 5 or 6 free surfs in La Bocana. We'll tell you the story in a bit, but first tell us what the Japanese surfer in red, Kanon, is doing.
Takahashi. So this heat has started in mighty fine style. It's really caught my attention. These 4 surfers, 2 of them so far, just absolutely going nuts, showing some really, really good skill. That wave of blues, I reckon that goes into the 9s.
There you go.
I'm confident that was easily the best wave I've seen this morning from the junior women's. Look at this first turn.
She's reading the wave perfectly. Beautiful calf there. Goes to the lip, floater, jumps down. Has still all the speed she needs for the roundhouse cutback and doesn't lose any speed whatsoever. Does another top turn there and almost vertical. And wow, incredible. Completed the wave. That was beautiful.
Yep, and Kanon as well. So we're seeing the replays of those first 2 exchanges, and my goodness, we're going to see huge number drop in for blue, somewhere in the mid-range for red. Both pretty strong ways to start a heat. Meanwhile, we'll throw over to Kayla on the boardwalk. Who have you got for us this time, Kayla?
Down on the beach with the heat winner, Izzy from Team Thailand. Izzy, how was it out there? The waves are looking so fun.
The waves are like really, really fun, and there's so many like sections, and yeah, it was so fun.
I'm glad you were enjoying yourself. What was your strategy in that heat?
I was just trying to get like a quick good one at the start, and then just slowly like build up, maybe get another one, and then wait for a really big one to get a bigger score.
Awesome. Yeah, building on those scores is super important in competition. How are the waves here compared to your home in Thailand? Tell us a little bit about that.
The waves in Thailand, we don't have reef breaks, and the waves are still really fun though. They're probably like 3 to 4 foot.
Well, that sounds like such a fun size, and we look forward to seeing you as you advance through competition for the under 18 women. Anything else you want to say?
I'm loving my time here in Maldives, and I'm so stoked to have the opportunity to represent Thailand here. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Unreal. Well, thanks, Kayla. And the big news out of the start of this heat is CG Yang, a 9.0.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, and here it is again.
Let's
Now-
just enjoy.
Go
Look
for
at it. She's so fast. She knew already what the wave is doing. Going for a beautiful bottom turn up to the nice carve there. Jumps to the floater, lands it. Still the same speed. Roundhouse cutback again. Man, what is going on? Her technique is... And you know what? It doesn't even surprise me. As I was saying, I was surfing with her in La Bucana in the World Surfing Games in El Salvador 6 weeks ago. And I saw her there. She was surfing the same way. She's hungry for waves. She knows what she's doing. You know what? I believe if she has the chance to go to Puerto Rico, where the next World Surfing Games will take place in 2024, she has got a good chance to get qualified for the Olympics.
All right, big call, but a good call because that was mighty impressive. You know what? That really ticked all the major parts of the judging criteria, the speed, the power, flowing from turn to turn, degree of difficulty. She really took every section on and didn't miss a beat. So I think the only room for improvement that the judges are leaving in the scale is maybe a tube ride, because she did pretty much everything else. It was sick.
Yeah, right. So I wouldn't be surprised seeing her getting those tubes. I knew that the Team Japan, they spent like 2 months in El Salvador before the World Surfing Games started, and another 4 months prior to that in Costa Rica. So they really tried their best to give their surfers the chance to well, be just prepared as much as they can. And before that, they're surfing almost all year round in China, and what's that peninsula called? Hanai Island. They call it the Hawaii of China. So yeah, there's a lot of work put into this. So
I'm going to ask you about that in a minute. We'll just read out Cannon's number as well. So it did fall right in that mid-range. A 5.17, a really good start for herself as well. The 9 was just blockbuster, but even starting with a 5.17, you've got to be happy with that. Definitely going to release some nerves for Cannon and settle her down here, because you're saying, let's have a look at green. She hits that a little bit funky.
And the wave hits her afterwards. So again, another Chinese surfer. We were talking about them, but before we talk about... some live action from Surfer in Blue.
Yep, okay, so fresh off a 9-point ride. Look at the technique on this young lady. And you're saying you could see her, featuring really well in the World Games and potentially becoming an Olympian. My goodness, she has got a technique to die for, and the power base is undeniable.
Not even 18 years old, and power surfing like you can see right now from the Surfer in Blue. Beautiful end with the lip and lands it. This is power surfing, clean technique. What can you ask for more?
No, that was really good. And if she's not even 18 yet, mate, I'm hearing your call of where she can go in the future, and maybe we better remember this name, everybody, CG Yang, because I could see her potentially in the future getting all the way up to the big leagues.
For sure, for sure.
That's really strong. Wow.
And that will be huge for her, but also huge for China and huge for Asia. Having a surfer like this already,
Yeah.
mate, tell you what, I think she even has got some good chance to win a medal, not only with the sub-18s, but actually in the open women division here in this event in the Asian Champs.
Man, if she can keep improving, 18 years of age or just under, you've got to be thinking there's still a lot of time. She probably won't even hit her straps as an athlete until your mid-20s. So there's a real lot to like about what she's doing. And I can really see, look at this now, she's got a 7-1-7 to sit alongside a 9. So that was only a 2-turn combo. Gets a 7-1-7. She's definitely got the judges' attention and just going from strength to strength. Crazy good.
Yeah, she almost qualified for the Olympics in the last World Surfing Games. There you can see her compatriot, the Chinese surfer, but got hit by the lip. So, and there is she.
Yep, this is the 7-1-7 team.
Exactly. Wow. Power. Bending her knees, releasing, going up, and boom, finishes with the lip and completes the wave. So she was super close already to get the slot, the Asian slot in the World Surfing Games in El Salvador. Just, yeah, the Japanese surfer was the one getting it, but she was second place, so there you go. She has the potential, as we all can see, and is her compatriot again.
Yep, another Chinese surfer there.
Surfing green, Jin Zhang.
Zhang. So this is the replay.
Nice bottom turn on her backhand, but then should have released a little bit earlier, turning her shoulder more to the wave. But first complete wave for her, doing 3 maneuvers, pumping her way down for the last bit, and is able to finish the wave.
All right, so you know, she's doing a really good job there. The power difference is just so noticeable between her and a teammate. You know, CG has just got this technique to die for, and the power is so epic, and you know, 14-year-old. Are
Mark,
you kidding me? Hey?
14-year-old. That's crazy.
World better stand up and take notice, because CG Young is coming for you, ladies and gentlemen. She is a serious contender that's going to be around for a long, long time.
I feel old now.
Man, I can see her on the World Championship Tour. That's where she's going.
For sure. Let's hope she doesn't get injured. She stays focused. But, man, 14-year-old surfing like this, wow.
Yep, she could be an Olympian, but before she's 18, she could be on the World Championship Tour by that age as well. I can see the future is very, very bright for that young lady in the blue. A 9 and a 7-1-7 off her first 2 waves. What a statement to make in the first appearance in the Rash Fest in the juniors. Whew.
Absolutely, and I think this event, the Asian Champs from the ASF, will cause a lot of benefits, because, man, you don't surf a wave like this, like Cokes, every day, or Chickens, which is right next, well, 2 minutes away with the boat. So she makes use of this opportunity, surfs this perfect waves, getting barreled here and there, and that definitely helps her to improve, even though she's that good already.
Well, you know, it's a power-based wave. It can be a tricky wave to read, and a lot of people are struggling with it, you know, the younger, less experienced people. CG, no way. So step straight into 16.17, 2-wave total in the first 10 minutes of a heat. Boy, oh boy, she's a very talented young lady.
Right,
14, my goodness.
A couple of sets rolling in, but probably too fast. One of those wider waves we talked about that, well, don't really deliver the barrels right now, but probably too fast to do anything else with them. Mark, tell us, you spent a lot of time in Indonesia. How would you compare this wave compared to the waves you are used to from Indo?
It's got a lot of the similar qualities, you know. It's perfect when they hit the reef the right way. It's got good power, so it's right there with some of the better waves that I do surf around Indonesia. Hence, the Indonesian team are doing really well. Danny Widianto and Dia Natasha both have adapted pretty well to this wave at the moment. The shallow reef thing, and that's just what Indonesia does. So it gives a lot of similarities actually to what I get to see down there.
But I do have the impression that the reef is a little bit deeper in here, which I absolutely appreciate compared to Indonesia. You know, Cokes is maybe different. It's probably one of the heaviest spots in the northern Malé Atoll. But if you look at the other spots like chickens or sultans, pasta, ninjas, and plenty of others, you do have the Indonesian quality, but not so much the risk, which is a good thing, I believe.
Well, not all Indo waves are super shallow,
That's
so
true.
I'd say this is right in the ballpark of what you can expect. Should we be in Indonesia? I mean, we're not. We're being blessed with some very cool opportunities to surf a lot of different waves and have a contest site that looks as good as this. It's right there with, you know, your basics sort of. This looks a little Kurramassy, you know. There's shades of Kurramas out there. There's shades of other spots I surf. So I'm liking it, and it definitely has delivered a whole range of different aspects to this reef over the last couple of days, from the 6-foot stuff when the big old sets swing wide. We've seen very limited of that today, Afri, due to the size of the swell. As Ibu was saying, that was with us earlier, at this size it more depends on the tide as to where the premium takeoff spot seems to sit. But these young ladies have got their head around it, and it's a strong heat that's going on here.
And on this size, you even have more the opportunity to surf the lefts. Not a lot of athletes are doing this right now, but we saw during the free surfs that some of the locals are actually saving a lot of energy with just surfing rights and then lefts to get back to the rights. And
look, I reckon if you're going left out here, the only reason you're doing that is because there's way too many people in the water. You've got to catch. If you need a wave and you see a left, and it's probably mainly from the goofy footers because goofies love lefts. I haven't seen it too many times. I have seen it though, but I reckon if you catch a left in your heat, that is a huge mistake. On a pumping right-hand point break, Afri, do not do that in your heat, please.
Do you believe that the regulars in here have got a big advantage? Is that a difficult spot to surf for backhanders?
I reckon when it's barreling, kind of yes. Having said that though, I did see some very polished goofy footing tube riding happening earlier on as well. We'll watch Canon's second wave. Just overcooks it a bit. I would say to a degree, yes, but the good goofy footers, you know, can look even better than the natural footers because they get right in the pocket. If you're really good backhand tube rider, this wave is right in your ballpark. But the big hit that you know, having said this, the best surfers I've seen out here are natural footers, and they're mainly coming out of the Japanese camp. So
yeah, right.
Yeah, I think it's kind of advantage to the natural footers.
And
green
up surfing, and with the drone shots you see the beautiful reef underneath her. Could be her best wave actually.
For sure. She's only got two other scores. They're both in a 1.5 and a 3.1. Finishes it off really well, tags it there, trying to get back out in front of the foam and doesn't do it. But it'll be cool to see that wave again from the judge's point of view. The drone footage, sometimes it can be really hard to get a handle on exactly how critical moves are.
And only needs a 2.01.
She's got that.
Yeah.
For sure, she's got that.
And that would mean, if it stays like this, 6 minutes and 20 to go, that 2 Chinese surfer would proceed to the next round. I haven't seen this wave yet from the Singaporean surfer. I wonder what is going on there, because Camille is actually quite a strong surfer.
No, you were talking her up, and she's yet to catch a wave. So, you know, what we've got to remember here is Canon has a 5.17. Now she's got a 2.77. Canon's thrown her second score in, so that number required by Jinjing is now a high 4. Oh, sorry, just over 4 points, a 4.28. So without seeing it from the front on view, it's dropped. The score's dropped in. It's a 3.67. So at the stage, our leaderboard is set. It's still blue with a super strong lead. This is that wave now. From the bird's eye view of the judges.
Goes wide on the first maneuver from the roundhouse cutback, goes all the way back to the lip. There's a little turn there. Second maneuver, third maneuver equals the second, and then pumps away down to find a workable face there. But then the wave almost lost all its energy and couldn't. Well, hard to tell if that was a complete one or not. The wave just rolled out.
Oh, CG. Third wave, she's already got a 7, she's already got a 9. Look at this technique. She has not done one thing wrong in this heat, Afri. So probably not going to rival her top 2 scores, but just have a look at what this girl does.
Yeah, look at the reading. She saw that she needs to do roundhouse cutback to get back, and then realizes, okay, I have to do it again. And she does. You know, some say, okay, I might not do twice the same thing, and she does it 3 times because she realizes, no, it's not there yet. And then she sees, okay, this wave is providing nothing that helps me to get a better score, so just leaves it. Incredible how you can understand so much at this age.
Camille, here we go. She's on the scoreboard. So it is the Singapore surfer now. And once again, just kind of needed to finish that wave to keep her in the conversation to advance.
Yeah, well, I wonder what is going on with Camille right now, because we have seen her surfing way better in this competition already, and this kind of carve she normally would do easily, but then too much of her rail was already in the water. So I wonder if
I know what could have happened.
Tell us.
Okay, so she's sitting out there from Singapore. She probably hasn't surfed too many events. Probably a little bit inexperienced with the contest Rashi on. She's hearing 9s called out from CG. She's hearing 717s called out, and she's probably freaking out a little bit, going, "Oh my God, what's going on?"
Yeah.
So a little bit of a catch-up moment, a little bit of a learning curve for Camille to pick up out of this heat.
Mate, isn't this paradise? You see the drone shot that I'm seeing?
Yeah, I am. It's pretty cool. Waves pouring down the reef here at Cokes, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second heat of the main round for the junior women's.
Exactly. And Camille, she actually won the first place in the Taiwan International Surf Competition this year. So she does know what she's doing. So you might be right. It's really like she sees the clock, okay, less than 5 minutes, and might be a nerve game right now.
Yep, that looked like a nervous ride for me, because I've seen her free surfing better than that. She's up against the powerhouse of CG Young, who scored herself a 5 on her last ride. 3 cutbacks, lost interest in the wave, kicked straight off, which was a pretty good move to leave her enough time to maybe get out. 2.5 minutes to go. Put something together. We can see chickens in the background just fading off the screen at the moment, but have a look at that scene, ladies and gentlemen.
You see me waving? I'm there in the booth.
Yeah, of course we can. That's how good my eyes are. I can see right through chipboarded carpet and see you waving.
Well, I don't get enough of this drone shots. It's so beautiful. It is actually looking the same way as you can see it right there. Okay, obviously we're not flying in a drone, but nevertheless the island is as beautiful as you can see right now in the shots. The whole Maldives are like this. It's paradise, man.
Yeah,
I love
this is
it.
the Kaafu atoll, and Thulusdhoo, where we are, is the capital of the whole Kaafu atoll here. So we're on the main island of this atoll.
You see that tower? When I'm out there and I'm surfing on a higher tide, I'm actually always trying to be exactly in front of that tower. I feel like this is a good spot to get one of those outside waves rolling in.
All right, get one of those wide sets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so at the moment they're sitting up the reef a little. You can see the orange tent just coming into play now, drifting off screen, but they are sitting pretty deep on the reef, hence due to the fact that the swell's dropped, it seems to be that the theory got to move up a smidge. We must be approaching low tide. It's got to be coming up pretty shortly, so
1.5 minutes left. Surfer in red from Japan with first priority. Chinese surfer in blue was second, and third for the Singaporean. So will be difficult for surfer in green with fourth priority, sitting so close to the other surfers to actually get a wave that would help her to get the second position. She needs a 4.28, and the Singaporean surfer in white would need a 6.61. Less than 1 minute to go.
all right, so the stage is set, but geez, we've seen a super talent unearthed here. I've never heard of this young lady before, CG Young. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more of her in the future.
She's got
away a 5.
But there she goes.
Oh, okay, let's watch this again. Look at that low compact attack on the lip. First time I've seen her fall off. She is human after all.
Oh, man, I'm relieved.
But, you know, what a display, you know, going into this event and putting on a heat like this. Here goes Camille.
Yeah.
So Camille out of Singapore. This is better. She's sticking with this thing, starting to use her rails. Unfortunately, she's going to run out of time. With 10 seconds remaining, she'll be looking for a good performance here. Needs a 6.61 for second. I think the surfing was just not quite brutal enough to extract the 6.61, but she'll be happy that she rode 2 waves to go into the next round with a little bit more confidence.
And since we have the repechage rounds, we will see more of Camille, and she's also still surfing for the women. So don't worry, Camille, you have plenty of time showing us the surfing that we know from you.
All right, so thanks, Afri. It's been a pleasure having a chat with you. We are going to throw to a recap, and then we'll be right back with Shannon and Mel to take us through the final heat of the junior women's.
Phew.
Championships. It has been a great day of competition so far, and it's continuing on now with our girls under 18s. We're in the main round, our third and last heat for this opening round on the girls under 18s division. We've got three great surfers, two from Japan, one from China, in the lineup together, with Mirai Ikeda of Japan, Sumomo Sato of Japan, and Jenny Win of China. We've just seen a pretty incredible display of surfing from China's Xixi Yang in that last heat, and it was really exciting to be able to see her walk away with a 9-point ride on the board, as well as a couple of other really solid scores. And now we're going to get to see even better surfing. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside of Mal Caithness to call the action. And have you had a great time being down on the beach and just getting to know some of the other surfers that are down there today?
Oh, pinch me. Is this real? Am I living the dream? And I am. I can vouch for that, but you know, it has been. And I don't know, it was halfway through that last heat. I just looked out at the lineup and it was just glossing up like, you know, like a portrait picture. And then when we're seeing those set waves coming in, Shannon, it's just diamond and pearls sparkling up in the top part of the lip as a wave peels down that lineup. And that's always, for me, just means, you know what, this is as good as it gets. And we saw that in the last heat. I came in and just had a quick chat with Mark, and I went, mate, are we watching CT Women's with that effort there from the Chinese girl?
Yeah,
And
from Xixi, that was an incredibly strong performance.
it certainly was, and that's scary that they have come this far in such a short period of time. So
Yeah, they've been working towards that in the lead up to the Tokyo 2020 Olympics for the last decade. There's been a strong effort being put in behind the scenes for Team China. A lot of these surfers really starting out at a young age, a lot of them now living in Hainan Island and getting to spend tons of time in the ocean there. Some similar kind of setups to this, where you've got beautiful reef breaks, warm tropical feeling on Hainan, and you know, wouldn't be feeling too far from home actually being here in the Maldives from my experience there in Hainan and surfing with a lot of these young grommets when they were a little bit smaller. As we take a look at the beautiful setup here.
Oh, talk about the dream. That was so on cue, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this, swell lines marching into the Indian Ocean. I was born in the Pacific Ocean, but I fell in love with the Indian Ocean a long time ago. And look at what she's doing for us here. This proud island nation of maritime history, steeped in tradition, with you know, famous sort of I don't know, trading route sort of background, and to see a multicultural mix here that is the envy of the world. They all live in peace with each other here from island to island. And I know yesterday I was talking to one and they said, oh look, we look at it that's just another brother across the lagoon on one of the other islands. And I said, well guys, the lagoon between here and Western Australia is the Indian Ocean. Am I another brother? And they just said, of course you are. So that thing is alive and well here. So much mojo flying around the joint that I don't know, we're gifted. You know, I get gifted. I work with the best, you know, beach commentary announcer that I've ever worked with. Thanks to Mark Cliff, also to your good self for welcoming me on board, and Afri from Afghanistan. I'm just loving the fact that I don't know, I'm part of the team at this event, and yeah, I really welcome any contributions that I can make.
Well, it's been great to have you on board. As we take a look at some scores, the first exchanges, Sumomo Sato a 3.67 and Jenny Wynn a 2.23. Mirai Ikeda now for Team Japan up and riding. Great connection with the lip for that first opening turn. Looks controlled and stylish as she kicks out of it, so she'll have a score to drop.
Absolutely, I'm really liking that. Let's have a look at this by benefit of the replay.
Some really fantastic surfing that we've been able to witness throughout today, and we're going to be seeing so much more of that throughout this week.
Very much
as
so.
Mirai just had a really solid looking opening turn, and we'll get that replay through shortly, but we'll see if anybody else is able to get a piece of the action. And you were talking about how special it is to be here in the Maldives Islands. Of course, the best surf season runs from April to November, peaking from May to October, and we are right smack dab in the middle here in July. So we have this great opportunity to capitalize on some incredible surf and that kind of storm season here in the Indian Ocean, where it just generates so many great waves. As we take a look now at Jenny, nice snap to start for our Chinese competitor. Just gets caught behind the section and she'll go down. So she's going to put a second score on the board, as we're still waiting for that score to roll through for last of Mirai Ikeda.
Yeah, so I think the judges are marinating over that score, as you would earlier on in the heat, just by virtue of the people sitting at home. The judges will want to start the heat off, have a look at it. Sometimes they'll even delay their scores going in to the second ride, ladies and gentlemen. So that way they're unable to get some clearance between the two scores. And when you're judging, ideally, say the first wave you put down is a 3, then ideally your next wave, is it better than that? How much better is it? And at the minimum you want to get 1 point separation. So over to you there, Shannon.
Well, as we wait for sets to roll through, let's head down to the beach and catch up with Camille from Team Singapore, who surfed in that last heat.
Yes, I'm here with Camille from Team Singapore, and she was out there in firing Cokes the last heat. Tell me a bit about being in competition here.
It's definitely a dream to be in the Maldives for the competition, and the ocean is just beautiful, the water's so clear, and the waves are amazing. But I did struggle a little during my heat, just couldn't really find the right ones and was a little nervous, so feeling a little shaky throughout the heat. But despite that, it was really fun, and it was so cool to just share Cokes with like 3 other girls. So.
What a special experience to surf with only 3 other people out there. And like you said, it's very different from your home where you actually are unable to surf. Can you tell us a bit about how you got into surfing?
So one day my dad just asked my brother and I if we wanted to try surfing, and we were like, sure. But we didn't really get into it straight away. It was just like for fun. And then I would say we started getting more into it like 5 years ago, like really starting to train more. But it was definitely difficult with COVID when we were in lockdown in Singapore, so we didn't surf for a while, and that was kind of demoralizing when we got back into it because we had to like start at stage 1 again. But I'm just so glad like we kind of got it back and were able to like participate in competitions and represent Singapore, and yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, I think just being able to be here, paddle out, represent your country, and to continue your love for the sport and where it brings you, like places like the Maldives, how special is that? Well, is there anything you want to say to your friends and family back at home who are watching?
Just want to say thank you guys so much for the support and for just like always encouraging me to pursue what I'm passionate about, and I love you all. So yeah, thank you guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Great to hear from Camille, and I mean, stoked that her dad got her into surfing, her and her brother at a young age, and that they've been able to find themselves as competitors, because so many people around the world nowadays are getting into surfing. It's becoming a really popular hobby, so to speak, but not many that find themselves in a successful place early on in their careers as a competitor and the opportunity to start competing for their nation like this.
Yeah, no, and entirely correct. You know, kudos to the Asian Surfing Federation for giving the opportunity. Like, let's just think about this. A couple of points. One, I believe we're in surfing's Garden of Eden here, frankly. 2, I've never been a fan of sort of trying to put lipstick on a pig. And this place here, it is delivering in spades. This is the real deal. If you want to come on a core surfing trip, you'll be able to do it here. And here we see what I'm talking about now. Surfer in blue here, great first opening turn. Just now punches that thing through the lip and unfortunately unable to sort of stick that one. And now let's have a look by benefit of a replay. Great result from the media team here with these this vision going out to the world. Nice forehand slam there. Just sees the spray suspended in the sky for that brief moment. And backing up the replay here is a surfer in blue. Great big wave. We saw this in the background, Shannon, behind the beach interview there. And this was the exchange. So nice carving first turn. Red here. Gets that board on edge. Wraps that back into the power source on this wave. Again, 3 turns here. This wave here now just rattling down this beautiful coral atoll reef. And she says, no, I'm out of there now. I've done enough. Let's get out of here.
So we're still waiting for the scores to roll through for those first 2 waves of Mirai, our surfer in the red jersey. Sumomo Sato is currently sitting in the lead with a 3.67 and a 1.5, the surfer in blue, but we will have another score to roll through for her as well, I believe. And impressive results from Sumomo coming through in her career so far. She's just 17 years old, but she found herself in the quarterfinals at the Kouri Pro, a QS 5000 level event for the WSL, which is great to see, you know, events of those levels running within the Asian region. Those 5000s, they offer a little bit more prize money. They offer that elevated level of experience for who the surfers are going to be coming up against, and a lot of points available as well when it comes to trying to qualify for the Challenger Series on the WSL side of the calendar. So for Sumomo to find herself with a quarterfinal finish would have set herself up with this really solid ranking moving forward on the WSL side of things. And that sort of result is a great thing to kind of draw from coming into competition for an event like this, where the playing field is just a little bit different. The format of event is very different as well, being that we have repecharge rounds and a little bit of a longer waiting period than your standard qualifying series event.
Oh, absolutely. You're right there. And as I guess, just getting back while we've got a break, yeah, it's almost like, you know, More Core Division is back and alive in 2023. And this place is delivered in spades this week. So it's, I don't know, there's, you know, I'd love to see Fiji back. I'd love to see this feature as part of a tour schedule. There's so much about it to like, and I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that maybe from the enthusiasts and from the fans' point of view, we're helping tick a few boxes here to bring a few more people back to the viewing stage. And like, look at this. This is as good as it gets, Shannon. And I think the time and the tide is changing a little bit, and big kudos to the Asian Surfing Federation for bringing it to us.
Well, the situation is changing in this heat as well, as Mirai Ikeda has dropped in 2.5. So her opening ride was a 5.5. Her second ride, a 5.83. Sets her up now in the leading position, with Japan's Sumomo sitting in second, and now Jinny Win of China down into that third place position, which would send her to the repechage round should she stay there. Just chasing a 2.95 though at the moment to get herself into that second place position. Still pretty close between first and second place. Now our current surfer in the lead, Mirai, she competed for Japan at the ISA Junior World Championships last year, so that was her first time being able to compete at that level. It was really exciting to see her on, being able to represent Team Japan on that side of things and get herself in the mix. She lives in Shizuoka, which is the same place that Sumomo is from as well. You got some great beach breaks around that region of the world. And Mirai, just 15 years old, loves photography, so I'm sure she's got her camera coming on a trip like this to be able to snap some photos when she's not training hard, hanging with the team, or spending some time in the Jersey.
Oh, absolutely. And look, she's in this envious position in this heat. She's sub 11 minutes to go. She's got a pair of fives across the board. The pressure is off her now. She can now pretty well much go out there and hunt for waves. Let's have a look at this replay now. This is such good surfing here from the Japanese surfer. Really solid first turn. Second turn, a little bit lateral, but it's still connecting dots here at this point. Summer with that turn as well. So this is the reason why it's sort of only going into the average status at this point now. A little bit lean angled on that one. But look, you'd take that as a 5-point ride all day, every day. And then knowing right now she's in the channel. She's paddling out. She's kicking her feet. And she's saying to herself, oh, I can do better than that. And so now the pressure is off. She can really free her surfing up. I think this is her second wave.
The 5.83.
I think this is her second wave. Yeah, I guess that is. There's a little bit more sting in that. No, that's, yeah.
Just those two turns linked together. So she's sitting with a 5.5 and a 5.83. Like you said, she's in a great position, though, having the two biggest scores on the board under that 10-minute mark now. And we've got a paddle. It doesn't look like our surfer was able to get into it. I couldn't quite tell what color that was. We'll see how the priority shifts. At the moment, it is our surfer in blue with first priority, red with second priority, and that might have been that change with the paddle. Now Jinny Win for Team China. She is 17 years old from the Sichuan province, which is a beautiful part of the world. I've had the pleasure of traveling through there years ago, and there are forests, there are rivers. Wow. It is an absolutely incredible province. Some big cities within there, like Nanjing, where she comes from, but also some really beautiful just countryside. It's a really great part of the world with a beautiful part of the Chinese culture coming out of that region. So that's where Jinny is originally from, as we can see her now up and riding, looking for a score to be advancing through. Great opening turn, really engages the rail, sets it up for the second. A lot of power now coming from Jinny as she snaps under the lip, looks for this nice pocket on the wave, standing up with some critical section for her. Unfortunately, can't hold on to the finishing turn. But she got a lot of important work done. What are your thoughts, Mal, on those first few turns?
My thoughts on this, let's watch this. I was thinking we're on our way to the best wave of the heat here. Look at the body torque and the rotation through that turn. The judges like that. Summer on this one, she does the same thing. Things now just go a little bit wonky, and hence the reason why things now aren't pinpoint, laser guided, accurate towards the end here, and that's the reason why she pokes the nose. In other words, the speed just got taken out of that where that error was drawn, and with the speed being taken out of that where the error was drawn, it just meant she couldn't hit that lip with more conviction. Who have we got up and riding?
Taking a look now at Sumomo, hooking it through on that first big turn, setting herself up for the second, throwing a lot of spray, keeping a nice low composure as well as she kind of stays in the top half of that wave on the first couple turns. Now starts to look for a stall to set herself up here into the pocket. Nice top to bottom surfing as she breaks through that lip line right in front of the surfers for the next heat paddling out.
Very much so. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. All the work has been done out the back. That is a solid first turn from Jamomo here on this one. Second turn ain't three bad either. Next turn, out on the face, gets the rebound off the whitewater. The judges dine out on that sort of stuff. Now the wave just goes into a little bit of sleeping mode, so hence the reason why she stands on the tail here. Wants to get back into the critical section and does it. Really sort of doesn't matter that she finishes that off there. The big turn out the back, the judges will look at that. For me, I'm thinking this is possibly the wave of the heat, and I'm waiting with bated breath to see where the judges go with this one.
Judges took a look at that replay as well. We can just see the tick coming up next to Ginny's name, meaning that scores are starting to drop through. Same for Sumomo, as the judges are just having a think about it and starting to jot things down. This is going to come down to a tight heat. We're at 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. At the moment, Mirai is sitting in the lead with the 2 5s. Sumomo chasing a 7.66 to take first. Ginny chasing only a 2.95 to take second at the moment. The one thing benefiting Sumomo, as well as the strength of that last wave, is the fact that she has the single highest score between top waves of herself and Ginny in that second and third place position. Sumomo with a 3.67, which will become her backup score. For Ginny, it's just a 2.23, and that could hurt her towards the end of this heat.
Yeah, no, absolutely, you are right there. And I'm thinking, as you said, that backup score is only a low score for me. Blue's going to go to first place with this performance here, Shannon. And I can feel the tempo and the pace now starting to just roll on. They know we're at the business end of this heat. And look at this wave here. Red has got a gem. Over to you.
Oh, beautiful looking wave. Opening up in front. Powerful hack to start. Sets herself up for the second now. Draws back into that foamy section. Unfortunately, where that wave hits the reef, it just goes absolutely dead. She wouldn't have had any speed, any section to be able to hit. So 2 turns. We'll take another look at it here.
Yeah, no, I'm liking this as a turn of the heat so far, though, so it's a shame. Look at this, folks. Wow, there is so much Carissa Moore in that turn. And she can be proud that I just made that shout, because Carissa is the queen of that forehand carving turn, and I can really see that. For me, I thought, oh, we are on our way here with this. This is going to be something really fresh, really exciting, and unfortunately for us and the spectators, that wave just died out a little bit.
Wow, that was a really gnarly drop for Jenny, but unfortunately just caught behind the section. That last one for Mirai, though, you nailed it. That opening turn was so good. Reflections of the 5-time world champion and the Olympic gold medalist in Carissa Moore, one of the happiest women in professional surfing. And we've got her sister, Kayla Moore, here that's been doing sideline interviews for us, so it's been fun to have a member of the Moore family feeling a different role than competitor at an event that we're with. It's been so great to hear Kayla's insights and just her heart behind getting to know the stories of each of these surfers down on the beach throughout this week. So that has been really, really awesome.
And look, I like to give credit where credit's due. Kayla's doing a famous job out there, to be honest with you. I'm really liking her interviews, and she's just nailing a lot of those really good human interest stories that, you know, bubble behind the scenes of the event. And yeah, I'm rating the whole team, to be honest with you. I really am enjoying your conversations and your commentary. As I say, Mark is a super favourite of mine. I love him. And I believe that Felicity Parmentier is going to make a guest appearance a little bit later at the event. So that's something to look forward to as well.
Oh, that would be so fun. Well, let's focus back on the heat in the water. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Sumomo with a 7-point ride that's dropped through, solidifies her second place position and is now only chasing a 4.33 to take herself into the lead. Ginny drops in a 5, so she's got her single highest score, which would have been great if Sumomo hadn't dropped in a 7. So Ginny now chasing a 5.68. She's not out of that conversation. I mean, her surfing on that last wave was some of the best that we've seen across the women's field so far, as she's now up and riding again. Unfortunately, unable to pull off that opening maneuver, she'll go down. So now with 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I think Jin Yi here, she's just sort of suffering from, you know, in her mind, she wanted to be able to really go hard at that. She knew she had to give us something special. And yeah, unfortunately for her, she's overcooked that one. Goes down on it. So yeah, we're starting to get down to the penultimate end of this heat. We've got just under 2 minutes and 35 seconds or sub 2 minutes and 35 seconds. And look at these waves rolling through. Look at that. That's diamonds and pearls on the outside wall as we see Jin Yi. She's got a chance here, Shannon.
All right, Ginny now up and riding. Gets a little stuck on that opening turn. This is now where things are going to matter. Can she find the connection on the finishing combination? Unable to, she goes down. She's been putting in such a great effort throughout this heat. But it seems like she just won't be finding herself the scores, at least on the 2 waves that she's just taken off on. We're also going to be curious to see if Mariah can increase her lead. She does get a 6.17 for her last wave, our surfer in red. So she's now jumped up in that leading position, and means Sumomo's chasing a 5-point ride to get herself into first.
Well, that's what's happened, isn't it? The tempo, they started off, well, a couple of 5s there. We saw that going on, and then all of a sudden the handbrake got taken off. The women's here in this heat, they pretty well much released that handbrake, spun the wheels, got some RPM going, and they burned rubber on a lot of those turns. So judges have come home with, 7-point, 6-point rides. This has been a highly entertaining women's heat here, and I have the honour of calling it beside you. So how good is this?
Oh, this is my favorite. I am such a huge fan of women's surfing and of the next generation, the
Good
young
stuff.
girls that are coming up from around the world. At the moment, it's the 15-year-old, the youngest of the pack, that's sitting in the lead, as Ginny, 17 years old, is chasing down a score. This last one dropped through as just a 3.4, so it does factor into her top 2, but it doesn't chip away at her requirement. Just goes down on that finishing section, unable to get that kind of explosiveness that she needed to get into the 5 to 6 point range to put herself into an advancing position. Now, thankfully for Ginny, a surfer who is one of Griffin Colapinto's greatest fans, you can see some of his style coming through in her surfing. I'm sure she studied it through her years. She is going to be heading into the repecharge round if she's unable to find a score in the next 20 seconds. So great to know. Again, repecharge rounds right now, because we're in the main round on the women's side of the girls under 18 side of the draw. There is not an elimination heat. However, with the next heat rolling through, we're going to be into our boys under 18s, and that's going to be back into repecharge heats where the bottom 2 surfers will be sent home. So incredible surfing. That was some really great performances for the openers of our under 18 girls division, and a lot of them are competing in the women's open division as well this week.
Are you having fun?
I'm having so much fun. I love my job. I get to come here, sit in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and call surfing with waves like this, especially with the quality of the surfers that have been coming through. It's been really exciting to see. We'll go to a quick heat recap, and we come back. We'll have special guest Sean Barr from Team Iran joining us in the booth to call the action. Welcome back to the action. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Mal Caithness and Sean Barr from Team Iran. Sean, it's great to have you in for a conversation. You've got so much to share with us about the surfing that's going on back at home and all of the change that's kind of coming into that conversation. But first off, how has your trip to the Maldives been so far?
It was 30 plus hours, but it was so worth it. It's just so nice out here. It's beautiful. The people are great. The culture is fantastic, and the waves have been fire.
Now, your family's from Iran, but you're living in California. You're in San Francisco area?
Yeah, that's correct.
And what are you doing there for work behind the scenes?
So I work for PlayStation. I work as an engineering manager, so very techie. And when I get the chance, I'll try to get to Ocean Beach or go to Santa Cruz and surf some cold waters.
Must be quite refreshing then to be able to paddle out here without like a 4 or 5 meal wetsuit on.
Yeah, you know, so much more space in my luggage too. So without the 4-3.
Well, it's been great to have you in the mix. You've got 3 guys that are on your team as we take a look at a few waves that are rolling through here. We're currently in our under 18 boys division into the repechage rounds, which means that we will be losing 2 of our surfers from the draw within this current heat. As you know, we're kind of getting down to that end of competition, and unfortunately for Team Iran, we've already lost all 3 of you from competition so far.
Yeah, we were out, but you know, we're still enjoying watching even the younger generation of girls and boys, and then also the main heat of men and women as well, because there are just so many good surfers out here and lots to learn from.
So great to be able to see so many great waves being ridden. And we were talking yesterday, you were sharing with me just the desire to get a couple really good waves out there. You had some really solid waves in your heat this morning. Are you feeling pretty satisfied with your performance?
I felt happy because I just kind of went recklessly for every wave. You know, I just got too excited. So Surf IQ is something I'm building for the team and myself especially, and like, you know, using priority rather than just, but you're just out there and it's just so exciting. Just you see it coming, like, you know, I don't get to experience this. I'm just gonna go, even if it was like 2 feet tall or something like that. But yeah, next time I'll definitely be more calm and, you know, choosing the right wave. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm happy with what I did.
Mal, it's such an experience to be in the water with only a couple other people out anytime you get to compete, especially at a location like this.
Oh, I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, it's probably one of the best things about being able to surf at an event and perhaps even to free surf at an event afterwards as well. But I'm like you, Sean. I absolutely love, like, I've got to wear a wetsuit, or used to have to wear a wetsuit all the time. I live in Margaret River in Western Australia, so I get it. I get that you get it even. But look, tell me, what about back home? How does the do you guys got to finance yourselves to get here? Does the Iranian government chip in and help out? And then what would this sort of do, particularly with the Olympics next year in mind? Do you think this sort of event like this is going to help your cause for promoting surfing to your fellow countrymen back at home?
With the last one, absolutely. The reason we go through ISA and Asian Surfing Games is really just to put our name out there and kind of lay the groundwork for future generations, and, you know, understanding how the competition works, and also where, you know, we look back after each time and where can we improve individually as a team, and then also, you know, back home, those that are, you know, watching us and supporting us there, and, you know, what we can bring back to them. So from the first question, we've been completely self-sponsored, so we don't have any sponsorships and we don't get help from the government, unfortunately. But with that, we've been able to create a community, and with that, just like a lot of heart for surfing and love for it within the region of Macron Beach, which is a 2-hour stretch of beach in the Indiana Ocean. And from there, we just, you know, we have really easy waves, and we're just, continuously supporting each other and bringing our own money in to help grow this, you know, sport in Iran.
And how many team members did you bring with you to the event this year?
This event we had 3, 3 males, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, yeah, just 3 males. And the ISA, we were able to do 3 males as well. And then we had our first female competitor, which was really awesome. So that's something we've been trying to increase as well, as the participation from the women's side. And, you know, that starts with back home, building this program for people to be able to come and surf, you know, without any, like, hesitation. And with that, just, like, by building a coaching team and having available boards for everyone to learn on, and, you know, just the community support to push each other into waves.
All right, and look, with 3 team members, who's the larrikin of the team?
The larrikin?
Yeah, that's an Aussie term, that one. I
That's
suppose
a
I
new
should
one.
elaborate
That's
a little
even
bit
new to
on
me,
that.
Mel. I don't know. There's
Yeah.
occasionally some terms you
that's
throw out
what
there
I
that
try
I'm a
and
bit
bring
like,
is
what?
the international spirit to this. Now, the larrikin of the team is the joker on the team. Have you got one of those that sort of is serious about it, but also keeps everybody level-headed and downtrodden by sort of making fun of things and just lightening the mode of the team? Or are you Iranian guys, you're here, killer mode, we are going to do the best we can?
I think we're almost all three just larrikins.
That's
It's
not
like,
I've gotten
That's
sure.
the
you know?
right answer. That's the
We're
right
all just kind of
answer.
joking around,
Good.
but you know, obviously taking it very seriously. But you know, just being out here is super fun, and yeah.
So that's my segue. The most important thing, obviously, as we all know, is as long as you guys are having fun, and that was the right answer for me, all three of you as a larrikins. So
Fair
you won't
dinkum.
forget that one. Yeah,
Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I understand some more of the terminology that Mal Caithness is bringing in. Let's have a little quick update for our audience back at home for the surf that's going on in the water. We've got some scores to drop through. We haven't had them yet, but we have had waves ridden by all 4 surfers. Now, right now, we're currently in heat number 2 for Rapid Charge Round 1, the boys under 18s division, which means the bottom 2 surfers will be sent home. In the water, we have 3 local surfers here from Team Maldives against the South Korean and Doohoon Yun. We've got Shanif, Shafeg, Yasin Ahmed Nasid, and Ismail Ahmed in the mix as well. So 3 guys from the islands here, and then the South Korean and Doohoon. So this is going to be an interesting heat, knowing that 1 Maldivian surfer guaranteed will be sent home because we're only going to be sending 2 on.
Yeah, no, and then I'm seeing that there is a little bit of a pressure cooker happening here with just 1 wave ridden, a 1.5. They all know that we're at the business end now with 2 of these surfers, and that having said that, they are really going to be on their mettle. Their coaches are going to be in their ear. They're going to have their strategies, plan A. If plan A doesn't work when you're in a heat, Shannon, you've got to think about plan B, and when do you jettison plan A? So at this point now, there is this little heat within a heat. You know, you've got your own mind, Sean, that's sort of ticking away in your brain and saying, Coach said this, I need to do that. Hopefully he's got the right information there, but there will come a point in time that plan B might need to get played. So let's wait and see. This has got really good connotations, I think, the heat in the water.
This is going to be a great one. Well, as we wait for next waves to roll through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Kayla Moore and one of the surfers from that last heat.
I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Mirai, from Team Japan. Mirai, tell us about what was going through your mind out there in the water.
Actually, when I was get up, I'm feeling bad, but I'm happy to win this heat.
Well, you did a really good job out there. What was your strategy from your coach before you paddled out?
My coach said, Milai, you can do it.
That's really encouraging and good and trusting in your own abilities. How old are you?
I'm 15 years old.
And when did you start surfing?
Maybe 5 old. 5?
Oh, wow. So you've been surfing for 10 years now. Can you tell me a bit about surfing in Japan? Where did you start surfing? What's your local break?
My local break is Omaezaki, Shizuoka Omaezaki Beach. I love this beach, and local surfers, I love too.
Amazing. Well, I look forward to watching you as you progress through competition, and good luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Great to hear from Mirai. She put together an incredible performance, held off that lead in the end. And like her team and her coach said to her on the way out there that she could do it, she could take the win, and that's exactly what she's done. So exciting times for our under 18 girls in the lineup. And a few of those scores have now rolled through. We've currently got our surfer. Well, let's take a look at a couple of these replays first, because there has been some really great surfing. Unfortunately, our surfer in white, Shanif, went down on that one, but he's actually sitting in the lead with a 4.5 as the high score so far. And this score is still yet to come for Ismail, sitting on a 2.03 at the moment, but he'll have another backup score to improve on that situation with this last wave of Yasin as well. Currently, Mal, we've got Yasin sitting in that second place position.
Yeah, no, well, I like the replay on this wave here for your scene. So, yeah, he seems to me to be the goofy footer out there that at the moment's got some really clean lines with his surfing, which is a solid thing to see at this age. That's pretty well much a good start to your pedigree. All right, at the end there, doesn't quite finish that one off. That's okay, you got plenty of time to go. But I'm also seeing that this wave here, wave selection from the Maldivians, and he is a Maldivian, they are dialed in by their coach. There is no doubt about that. Their home break is throwing up these waves. Cokes and Colas delivering in spades here at the moment, and their team coach has given them the right recipe, I think, here. Now let's have a look. This is our surfer in blue. The surfer in blue is Do-Hoon Yoon from Korea. And he's also got a tidy act out here at Colas. And I'm telling you what I'm thinking. There's a bit of a log jam's going to happen here with these scores. I don't have the benefit of the update at this point, but from my perspective, having a look at the overview from the helicopter at the moment, I think they're all under a blanket at the moment, and there's 4 colours that are in this mix. This is going to be a cliffhanger.
Yeah, that's right. All the scores are super tight in the water at the moment, Sean. But let's get back to talking a little bit more about your background and surfing within Iran. You're talking about the coastline that just starts close to the southern end of Iran and connects to Pakistan, where the majority of actual kind of surfable coastline is, but it's pretty newly discovered. What's it been like for the crew that's been on the ground there trying to hunt out some of those spots?
Yeah, they did their kind of own version of Rip Curl the Search.
That's amazing.
Just, you know, taking the car out and kind of exploring the coastline and see what hits. It's a very seasonal surf in Iran, so it's kind of summertime, and you know, we used to just get like wind swell and choppy waters, but after discovering this new Macron beach, it's become like a really good just mecca for beginner surfers around the region to develop those skills of just, you know, popping up on the board and riding it in. So it's been great. And
yeah, it's so cool to know that there's regions of the world like that you know, are getting those, even if it's just those wind swells, there's opportunities. There are waves that are breaking, which means that they can be ridden. And you know, that can be the development stage, the pioneering stage of Iranian surfing is really exciting at this day and age. And you were sharing with me earlier, and we heard in the interview that you and your teammate Arash had with Kayla earlier on today, just about your support for the women that are wanting to join into that conversation out of Iran. Of course, we had Setare, who was competing at the World Surfing Games. I had such a good time getting to know her there, and have been messaging her with her this week. Setare, we miss you so much and we wish you were here. But what's it been like for you guys to be able to support the women and the reality of them being able to become surfers?
Definitely, it's definitely been a battle in a sense of, you know, we're starting from zero, but what Satara has done, and also just from the community, we now have 7 surfers that are women surfers, which, you know, for a country of millions of people, you know, you'd think it would be higher, but that's just kind of shows the scale of where we are in this developmenting stage of surfing in Iran. So, you know, they're just starting to surf, and unfortunately they have to wear like, you know, the 4 garments. So it's in the Indian Ocean, and then it's also like Iran. It's really, really hot, and it's almost like you go into water and you're going into jacuzzi. And Satara even, like, you know, she competed at ISA with it on when, I don't remember if you remember, it was super hot there.
Oh,
like
it was
air temp
way hotter than it is here. The water and the air temperature is so extreme. I think that in itself, just from a realistic perspective of the sacrifice and the passion that she had for the sport to show up in an environment that would honestly cause heat stroke for many other surfers competing in the traditional outfit that she needed to compete in.
Definitely. So, like, comparing myself, I honestly don't think I would love surfing as much if I was kind of in those conditions, but it just shows, like you said, the dedication and the craft that these women have, these 7 women that are just out there just charging these waves and learning, and just the love for the sport to be, you know, I'm going to be super hot, and I'll get heat stroke. And Satra actually even got heat stroke once in Iran.
Oh, my goodness.
Competition ago. But they're just out there loving it, and they do it for, you know, the love of sport and surfing. So we hope to see that grow, and we hope to facilitate it even more with gathering more women and, you know, providing them resources to come and learn how to surf in Iran.
That's amazing. Now, did you say that she got, unfortunately, heat stroke, but during a contest?
Yeah.
So you guys are running events on the ground in Iran?
Yeah, this was in 2019 or 2020. We did like a little local contest, and Yeah, Satura, if I remember correctly, she said that, she was out there and it was just one of the hottest days there and got a little heat stroke. But now she's still out here surfing, still, that can't even stop her. Now we have water around the area, but, you never know.
Yeah, you kind of learn from that, all right?
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
time to have some ice packs
Yeah.
on the beach. Same as so many of the teams that come to El Salvador for the World Surfing Games. The teams that travel literally with these ice packs that they can wear like vests on them because the temperatures just get so hot. But I think one of the really cool things, Mal, out of that conversation from you, Sean, is just the fact that the pioneering stage of Iranian surfing has begun, and you're already at the stage within the last 5 years where you're running contests, even if it's grassroots and it's just, throwing a bunch of surfers in the water and you've got judges down there just with a pen and paper, without having all of the kind of experience that would come out of a stronger surfing nation. But the fact that you guys are already at that stage, to me, speaks volumes to where the future of Iranian surfing could go.
Yeah, there's a lot of love for the game, as I've mentioned, and by doing that, it kind of like will ease the nerves once we do bring them onto this level. And, hopefully in the next few years, we'll have like an under 18 team for both women and men. And then we'll have like a full stack team that we could bring out and really enjoy the waves and compete well in.
That's so exciting. And for you yourself, your brother Daniel's also been competing at the World Surfing Games for the last couple of years. It's sad not to have him on the mix here, but we've got 2 other guys in the group, so that's been really cool. What's it been like for you, spending most of your time in California, but kind of, I guess, developing your own surfing because you've had access to different waves, you've had access to the California surf scene, which is very, very different, I'm sure, than the surf scene back at home for you.
Yeah, it's something I take in gratitude, and my brother as well, because we're able to experience these waves, and we're able to come back to the team and provide our assistance and kind of understandings. And of course, I'm kind of novice myself, but my brother is definitely more expert in this area. So, just kind of learning, and eventually, I hope as I grow too, I could help the team grow and take on that mentorship position, and also just work in the background of the business side of the federation.
Oh, that's amazing. Go ahead,
Perhaps
Mel.
I can interject here right now, maybe helping you guys out with the benefit of experience and having been involved in the sport and seeing how pathways get paved. You guys are in this 5-year transition growth phase, which is so cool, and I hope I've only had 2 ears and 1 mouth up to this point. What I'd like to sort of say to you guys is that coming from where I come from, for example, Perth Metropolitan is where the sort of big surf scene is in Western Australia. But mate, the waves are absolute rubbish. They're a 1-turn wave.
That is a great point.
This is exactly where I'm going with this.
Yes,
so
I
bear
love
with
it because
me.
I know the surf in
You
Perth and
know.
it is not great.
The waves are absolute rubbish, but what that does is you find that Perth surfers become some of the most travelled surfers you'll ever meet on the planet, because Indonesia is on its doorstep. It's a $300, $350 flight. Then we've got the rest of beautiful Asia for them to go to. Where I'm going with this is that you find that the passion from having learned to surf in those sort of waves and just getting the skill set for the basics then sends you to these places, and it won't take you long before then you start surfing and surfing in better waves and everybody starts getting the froth on in that way. Our co-commentator, Mark Clift, state title winner, Australian national title winner, he does With Respect surf good waves, really good. He's a good surfer, but I can tell you something, he surfs bad waves even better. And that hunger and that passion that's born from that will take you, if you can get that in your head and say, well, this is another Garden of Eden outside of this, and that we can travel there and we can do this. And the world and the Asian Surf Federation is now going to give you the opportunity with events like this. The Olympics coming up, you're going to be going to Tahiti. I don't know, you guys, I'd be sort of sitting there and saying, is my cup half full or half empty from where I come from? No, it's definitely half full. Because
It's overflowing.
It's overflowing. So yeah, the future is how they say, the future is all spades for you guys.
Thank you. Yeah,
I've seen it before.
It's definitely a competitive advantage in this perspective that you put it in. So it's something that we'll work on.
Yeah, it's been amazing to hear from some of the other nations this week, especially when we had a team manager or a surfer in the booth here chatting about it that come from sort of that same region of the world, where there's not maybe the easiest access to great surf, or surfing is new to the culture, so there's only, 5 to 100 surfers even in the nation necessarily, where they're getting on the road, traveling and surfing in Sri Lanka, surfing in India a lot, and just kind of getting to these other regions that are so close, actually by distance, shorter plane flights and everything, to be able to just spend more time in the ocean surfing,
Well,
which
not
is how...
only- Can I just interject quickly there on that one? Not only are you unearthing surfing talent with this, but you're also unearthing surfing passion. So whether or not you become a good surfer, you might end up becoming a graphic designer for Billabong. You might become a contest organiser. You might become a judge. So these are the things that you guys bring to the table on behalf of the surfing tribe worldwide. So therefore, that's what I like about these sort of things. And in other words, follow your dream. It's not the destination, it's the journey, Shannon. I love
Yeah.
the fact that it can happen.
Nailed it.
I'd also love to add that, we're also adding that surf culture in, and like you say, I think one of you said it the other day, once someone becomes a surfer, the world just becomes a better place, because it's that aloha spirit, and then, you're in the water, you're connected with Mother Nature, and now we're all just protectors of the ocean once we're learning to love it and understand its chaos.
Yeah.
I still think one of the best things you can do is give a wave away. In your surf session, and you're seeing someone around or a young kid or something, say, hey, go mate, this one's yours. And to me, I still think that's the spirit that we as a brotherhood and as a tribe should keep going. And the world is, look what these guys are doing here at Thulusdhoo Island for us.
Yeah.
They're giving us their break to use, and we thank you recreational surfers for allowing us the use of their break. There you go. I think we're all in a really, really cool and good space at this joint.
I couldn't agree more. What a great sentiment, and amazing to think of, frothing Iranian surfers just
Yes.
there on the coastline and getting to get some really solid waves. Let's take a look at this barrel right here. Tucks in, just comes out, not super clean, but finds himself with a bit of shade. Sharif is currently sitting in the lead for the Maldivian team. Pops into the air, unable to stay connected to his board, unfortunately, and he goes down. But a quick situation update as we're looking at some live action here. Do-hoon Yoon from South Korea in the blue jersey, flying out of our screen. He was going so fast we couldn't stay with him. He is sitting in 4th place position, chasing a 4.95 to get the advancing spot. At the moment, it is Shanif in the lead and Yassine in the red jersey sitting in 2nd. Now, we did have a flurry of action coming through. There's been a lot of scores thrown out. Few 5s on the board. Both Shanif, Yassim, and Ismail, all 3 Maldivians, have 5s on the scoreboard. The one in the best position is with a 617 to back it up for Shanif, as we take another look at this bit of shade.
Yeah, no, that's a nice little barrel there, and, I like it. He's sort of got himself behind the curtain there, and I like this, that he's gone for a straight frontside air. Now, in degree of difficulty, the straight frontside air ain't that easy to do, and he's almost nailed that thing.
So taking one more look at this wave from Ismail,
Yep.
he is sitting in that knockout position, 16 years old, chasing a 3.08. Yassine is only 12, our surfer in red, who's sitting in 2nd to be advancing through. And Shanif, the oldest of the pack, another 16-year-old, is currently sitting in 1st. So it seems like, we might have just time for maybe one more wave, if even, but the ocean's gone a bit quiet, and we've got about 30 seconds left on the clock. Sean, it's been so great to be able to have you in the booth here sharing with us more about what Iranian surfing is looking like and the hope for the future there through surfing.
Yeah, thank you both so much. It's been such a great opportunity to share, where we are at, and we welcome you guys. Please come whenever. We'd love to have you in any other country that would like to learn the basics of surfing in Iran and have our suites. And it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, you brought some of the crew brought those treats down for us the other day, and they were absolutely incredible. Great to get a taste of the local culture.
Awesome.
Well, thanks so much again. And this wave is going to count for
Yeah.
Yassine. Now, we have had a situation change. Yassine with such good style, just 12 years old, flying down the line, couple little hits on his backhand. Do-hoon Yoon of South Korea was able to jump up into that advancing position with a 5-point ride. Now Yassine is chasing a 3.14 to get himself back into the advancing position, Mal.
I tell you what, he's just got that before the buzzer. We might see a buzzer beater here. I'm not going to speculate. I'm going to leave it up to the judges, and I guess with the heat recap coming up, we're going to leave it to Mark and also Afri, but I tell you what, I've got a feeling that could be a little bit of a seesaw going on there, and I love these finishes.
Wow, what a way to finish things off. Well, we will be heading to a recap. Again, great to have Sean from Iran and Mal, as always, to call some of the action with you. We've got more to come, and we'll give you the results from that next heat right after this.
Attention, counting you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So now we're in our boys under 18 division, repechage round 1, heat number 3. Out in the water in red for Team Maldives, Saeed Salahuddin. In blue for Thailand, Tin Johnson. In green for the Maldives, Kayan Abdullah Arif. And for the Maldives in white, Mohammed Zayan. So here we have the results for our round 1 heat number 2. Last heat, winning the heat, Team Maldives in red, Yasin Ahmed Nasheed with 11.50 total points. Second place was white, Team Maldives Shanif Shafiq with 11.27 points. Third place was blue for Team Korea, Do Hoon Yoon with 8.13 points. Fourth place was green, Team Maldives Ismail Madhu Ahmed with 7.77 points.
All right, back here, live action, ladies and gentlemen. The big news out of the organisers is this will be the last heat of the day. It is heat 3 of the round, repechage round for the juniors. So sitting in with me to help us take me through the duties of calling the last heat of the day, it is Afri. Afri, welcome back.
Hey, thanks, mate. Looking forward to see this heat. And, mate, look, they are calling off the contest and it's still pumping. So, you know, this place has got wave. It's unbelievable, man.
So what it means is that's good news for us, yeah?
Exactly, because both of us know what will happen once this heat ends.
We're going surfing. Why wouldn't you?
The only problem that we have is we don't know which spot we're going to because there's so many
We've
good
got
ones
too
around.
much choice. All right, spoiled for choice. That's a good problem to have.
Right.
All right, so the Maldives surfer in the red, Sayed Salahuddin. He will be leading the charge. Tin Johnson, the Thailand surfer, will surf in blue. We've got 3 Maldivians in this one. So the next one up in the green is Kayan Abdullah Arif. And Mohammed Zayan also representing the Maldives in white. So a Maldivian is going to dip out here, at least one of them. Let's hope this fella here is hoping it's not him. Sayed.
Salahuddin. Nice wave there.
Good way to start, really. He's only been rolling a couple of minutes.
Yeah, not the biggest wave, but super smooth surfing, clean wave. Surfs it all the way through and finds the finish.
Inside the first minute. Good work. Yep, he's pretty happy with that. You can see by his body language.
Still 24 minutes to go, so he has enough time to find plenty of those and even bigger ones.
For sure, and that kind of... Okay, that looks like our heat winner right there on screen. It is.
With his caddy.
And his caddy, young pup. Okay, dropping into this thing on his backhand. Young fella goes over the hangers. That was Tin Johnson.
Master Tin Johnson. And next is surfer in white, Maldivian surfer Mohammed Zayan on a too fast wave, can't make it through, and decides to go out to be able to get to the priority position again because the surfer from Thailand was still in front of him. There you go. He pumps his way through, hoping to make the section, but that was just too fast. Off he goes. Let's see who gets the priority of these two.
Right on. So we do know with this event, a question for you, Afri. It's a big deal event. It's a long event, a 10-day window. 18 countries have brought together 87 surfers. I can see just how much organisation has gone into this production. On behalf of yourself, we've already seen these replays, so we'll stay with the question. On behalf of yourself, who is one of the organisers, how hard is it to pull off an event like this?
Mate, we're actually planning this since over 3 years. The idea was actually to do it before COVID, and then we were so close to pull it out. COVID came, and we had to start from scratch. So it was quite stressful because we decided to run it in July, because July is the, well, peak swell season in Maldives, and we had so many other events in between, the World Surfing Games, the domestic league of the Maldives. Then originally the World Beach Games was scheduled, that unfortunately won't take place. So there were a lot of things that made us decide to do it in July. So yeah, you know, there's so many things you have to have in mind, getting everybody to here. So we really had a big supporting program for all the countries. We wanted to make sure that we have as many Asian countries participating in this event as possible. So there was a lot of logistics going on there. Look, I don't want to bore people here with all the details, but you can believe me, it was stressful, but it doesn't matter because we are here in Thulusdhoo. We are here in a paradisical island surfing epic waves. So, man, it was absolutely worth it. Actually, right now, I'm not even stressed. I just enjoy day by day, surf by surf.
While we have a break in the wave action, we are going to throw down to Kayla, who has the heat winner from the very last heat. Over to you. Thanks, Kayla.
Thank you, Mark. I am here with Yasin, winner of the last heat, and he came through with the win in the last minutes of competition. Can you tell me about how you did out there?
I got a really good wave in the last minute. That's why I won the heat. Yeah.
And how good did that feel?
I felt really happy.
And it's good. It's good that you feel really happy, and it's important that you are, you know, the youngest member of your team representing the Maldives. And do you want to tell us a little bit more about yourself, how long you've been surfing?
I have been surfing 2.5 years. Yeah. And I'm 12 years old.
Amazing. Well, we're excited to watch you as you move through in competition. Thank you.
He was straight out of there. He couldn't nick off quick enough, but that was pretty cool. He's only 12 years old, surfing for 2.5 years, and he's winning heats at a big event like this. That's pretty awesome.
The future of surfing. Here we go. Not even future, the presence of surfing, winning his heat.
Yeah.
Small Yasin from Team Maldives, 12 years old, and on the replay you can see surfer in green. That's the surfer from Maldives, Kayan Abdullah Arif, on his first better wave. Nice turn there. Finishes with the lip. Couldn't finish. Couldn't stay up until the end. But still,
3:17.
Exactly, almost 20 minutes left. So plenty of time.
Okay. Meanwhile, Red looks like he's paddling onto a decent wave. We'll get back to that shortly. We'll just stick the replay of White. Nothing going on there. So I'm pretty sure that looked like Red. It is. Here he goes. The back end of Saeed's second wave. He opened with a 6.83, and Blue now starting to slash around on his backhand. Blue is Tin Johnson, Thailand.
Yeah, I was surfing with him yesterday. The free surf we already talked about, where I saw packed. He's a good surfer, Master Tin Johnson.
Kayan now screaming down the line, representing the Maldives. Wave number, let me see, 2. So they're all starting to get their required wave counts up. So we'll have a situation in a moment, but I'm really liking the 683 from Sayed Salahuddin, his very first wave, the surfer in red. That's going to hold him in good stead. He really needs to back it up with something to just convincingly fend off the other three surfers. This being a repechage round, third and fourths will dip out and sit on the sideline, become spectators, and given with the forecast and everything and 6 more days of waiting period, you don't want to be sitting on the sidelines. You want to keep collecting that rash fest.
Exactly. But one thing I was thinking of, I saw the Maldives surfers, they're so supportive with each other, everybody cheering and helping and trying their best to be was as helpful as possible for their teammates. Mark, do you think there's a chance at all that they think, hey, look, we're 3 surfers, only 2 can make it, let's do some tactics in here?
Well, I think it's going to be every man for himself here. They all want to get through, mate. They are teammates, obviously. There might be some ganging up going on the Thailand surfer as the heat progresses, but effectively priority will take that out of the picture. There may be, I don't know. We'll know in the last 5 or so minutes when it really comes down to crunch time. Is anybody going to give someone else a wave? Right. You know, that sort of thing. But I'm hearing what you're saying, but for sure, everybody just wants to get a first or second out of this heat.
Good point. And I know that the government of the Maldives, they will be quite generous to the winners, especially to medal winners in this event. So I guess at the end of the day, that there's a big incentive for each surfer, each Maldives surfers to do their best and maybe be able to get one of those medals.
Is there any prize money up for grabs or any other incentives?
I know that there were in the past, in the that was the first Asian Championships in China in 2019. Ibu, the legendary Ibu, the GOAT of Maldives surfing, has become 3rd in that event, and I do believe he received some prize money from the government, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have something similar for this event.
All right, let's watch white now. This is Mohammed Zayan, Maldivian, gets around the section nicely. Be looking to add one more manoeuvre just to convince the judges that they should give him a decent score. There it is, tidy way to finish. Did a lot of effort to get around that whitewash and was rewarded with one more little mini move. So that'll add probably an extra half a point, and red out the back, Sayed.
Number 1 so far in this heat has one of the better waves, but that was too ambitious, not fast enough, so he couldn't finish his wave. And there we have surfer in blue.
All right, Tin Johnson, a quick up and down. So things aren't going to schedule for the Thailand surfer. That's only his 3rd wave. I don't think he's got a decent number on the scoreboard just yet. So the Maldivians are doing the 1, 2, 3 in the final heat of the day. 15 minutes on the clock. I'm not sure why we cut short our program today. We had 4 more heats formatted following this. So
maybe they saw the commentators frothing to get wet and decided, there you go.
Let's buff the boys. Out you go. Either way, we're going to be finished about 1 o'clock. So we've got a fair 5.5 hours to get out there and.
Well, one reason could be checking this forecast for the next days will just get bigger. So maybe the technical directors and whoever is in charge thought, hey, let's let these people surf some bigger waves.
Yeah, good call. Nice one. All right, so scores starting to filter in. I think pretty much just about there. Sayed, surfing red, has added a 293 to his 6.8 to be comfortable in the lead with almost 10.2 wave total. Kayan Abdullah Arif is marginally ahead of his teammate at this stage by 0.44. Okay, so he needs, in actual fact, Green needs to win a 6.6. The surfer in blue from Thailand has moved into 3rd position, needs a 187, not much, to get up into a qualifying 2nd position. So his last wave, he does have a 4, so that's good news for Tin Johnson. That's put him in the conversation.
Yeah, so he only needs to drop his 1.43.
Yep, and Mohammed in the white is chasing a 2.24 to advance. They still have 14 minutes to work this out, so there's still plenty of time.
I do see that Mohammed Sayan, the surfer in white from the Maldives, does the same thing he did yesterday, and that is, I will tell you in a sec. First we see surfer in green, Kayan Abdullah Arif, getting one of the more outside waves. This is the slower waves. That's the kind of wave you want to have right now, because it allows you to do the maneuvers, as you can see. Going for not so deep bottom turns, and couldn't finish this wave.
Here goes Tin Johnson now. He's in third, steadily creeping up the leaderboard. He's got a pretty nice style to watch. The wave is a bit small, but he's getting the job done. A couple of nice hits in the pocket, so a completion that will drop into his top two. His previous second best wave was only a 1-4.
So what these two surfers did, the surfer in blue and green, was getting one of the slower ones. What Mohammed Sayan is keep on doing, and he also did it yesterday, he's really charging for the fast ones, which is bold, because once you do some nice maneuvers on that kind of wave, obviously the judges will give you a better score because it's a more difficult wave. But so far he couldn't finish one of those waves.
Look at this thing, there's a barrel. Maybe there was, he had a look at it, but got a little squashed. Might have just hung it a little bit too low on that wave, but either way, Sayed is in the lead. For me, it was looking like a great looking wave, but just failed to really throw out enough to get him locked inside. So a little wasted moment right there, but the good news is it's only halfway through the heat. He's already got a 6.83, so the confidence will be building by Sayed. He's just got to back that up.
And in any case, he was tired. That lip on your neck, on your head, will make you feel straight awake. So now he might have a boost there. There you go.
All right, so
using his priority.
Yeah, no, this is previous action. So this is replays going on here. I think we've seen these waves before, but a couple little taps here. A nice strong finish. Doesn't ride out of it, so you imagine that would have been his 2.93. Green for Kayan. I think this is that last exchange that went down. Either way.
And that's one of those fast wave surfer in white is going for. But
he put together a 3.63 on this ride.
Had one good maneuver at the beginning and then just trying to find an open face. And
right, so what I'm seeing on the scoreboard, there's less than 1 point separating first, second and third for that all-important second spot. So we do have two more numbers to drop, and then we'll give fresh updates as what's required. Sayed, if he can just get rid of that 2.93 he's hanging on to, get rid of that. He's got a 6.83, which is a huge number in this heat. If he can just add a 4 or a 5, he's really going to put some heat on these boys and consolidate himself a position in the next repo round.
Surfer in red and in white already having 4 waves, a little bit more than 10 minutes to go. So there's quite an impulse right now going on.
Yeah, which leads me to believe we could have quite easily finished those 4 heats today, but that's not our decision. It's the boys would have had a powwow about that. I imagine Perry Hatchett would have been consulted. The contest director, who is exactly our contest director?
Mr. Kato from Japan. And then
yeah.
also we have Imoto-san, a board member of the ASF, being part of the team to make the calls. And these guys know what they do. So I have no doubt they have reasonable reason to say, you know what, we are seeing perfect waves, but we won't continue. We will surf tomorrow.
Heat 4 will be over in 10 minutes. All right, a 3.77 for Kayan. So the surfer in green, putting together one of his best waves. But Tin Johnson, he's creeping up the leaderboard. His last wave, his best score, folks, a 4.23. So the Thailand surfer into second. To overhaul the lead right now, he's in striking distance. He needs a 5.54. Kayan in the green, he needs a mid-range 4 to go into second. And likewise, Mohammed in the white.
Who is the furthest outside currently with priority. Second priority goes with red surfer for Maldives. Third, also the Maldives. So the Thai surfer now on the 4th position when it comes to priority. But they're all sitting together. Seems like they found out where the best spot is.
Well, I mean, there's 3 Maldivians out in this heat, you know, those guys know. So
They
there's
would
3
know.
of them, and they're all sitting in the same spot for a reason. That's where the waves are starting from, and Tin Johnson would be mighty wise to sit close and absorb some of that local knowledge and probably have a look into the beach and go, right, this is where the boys sit when it's this size.
Good point. That's exactly what I do when I go out there. I just copy the Maldives surfers to not step onto one of those sea urge, but I have to say I wasn't too lucky with that so far. I think I'm the only one
Yes.
out here who stepped on sea urges twice already.
Stop picking on the sea life, Afri. Okay, stop it. Leave them alone.
Right.
Wow, look at
I
this
guess
set
the
coming
sea
through.
urchins see me and they're like, oh, that
this
guy again.
This
That's
guy
it.
again. They probably curl up and hide under a rock when they see you coming, mate. Here we go. So this is White. Mohammed Zayan, he needs a score. He's got to get a good mid-range 4 out of this. It's super fast. There is no scoring opportunity. Just too much wall down the line. That's when you've got to make that decision when you look at it. Like we were saying earlier, if I see the wall and it's sort of standing up and you think, I might be a little deep here, you are.
Yep.
You're probably better off to just let it go.
Absolutely. So this kind of things you only know when you have the opportunity to surf a wave like this more often, definitely more often than once or twice before you have your heat. And you know what? The Maldives Surfing Association decided to block this spot from 1st of July only for the competitors and the stuff around like you and I. So we were lucky enough to surf the spot almost since 2 weeks empty.
Well, we did, and we had jet ski assist. Thanks very much, Kayan. Kayan Abdullah Arif, the surfer in green, he's in third. He doesn't need much, a mid-range 4. He's done a lot of work on this wave. I haven't seen any major blasts, so he's hoping that the quantity of manoeuvres is going to pull him to 4.66. I think he needed a 4.46. Now, I'd love to see the replay again. Maybe you can take us through it, and maybe you decide, Afri. You give us your expert opinion as to whether he gets the 4.46. It was a long wave. There was a lot. He did a lot on it.
Absolutely.
Let's see if he did anything good enough to extract that number.
I'm not a judge, but I'll try my best to. Well, I'll give you my honest opinion. So let's wait for the replay. But before that, we can see a set rolling through, bigger one.
Yeah, it's pushing a bit wide, this one.
Yeah, it might be.
Oh, look at that thing. Stop it.
Wow.
That was a heat winner. You probably needed to be paddling out at that point to make the most of that wave.
Seeing this wave, I really look at the clock and see 7 more minutes, which means both of us soon will be out there.
Bring it on. Day 4. So we hope all the people online have enjoyed the production here for the last 4 days. We've got a big team here trying to bring you all the goodies, the drone footage right there, making this place just look as good as it actually is. Trust me, it's a ripper place. The call tomorrow morning, first call, it will be at 8 o'clock. So for all the crew online, we are 3 hours ahead of Bali/WA time. So factor in wherever you're at, and 8 o'clock is when the call will be made for a potential 8:30 start. Here's the replay. So this is the wave.
This is the wave of Khan Abdul Arif. You can see reading the wave, going for the roundhouse cutback on his backhand, going down, using the speed, another roundhouse cutback, and really tries to make the best out of this wave. Nice little turn there, doesn't lose too much speed. And twisted this one fully. Goes for the end section. Nice little jump there with the lip and down there. I think it was his best wave so far. So that could be actually enough. I guess it was enough. But there's still some more time. They have over 5 minutes, so.
Okay, well, Kayan's previous best wave was a 3.77.
Yeah, that was for sure better.
All right, so was it enough to get the 4, the mid-range 4? I'd like to see it in real speed because it's looking a little slow on the replay.
Right.
Anyway, and White was behind him, so these are the two guys that are fighting for a second position. White won't get there on that wave. Green potentially does, but this fella in second spot. Only saw the replay just then of the very back end of his ride. Red's got a pretty good wave. Live action for Sayed Salahuddin. So here he goes now. He's trying to burn off a 2-something, and I think he's thrown away another good scoring opportunity that way, peeling off at a nice pace. A real error right there for Sayed.
Yeah, he went too vertical for a fast wave like this. Good on him that he tried, but I don't know if he can already be confident enough to make it through the heat. He is on first position, but his second wave is only
it's really light on. It's a 2.93.
Exactly. Yeah. So still 4 minutes to go, and it's a very dynamic situation right now. All the surfers had a wave in the last 1.5 minutes, So
Okay,
it's
so
still interesting, still exciting, and not clear what will happen with
I
this
think
heat.
Kayan's score is in. It's a 317. So it didn't lock into his top two.
You see,
All
that's the reason why I'm not a judge.
Well, not only that, it would have been nice to have seen that wave in real speed. You know, both the replays we got were, you know, slow mode version. So the judges didn't appreciate it. Tin Johnson does go to the lead, a 5.67. Sayed has just put together a 3.43, and that was the wave he fell on. So had he just capitalised and rode the rest of that out and got a 5, he would have put a bit more pressure on Tin, who isn't far behind, 0.36 behind a win, leaving himself chasing. Now he needs a mid-4 to go into first. Kayan Abdullah Arif, a 6.13 needed, and not much more than that, a low 6 needed for the surfer now in white, Mohammed Zayan.
There you can see the reef from the island we're in right now, Thulusdhoo, Maldives, South Asia, at the Asian Surfing Championship 2023.
Priority sits with white, then red. It's going to be crucial in these last 2.5 minutes. White definitely needs a wave. Red doesn't need to do too much apart from either try and fend off green or blue with his priority. But Mohammed really needs to do something here.
So Mark, what are the tactics here? If you are Saeed having second priority, what do you want to do? You want to try to block out Kayan, or?
Look, I reckon Sayed being in the lead and realising he's only got a 3.43 and he's got second priority, that's the surfer we're talking about. I think he wants to improve his 2-wave total. All right, you want to ride another good wave, go out in style. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. He might want to just sit on Tin Johnson if Tin gets back out there in time, because Tin is the surfer that could overtake him for the win. If he does get overtaken for the win, he drops in a second and he still advances. So I think Tin Johnson is Sayed's biggest threat right now. There's 2 minutes to go, but it's probably, you know, not worth thinking about defence just yet. White has to catch a wave. He's in fourth. He's got priority and needs a low 6.
And there he is.
Here he goes. So let's have a look at this wave. He's got to get a bit brutal on this. 6 is not an easy score to come by. This sort of surfing, it hasn't got a 6 written on it just yet. He's just doing some sort of semi-soft moves for me. No major moves. Lots of pumping and jumping and just a little mini slap. Look, not a bad wave on his behalf. I can't see a 6.27 in that free, so...
Yeah, he wasn't fast enough. He was. I mean, the beginning was nice.
See that turn there? That board needed to go above the lip.
Exactly.
All right, he pulled it a little early.
Right, right. And even that one wasn't as high as he could have gone.
Yep.
And here he was struggling with generating speed. I mean,
lots of jumping around, lots of nothing just
right.
here.
Should have focused of pumping instead of jumping.
So if I was coaching that young fella, that first turn needed to be squared up a little more, push the board higher than the lip. If he makes that move, he's then on his way and has a conversation and a chance to get a 6. But without hitting that first turn flush, I think the writing was on the wall from that point on. That.
And now he's on fourth priority, and less than a minute to go, so it will be difficult for him. 30 seconds left. Maldivian surfer Syed Salahuddin still first position, followed by Master Tin Johnson from Thailand, second position, and the two Maldivian surfers in third and fourth. So last 10 seconds, as it seems, we'll see two Maldivian surfers proceed to the repechage, and a Thai surfer and Maldives surfer continue with the second round of the repechage. Second repechage round. They will proceed to.
Yep, so there's some handshaking going on, so some good spirit right there from both our qualifiers, red and blue. So it officially ends today's format.
Wow, it's one more time. It's quite unbelievable to call off the contest if you have conditions like that. But that again shows you the quality of waves we are having and we are going to have in the next couple of days at the Asian Surfing Championships here in Thulusdhoo, Maldives.
All right, well, I'm Mark Cliff. This is Afri. We are going to throw to a recap of that heat, so I think the boys have teed that up. Yep, here is the daily recap, actually, so let's do that. Let's have a look at the highlights of what went on today. Check it out. So this is our little man cave out here underneath the judging tower, Mark and Uffrey. But Kayla is on the loose. She's been on the loose all day on the shoreline, and it's a beautiful scene down there. So we're going to throw to Kayla Moore, who's just going to go for a little wander along the shoreline. Kayla, we can see you.
Hi,
so
guys.
Just show us how the beach looks. Go for it.
Yeah, so it's absolutely gorgeous out here. We have Cokes in the background. We also have some of our teams lined up along the coast, and we have the scaffolding to the back of me where the judges tower is. It is a beautiful day here in the Maldives, and the waves are still pumping, as you guys both know.
Yeah.
And special vibes here on the shore, getting to meet some of the team members and to have these interviews with people from all over Asia to share this message with us today at the Asian Surfing Championships. Has really been an honor to listen and to hear from them.
All right, well, what was for you, Kayla, perhaps one of the highlight moments of the day for you?
Well, I really enjoyed my conversation with Team Iran, where they talked about women in their country not getting to surf in just a regular swimsuit, which I have the pleasure of getting to wear and to also create for my own business. But they have to wear hijabs. It's very hot there. That was really insightful to me and eye-opening as well.
Kayla, tell us, you coming from Hawaii, from, well, the place where modern mainstream surfing more or less came from. How is it being here in the Maldives, in Asia, in the continent where surfing isn't as, well, doesn't have such a rich history? Do you see some parallels, or what is the interesting part of that?
Well, it's always very interesting for me to be traveling, especially around the sport of surfing. Being from the birthplace of surfing in Hawaii is such an honor for me, and to be able to spread that aloha wherever I go, to meet people from different cultures, different backgrounds, different religions, has been a passion of mine, and to share that beautiful sport that brings us all together. It has been very insightful, very impactful on my heart being here in the Maldives.
Well said and well done, and you've had a good day and a big day, so we get to go for a surf now, sister. Let's do it.
Let's go surfing, Mark.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a good long day. We've got quite a few heats done today, so it puts us in a really good spot. And so there's no need for a rush tomorrow morning. The first call for everybody out there online will be at 8 o'clock. I have no input as to the format. So all as I can say is enjoy the rest of your day, everybody, because we are, and we'll see you right back here in Thulusdhoo for an 8 o'clock call for day 5. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.